Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku became the quirkless vigilante hero. Here is short summary. Not all men are created equal. Izuku Midoriya knows this. He knows that some people are born stronger than others, that some kids have better powers or any power at all. But this setback is only that, a setback. A minor inconvenience, one that Izuku will push past. Or, what happens when you knock Izuku to the ground and take away all of his hopes and dreams? The boy will get back up, clawing his way to the top if it's the last thing he does. Featuring Vigilante Izuku, his partner in heroism Hitoshi, and some Parental Aizawa as a bonus. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Not all men are created equal. Izuku Midoriya has known this truth since the young age of 4. He knows that some people are stronger than others, that some kids have better powers or any power at all. But this setback is only that, a setback. A minor inconvenience, one that Izuku will push past. Izuku Midoriya is a rarity. Quirkless, born with an extra joint in his toe that, in complete honesty, should ruin his life. An extra joint, one that decrees to the world, look at this kid. He will never be strong. He will never amount to anything. Quirkless, worthless, useless. Deku. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when the world tried to shatter him. He wanted to be a hero, that was it. To make people smile, just like how heroes made him smile, how his mother made him smile. He wanted to help, that was it. It wasn't about fame, it was never about fortune. He just wanted to be helpful. Of course, life had other plans. A quirkless hero could never go far. And so life fought against Izuku, much like a villain against a hero. But that was the issue. Izuku was not a hero. It only made sense that he could not win. The first blow was at the doctor's office. Izuku should have already manifested one of your quirks, or a combination of both of them, the doctor said, looking at Izuku's mother. But after viewing his X-rays, I don't think he's going to. You see, when superpowers started appearing, there were many research studies conducted, and doctors discovered a link between a bone in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers only have one joint in their pinky toes, but as you can see, Izuku has 2 joints. It's a rarity to see this nowadays, only about 20% of the population is like this. Based on the research that is available, it is safe to say that your son isn't going to develop a quirk. In another world, perhaps these words wouldn't be quite so damning. In a perfect life, Izuku would hear this, cry, and then pick himself back up and prove the man wrong. He'd get a quirk, some way, somehow, and he'd be the greatest hero. The second blow was from his best, and only, friend. Katsuki Bakugo. Their mothers were friends, and so they became friends. And they were friends, once upon a time. Back before they were 4, back before Katsuki got his quirk. Explosions. By sweating nitroglycerin, Katsuki Bakugo got one of the most dangerous and flashiest quirks in their daycare. And with this development, Katsuki changed. You're nothing without a quirk. You're just a quirkless, worthless, Deku. Katsuki, once known to him as Kachan, taunted in his ears, flickers of flame dancing in his palms as he laughed. I'm going to be the greatest hero in the world, greater than All Might. And you'll be lucky to be a fan. The words hurt, of course they did. Izuku was 4, he was 4, and his one friend was turning on him, taunting him, for having dreams that he shouldn't be able to reach. And yet, in another world, Katsuki wouldn't be a problem. In another world, Izuku would push past the anger from the explosive boy, he would grow strong and become his equal. He'd twist the meaning of Deku, turning it from an insult to a source of inspiration. He'd be Deku, and he'd be a hero. But then the third blow struck, and it struck hard. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, she never had a chance. Who does, when faced with a villain of pure fire? Incinerator was their name, a maniacal killer. His fuel was his sadistic glee that only grew with every victim reduced to ashes. By the time Izuku was home, the apartment was gone. Everything, Everyone. Including his mother. In another world, this would never have happened. Incinerator wouldn't have attacked the apartment, or maybe he wouldn't have existed at all. In another world, 4-year-old Izuku would still have hope. But instead he stumbled upon ashes and debris, and no heroes to save him. No heroes saved his mother, either. And something shattered in Izuku. Something shattered, and as Izuku was found, alone on the street, herded away to live in an overcrowded orphanage, he was numb. He couldn't understand. How could this have happened? How could his mom be gone, just like that? Why didn't a hero help? At only 4 years old, Izuku Midoriya learned that the world was not perfect, that men are not created equal. He learned that heroes will not help him, and he will never be a hero. After all, he was quirkless. The doctor told him so. He was worthless, Katsuki made that clear. And he had no hope, not without his mother. So at 4 years old, Izuku pushed through, and decided that he would push past all of these setbacks. He would. And then the world would learn that not all men are created equal, but some men can rise above the restrictions life set for them. And Izuku would be the first to show them. But first, Izuku had to find his way. And so he did. Izuku was 4 years old when his world shattered. He was 4 years old when his dreams were crushed due to his biology, his happiness discarded by an ex-friend, his mother destroyed by a villain. Izuku was 4 years old when he was sent to the orphanage. The first thing he noticed was the sound. It was so loud, reminding Izuku of Katsuki's explosions in his ears. Kids ran about, far too many to be maintained and corralled effectively. Far too many to have any sense of privacy. The second thing Izuku noticed was the workers. Only a few seemed to be employed there, all of them looking exhausted, fatigued, as if they knew how overwhelmed they were and that the orphanage would never be any better. One of them, a rather young lady, gave him a brief, somewhat comforting smile as she greeted him. "I am Mrs. Hata," she greeted sweetly but tiredly, leaning down to look him in the eyes. "You can call me Hata-san, all right." Izuku nodded, not quite sure what was happening. All he knew was that his mother was gone, his home was gone, and he was standing in some overcrowded orphanage with tired employees and no familiar faces. The third thing Izuku noticed was the room he was put in. It wasn't small, but with a dozen beds and nearly as many kids, Izuku could barely find space to breathe. 10 kids stared at Izuku, prying eyes searching his teary face for details. Izuku looked away, turning to face the remaining 2 beds. They were in the far back corner, right underneath a window that seemed slightly cracked open, unable to close even if someone tried to force it shut. A faint breeze came into the room, making Izuku shiver. He had no doubt that, sleeping under that permanently opened window, he'd be shivering all night long. But Mrs. Hata told him to pick one, so he chose the one located right in the corner of the room, leaving the other as a sort of barrier. Not like it'd do much of anything, of course, but Izuku felt safer, curling up in his bed. The feeling didn't last long. Izuku was scared, the tiny greenette still unsure just what was happening. He was stuck there, the kids said to him, unless he got adopted. "Not like you will be," an older boy, maybe 6 years old, said to him on the 3rd day. "Nobody wants a defective child." The boy laughed, ignoring Izuku's tears, or maybe doing exactly the opposite. "You're nothing but a crybaby." Nobody wanted a crybaby. Izuku was surrounded by people, and yet he was even more alone than he was in school. At least with Katsuki, the blonde at least acknowledged him. Even if it was as a bully, it was something. At the orphanage, Izuku was forgotten. He felt like a shadow, following the crowd of boys and girls. They'd eat, they'd disperse to play in the small playground, or the older ones would head off to school. Izuku was too young for school, so he stuck back, watching the older ones go. It took the workers nearly 2 weeks to see that Izuku was alone, that Izuku spent his free time sitting at his bed, waiting numbly for the next meal, for something to do. Mrs. Hata was the one to talk to him, the others too busy, too exhausted, to try. "Do you know how to read, Midoriya-kun?" Mrs. Hata asked one day, pulling Izuku out of his head. Slowly, Izuku nodded. "I know a little, Hata-san," he admitted, and the tired woman smiled. "We have some books, if you'd like to read them." Reading sounded better than staring at the floor, so Izuku followed the worker to a small room. A few bookshelves lined the walls, books scattered on the shelves without pattern. Mrs. Hata pulled out a couple of books, setting them on the floor. Izuku sat down next to the books, and began to read. And so began a new pattern. Izuku woke up, followed the young boys to breakfast, and then he slipped away from sight, heading to the books. He'd read all day long, hours flying by as he worked through each story. Slowly, he began to understand more words, began to read at higher levels. A month of this routine passed by before a new boy came to the orphanage. Izuku was in the small reading room like usual, eyes roaming the page before him with eagerness, when a knock on the door made him jolt. Looking up, his wide green eyes locked with the gentle exhaustion of Mrs. Hata's gaze. "What is it, Hata-san?" Izuku asked, already pushing himself off of the floor. Maybe he had missed an announcement, or he was late to lunch, or he had forgotten to make up his bed. Oh, he hoped he didn't. Mrs. Hata would be so disappointed, and she was so nice. And Midoriya-kun, you're mumbling again, Mrs. Hata reminded him patiently, and Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth. "You're not in trouble, I just thought you would like to meet our newest member." Mrs. Hata, Izuku had noticed, never called the kids orphans. She seemed to shy around the word, preferring to call them kids or members. It was odd, but Izuku was odd, too. Sure, Izuku finally said after a moment, nerves already forming in anticipation. Would this kid like him? The others didn't. He mumbled too much, cried too often, he wasn't really special without a fancy quirk either. Would the new kid ignore him as well? His thoughts cut off as the kid approached. Wild purple hair sat on top of the boy's pale head, eyes filled with a fatigue similar to the workers. He glanced around the room tiredly, examining the place with nonchalance as his hands slipped into his pockets. And then he locked eyes with Izuku, purple meeting green, and Izuku gasped. Hidden behind the exhaustion, Izuku saw fear, nervousness, anticipation, worry of what was to come. Izuku spoke before thinking, words falling out of his mouth before he could even process them. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name?" The boy stared at Izuku, unblinking eyes trained on him. Mrs. Hata nudged the boy, and he spoke. "I'm Hitoshi Shinso." He looked away, eyes locked on the floor. Izuku noted his hunched shoulders, the same posture he had around the other kids. Maybe things could be different. "Want to be friends, Shinso-san?" Izuku asked, and Shinso's eyes shot up to meet his. Wide, unblinking, disbelieving. You want to be friends?" Izuku nodded, and Shinso lit up. A smile stretched across the violet boy's face, quickly matched by the green-haired boy. Maybe they could be different, the two of them. They wouldn't be quite so alone. The two spent the day together, Izuku showing Shinso around his new place of living. Not a house, the workers would remind them, not a house, not a home. He showed Shinso the reading room, excited to share its wonders with the new boy. He led Shinso to the dining hall for lunch, the boys ignored by all of the other children. After, he showed Shinso to their room. "You'll get the bed next to me," Izuku stated confidently, then shrunk in on himself. You are close to my age, right?" The boy was roughly his height, the purple hair giving him the illusion of a few extra inches, but he seemed to be around 4 years old. If he wasn't, though, he might be put into a different room. Mrs. Hata said that the rooms were divided into age groups, and Izuku's was for 4 to 6-year-old boys. "I'm 4, Shinso said, then looked at Izuku nervously. "How old are you?" "I'm also 4. My birthday is July 15th. Izuku added on. "July 1st, Shinso smirked. "I'm older than you." Izuku huffed, taking the boy's arm and dragging him to their corner of the room. "Whatever. Anyways, here's your bed. I get the one right in the corner, but you're only a few steps away." "Nice," Shinso responded easily, then dropped onto his new bed. After a few seconds, a frown covered his features. "Why is it colder?" "Oh, the window doesn't close." Izuku shrugged, pointing out the window that was forever left ajar. "It'll get worse in the winter, but I'm sure we can ask Hata-san for more blankets." But Shinso just stared at the window with an odd expression, one that slowly turned into a wide grin. Or we could use it to sneak out. Izuku blinked, turning to face his new friend fully, and was met with an excited smile. It was contagious, and soon Izuku was smiling just the same. Maybe they could be different, truly, sincerely different. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he lost his mother and everything he had ever known. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he learned that he was quirkless, and became as worthless as a pile of dust. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when everything seemed to fall apart, and he could barely keep up in time to see his own downfall and demise. But Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he made his first true friend. Hitoshi Shinso, a boy with wild hair, violet eyes, and an interesting quirk. It had taken a week for the boy to confess what his quirk was. "You'll hate me," Shinso had muttered, curled into himself, hiding from Izuku's worried eyes. "Why would I hate you? We're friends," Izuku protested, then froze. "We're still friends, aren't we?" Because how could he be sure? He thought Bakugo was his friend, and yet it seemed that the boy liked him less and less with each passing day. "Of course we're friends," Shinso cried out, eyes finally meeting Izuku's. "Then there's nothing to worry about," Izuku responded, forcing himself to smile. People needed smiles when they were scared, that's what All Might would do, right? Shinso smiled back, but his was more watery. "Promise you won't hate me." "Promise." "Okay." Shinso uncurled himself ever so slightly, eyes locked on the ground. "My quirk is called brainwashing. I can control people if they respond to me." Izuku blinked at the words, then grinned. "That's so cool, Shinso-san." Shinso's eyes darted up, locking with Izuku's. "It is. Yeah, you could use it on a villain, and then go, 'Hey, turn yourself in,' and they would." Izuku shouted, fist pumping in the air with excitement. "Or you could interrogate them." Izuku nodded to himself, proud that he'd said the right word. "Or, I get what you mean," Shinso cut him off, a smile darting onto his face. "You really think all of that? Yeah, your quirk is awesome," and Izuku could see that Shinso was starting to believe it. A few weeks passed since then, with Shinso's presence quickly becoming a part of Izuku's routine. The two 4-year-olds both enjoyed hiding in the reading room, far away from the other boys. The other boys, sadly, didn't see Shinso's quirk the same way Izuku had. "It doesn't matter," Shinso said through his tears, curling into Izuku's side. "They're not my friends, it shouldn't matter." But it did, and Izuku knew that. Words hurt. "They don't matter," Izuku promised, hugging his one and only friend. "Their opinions don't matter. They're stupid." Shinso snorted, the sound broken by a sob. "You never call people stupid." "Well, they are," Izuku protested, earning another laugh for his efforts. "Anyways, you're going to be a pro hero one day, and you'll have hundreds of people who love you and your quirk." "You think so?" "I know so." Shinso only cried for a few more minutes after that. Izuku and Shinso bonded quickly. How could they not? They were two 4-year-old boys with no one to care for them but themselves. Sure, the employees were there, and Mrs. Hata tried to help, but there were too many kids and too much forced formality for the boys to feel at home. Never a home, the words would ring in his ears. Never a house, never a home. So instead of finding a home, the boys found each other. And they stuck together. It was one of those days, with the two sitting side by side in the reading room, when Shinso said the words that would define their futures. "We're going to be heroes, right?" Shinso asked suddenly, and Izuku stopped reading. "Of course," Izuku confirmed right away. Then he pauses. "Well, you will be." "What do you mean?" Shinso looked at the boy with confusion swirling in his eyes. "You said you want to be a hero." "I do," Izuku agreed readily, but still he hesitated. "But I don't have a quirk." "So, heroes aren't quirkless. And I am." Shinso frowned, then declared, "That's stupid." "What? If there isn't a quirkless hero, why does that stop you?" "Heroes have to have quirks. It's how they get stuff done." Izuku flailed his arms, trying to make his point clear. "They all rely on their quirks. I can't rely on any quirk," I'd be useless. He flinches, even as he speaks the final word. A blond boy whispers the words back in his ears, almost like a dream. Or merely just a memory. Shinso frowns. I think we can both be heroes. You'll just need to be stronger. The boy nodded to himself. Yeah, me too, since my quirk isn't really good for attacking. Izuku smiled, eyes watering. You really think that? Yeah, Shinso agreed easily. If I can be a hero, you can be, too. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he found a friend, and his friend gave him hope. But Shinso wasn't just thinking of the distant future, and their future wasn't determined quite yet. A few days passed before Shinso brought up the topic again. More eager than before, Shinso asked, so when do we start saving people? Huh, Izuku asked, once again setting down a book. When do we start saving people? Shinso had already discarded his book, eyes staring straight at Izuku. I want to help people. Me too, Izuku agreed, but then he frowned. But we can't, not yet. And why not? His friend questioned, eyes narrowing. Well, we're still not strong. So we'll train. And we're too young. We can't do hero stuff without a license. Izuku knew this. He remembered hearing about some tough tests that heroes had to take to be allowed to help others. It sounded stupid, to be honest. Well, Shinso huffed, throwing his hands in the air and flopping onto his back. What about the heroes who do it without recognition? Like Eraserhead, the underground hero, Izuku asked, recalling the mysterious hero. He remembered seeing a video of the man, once. He had to take a test, too, probably. But Shinso only groaned and said, no. Better. You know, vigilance. Izuku stared at his friend, trying to understand. You know what I mean. They don't have the test and the license, but they beat up villains and help old ladies cross the street. Oh, you mean vigilantes? Izuku laughed, then frowned. Aren't those illegal? Shinso laughed, a grin finally reaching his face. Yep, but, he continued, before Izuku could complain, look at this. With excitement practically tangible, the violet-haired boy stood up and walked over to one of the bookshelves. Pulling out the dictionary, he said, I saw this the other day, when I was trying to figure out what a word meant. He flipped the large book open, making his way to the word. Look, Shinso commanded, and so Izuku did. Vigilante. A person who uses their quirk illegally to reach an end goal. Usually causing harm or attacking villains. See, illegal, Izuku complained. Only if you use your quirk. Shinso countered, eyes lit up and wild. But you don't have one. You're all clear. The words hit Izuku hard. The young boy stared at his friend in awe, the possibilities finally feeling real. I could help people, Izuku whispered in shock. I'm quirkless, so they couldn't do anything about it. He stated with confidence, then shrunk in on himself once more. Wait, but what about you? I'll just claim it was self-defense, Shinso said easily, not looking worried in the slightest. Shinso-san, what? If they hit me first, I can just use my quirk and make them turn themselves in. We have self-defense laws for a reason. Izuku pouted, but he had to admit, for a 4-year-old, Shinso had a really good plan, but we're still 4, Shinso-san. How can we be vigilantes? Shinso frowned, then snapped his fingers. Weapons. What? Shinso smiled once again. We'll make weapons. You're super smart, and I'm super smart. We can figure out how to make them. We can make awesome weapons and sell the ones we don't want for money. And we can train at the same time and get strong. We'll be able to do anything together. Izuku felt his eyes widen as the pieces clicked in his head. They could be vigilantes. They could work out and get stronger. Make weapons to protect themselves, and to make money. They could get out of the overcrowded orphanage and live together. Like the cool kids in some of the stories he'd read, making a life for themselves without adults to tell them what to do. And what's more, Izuku could protect people who heroes forgot about, people who needed saving. He could help when the heroes were too late. He could help people like his mom. The final thought clicked in his head, strengthening the tiny boy's resolve, and he looked to his friend with determination. saying the words that would lock them into their newfound goal. Let's do it. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when his life changed for the worse. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when the world took away everything from him. His mother, his home, his chance to have a quirk, his first friend. Everything disappeared, leaving Izuku behind. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when his life changed for the better. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when the world took away everything, but Izuku found more. His new friend, new motivation, a new chance to help others. Everything disappeared, but Izuku surged ahead. Setbacks came quickly, rushing at him and knocking him down like tidal waves. They were never slow going, they were never seen a mile away. They weren't dodgeable, and Izuku found himself flat on his face. But rising up took time. It took time, and persistence, and stubbornness. It took a goal. It took strength to get up and rise against the odds, to look up to the sky and scream, "Watch me, world. I can do it." It took years, but Izuku Midoriya was willing to do what he had to, in order to help others. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he and his friends started working towards their goal. He was 4 years old, far too young to make a difference, but everything he did would impact how much he could change the future. So he began to train. All great heroes start off by training, Izuku said to Shinso as they sat in the reading room. He pulled out a notebook, one that had been buried in the supply closet and was covered in dust. Brushing it off, the boy said, "I doubt vigilantes are any different." Obviously, Shinso agreed, watching as Izuku picked up a pencil. "So we train. Yeah, we need to make a schedule, don't we?" Izuku started writing on the cover, eyes glinting with determination. "Why?" Shinso asked, violet eyes full of confusion. "So we can track our progress. We need to make sure we train our whole bodies, and find time for everything else." "Everything else? You know." Izuku finished the first word, going on to the second. "We need to keep reading, so we get smarter. Hata-san said school already started back up, and while we don't have to go to school for a few more years, we still need to be ready." "But school means dealing with other kids," Shinso complained. "I don't want to deal with the other kids." Izuku frowned, pencil pausing in its writing. "Me neither. Most people don't like me once they find out I'm quirkless. And they hate me when they find out my quirk," Shinso added, and that was all it took for Izuku to decide. "All right, we're not going to a school." "We aren't." Shinso looked at Izuku oddly, but the greenette just beamed back. "We'll learn on our own. I'm sure Hata-san would let us be homeschooled." "We can't be homeschooled, silly, we don't have a home." Shinso snorted, and Izuku frowned. "Right. What about online school? We don't have computers." "The library does, though." Izuku looked excited, hands shaking as he vibrated in place. Shinso smiled at his friend. "All right, that could work. Then we don't have to plan training around school. We can do it the other way around." "Yeah, and that gives us more time to learn how to make weapons and stuff." "Yeah." Shinso was practically vibrating, too, by that point. He calmed himself down enough to ask, "So, we have a plan?" "Yep." Izuku set down the pencil, holding up his notebook with pride. "For our future, number 1. was proudly written on the cover for all to see. Izuku and Shinso followed their notebook to the letter, the two boys creating training schedules and completing them every single time. It wasn't always easy. Some things, like convincing Mrs. Hata to put them into online school, were manageable. It didn't take long for the boys to break down all of Mrs. Hata's reasons against the idea. "Won't you two be lonely?" Mrs. Hata asked, eyes more tired and more worried than they had been only a few months ago. "It'll just be you two, no other kids to play with." "Shinso-kun and I don't play with anyone else, anyways," Izuku responded easily, not seeing how the words worried Mrs. Hata even more. "We spend all day together, just the two of us. We're used to it." Shinso tried to comfort the worker, but the words didn't really help. Mrs. Hata sighed, crouching to look the boys in the eyes. "Don't you think it might be too tough? You'd have to keep track of everything, all on your own. You wouldn't have a teacher to remind you to do your work." "Midoriya-kun has that covered," Shinso said. He likes making schedules. I do. I have our whole future planned out. Izuku added, and Mrs. Hata sighed again. You do, don't you? She seemed to be speaking more to herself, but Izuku nodded anyways. Yep, we'd be fine on our own. We'd just be in the library. By yourself, all day. It's not far away. We'll be good, and we won't cause trouble or nothing. I'm not worried that you boys will cause trouble, Mrs. Hata admitted, and sighed one more time. You two promise you'll be safe. You'll do your work. You won't just goof off, will you? We'll be safe, Shinso promised. We'll do our work, Izuku said next. We won't goof off, they said in sync, and Mrs. Hata laughed. All right, boys, when you two are 6, I'll enroll you into 1st grade. Fair. They knew better than to disagree. But not everything was that easy. At 4 years old, the boys had 2 years to wait in order to have an excuse to be gone all day. At 4 years old, the boys couldn't just walk out of the orphanage and come back hours later. They were young, and if any of the workers found out, they'd be done for. During the day, at least. Shinso was right, the day he first arrived. The forever opened window was good for sneaking out. The boys managed their first escape in November, 2 months after they started planning. With a beat of teamwork and some awkward jumps, they got themselves outside. They were back inside 10 minutes later. Let's wait until it warms up, Shinso muttered, crawling under the covers. Izuku's covers, to be precise, but the boy was too cold to be on his own. Yeah, makes sense, Izuku agreed, and the two fell asleep shivering from excitement and the temperature. Since the boys couldn't start sneaking off right away, they trained indoors. In their reading room, to be more precise. They couldn't do much, but they ran through basic exercises every day, slowly being able to do a few more push-ups, a couple more sit-ups, and so on and so forth with each attempt. It was slow, but it was progress. Life trekked on, the boys using every minute, every spare moment, to their advantage. Laying around did nothing. Taking a day off meant being a day later to being useful, so they pushed themselves. With every passing year, the boys did more and more. When they were 5, they spent the summer nights sneaking out and exploring the city. Their favorite spot became the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Covered in trash, the area was exactly what they needed. It was deserted. Nobody wanted to come to such a disgusting area. That meant the boys could train there without risk of being seen. And the trash itself was useful. The boys quickly realized that all of the broken machinery could be used for creating gadgets, and that was all they needed to make the spot their new hangout area. Life continued from there. By the time they were 6, the two boys had a routine set in place. They jogged early in the morning, then went to the library for online school. They returned to the orphanage for lunch, then went to the beach to train and try making weapons. Life continued on. Day by day. They were 7 years old when Izuku made their first weapons. They weren't anything special, simply a pair of metal staffs, but they were something. We can do it, Shinso whispered, twirling his staff around. We can really do this. Izuku laughed, lunging forwards as he attacked a makeshift dummy, composed of a broken microwave and a messed up shelf. Of course we can, Hitoshi. We're going to help people. Time flew by. With every year, the boys improved even more than before. By 8 years old, they were finally starting to surge ahead. They poured their hearts into everything they did, and their work paid off. Without a teacher to set their pace, the boys raced ahead in their classwork, worked through harder and harder classes and learned everything they could that would better their work as vigilantes. They read dozens of books on mechanics and gadgets and heroes, anything and everything that could benefit them. And benefits came. Setbacks no longer an issue like they were before. Izuku was 8 years old when he made his favorite weapon. It was simple yet sturdy, a staff that could break apart into 2 and merge together seamlessly. The connecting halves had a slight edge, nothing to break skin, but definitely more painful than the blunt end on the other side. He made Shinso weapons as well, but the boy seemed to like a metal baseball bat that he had found more than anything else. The two still trained daily, and no one was the wiser. Until someone was. Izuku and Shinso were leaning against one another as the boys tinkered with their gadgets, using the scrap metals they'd scavenged so far. They were too tired to sit up straight, the 8-year-old boys exhausted after sparring with one another. Everything was calm, the two simply working in silence. Then they heard the sound of trash falling, metal thumping against the sand. Izuku locked eyes with Shinso, both boys tense. "You heard that, right?" Izuku whispered, and Shinso nodded. Silently, they reached for their costumes, patched up ski masks that hid their faces. Feeling slightly better with the sense of anonymity, the boys stood, grabbing their trusted weapons and sneaking over to the source. It was a young man, maybe not even an adult yet. Even then, he was intimidating. Sections of skin were scarred, stitches lining his face like he was a doll. His blue eyes darted around the area, searching, analyzing. Those eyes landed on the boys, and he grinned. It was odd, watching his scarred skin stretch, following the grin but looking pained all the while. Well, the imposter started. "What do we have here?" He stepped closer. The boys held their ground. "Why are you here?" Izuku asked, trying to lock eyes with the older boy but not quite managing it. "Just looking around, but shouldn't I be asking you that?" The man stepped closer, eyes glinting in the slowly setting sun. "You two seem too young to be out here, hidden in piles of trash. Where are your parents?" Izuku felt his breath catch, and the small gasp sent Shinso into action. "What are you doing here?" Shinso asked, stepping in front of Izuku, raising his metal bat. "Well, isn't that intimate?" His voice cut off, Shinso's quirk coming into play. "Answer me, what are you doing here?" Shinso asked again, and the male spoke. "I was out for a walk. I heard noises. I was intrigued." "Who are you?" Shinso asked again. "I go by Dabi." "What are you looking for?" "Weapons." Shinso paused, looking to Izuku. "Izuku," he whispered, "we said we'd sell our unused gadgets, didn't we?" Izuku nodded. "Do you think we should sell them to him? He might be dangerous." The man certainly looked dangerous, what with his scars and glinting eyes and that haunted look that seemed to shadow his features. And yet Shinso sighed and nodded. "Who else will buy them? He could bring us more customers. And anyways," Shinso snorted, "we can always take him down once we start our careers." Izuku stared at the frozen figure, mind racing. His mind told him to take the chance, to sell to the man. With money, they could buy materials to make better weapons. With better weapons, they could be better vigilantes once they started, well, being vigilantes. Being better vigilantes meant being able to save more people, meant being able to protect people who weren't being protected, meant getting the money that would be needed to buy a home for him and Shinso. But his heart told him that this was wrong. His heart said that this man could, and was likely, a villain. Who else looked for weapons in a trash pit? The man didn't seem much like a vigilante, he was too calm, too sure of himself to be hiding. But a villain didn't hide. "We can take him down later," Izuku told himself, even as his conscience screamed at him. In the end, they didn't turn the man away. They were 8 years old when they made their first customer. Shinso was right. After the first customer came, more followed. Dabi liked their options, and their prices were fair for what they had made so far. He bought from them, and then word spread. Need a fairly good weapon for a pretty good price. Head to Dagoba Beach, find the masked boys. By the time the boys were 9, they had a better routine. Get up, go on their morning run. Go to the library until lunchtime to learn all that they could and complete their school work. Go back for lunch. Go to the beach. Train and work on gadgets. Sell to a customer every so often, at least once a week. Rinse and repeat, with occasional escapes in the night to train more or just stroll through town. As the years went by, the two boys watched as the other orphans found families. Familiar faces disappeared, replaced by new ones that they'd never bother to learn the names of. Izuku and Shinso watched as new kids came and went, never remembering them once they were gone. It stopped hurting, seeing other kids find parents, by the time the boys were 8. With every passing year, the two spent more time away from the orphanage, more time away from the people who barely noticed their presence, who'd find families who would love them. It didn't really matter that the two were alone, that the two knew they would never be adopted. In a way, they had formed a family of their own. Even if that family was with villains who would likely kill them without flinching if they saw one another in the future, if they saw the boys as heroes. But it was something, and it was enough. It was enough to keep the boys from sending longing glances to loving couples searching for kids, despite the fact that they'd never choose anyone like Izuku or Shinso. It was enough. The villains cared for the orphan boys, the villains saw that they were valuable. One even set up a trade agreement, an alliance of sorts. Free materials would be given to them, access to a lab with the strongest metals and synthetic fabrics in all of Japan, in return for heavily discounted weapons. Their family, their alliances, their customers, all of it was bitter. Reality was bitter. Both boys felt guilty with every agreement, with every creation sold, but what could they do? They knew what they had to do. Helping villains let them improve, and improvements meant helping others. Besides, they'd already sold hundreds of weapons to villains. What was a few hundred more with better materials? I don't like this, Izuku murmured to Shinso one day, after a customer had walked off with a gun far too powerful for their liking. We'll make up for it in the future, Shinso promised, even as a frown covered his own masked face. We'll take them all down. We'll save as many people as possible. They were only 9. The fun started when they were 10. The two boys were wandering the city, wearing their first attempts at costumes, ski masks, hoodies, and gloves to cover their usual clothes as they patrolled in the night. Then they heard a woman scream, and they moved without thinking. They rushed to the source, hearts racing as they found their target. A thief, Izuku muttered to Shinso, the boys hidden in the shadows. As they crept closer, the thief threatened the woman, knife in hand. Shaking, the woman handed over her purse. That wasn't so hard, now was it? The man asked, voice slick with sarcasm. It's a shame that you saw my face, though. Can't let you get away to the cops, can I? Please. The woman cried. Don't hurt me. I won't. Sorry, I've heard that one before, the thief sighed, then lifted his knife. Stop, Izuku shouted, darting out of the shadows and lunging at the man. The man moved back, the woman collapsing to the ground, shaking. The man laughed. Oh, what's this? He asked, eyes lit up with amusement. A little kid who wants to play hero. Not a hero, Izuku said, even as he moved to protect the woman, standing in front of her. Just someone who wants to help. As if you're much help on your own, buddy. The man snorted. How about this? I'll let you run along, since I don't really care for killing pesky brats. Just head on home to mommy and daddy, why don't ya? Izuku held back his tears as he stood firm. He isn't alone, Shinso's voice cut through the approaching silence, smooth and calm. But you are, aren't you? Who's out there? The thief shouted. Where or why? He went still. Ha! Got him, Izuku cheered, then froze. Shoot! Rope! He looked around the alley, spotting some rope in the trash. Nice. He wasn't one to question such a perfect coincidence. Hito bud, help me out here. In a few minutes, the man was tied up, eyes still blank through it all. Once the thief was dealt with, Izuku took the purse out of his grasp. Turning around, Izuku looked at the still shaking woman. Are you all right? He asked softly, and the woman started to cry. Thank you, boys, she said. You two saved my life. That was the goal, Shinso said awkwardly. The woman laughed, but it was warbled and broken with sobs. Thank you. Is there anything I can do to help? The two boys looked at each other. They hadn't expected that response. Can you call the cops to come pick this guy up? Izuku asked softly. We can't exactly do that ourselves, we have no phone. Of course. The woman pulled out her phone. Then she paused, nodded to herself, and pulled out her wallet. Quickly, she pulled out some money and shoved it into Izuku's hands. Miss, please take it, she said softly. It's not much, but, try to buy yourselves something nice. I may not see your faces, but I'm a mother. I know you can't be that old. Izuku was too busy crying to respond, so Shinso did it for him. Thank you, miss. Stay safe. Please, Izuku added. Stay safe. He couldn't imagine someone else losing their mother. He couldn't let that happen. The woman agreed, and the boys disappeared in the night, slipping back to base to hide the money and their outfits before sneaking back into the orphanage. That was their first act of vigilantism. After their first time, Izuku and Shinso knew they wouldn't be able to restrain themselves any longer. They couldn't keep holding themselves back, not when there were more people to help. When they were 10 years old, Izuku and Shinso created a new routine once more. Get up, go on a morning run, go to the library until it was time to go back to the orphanage for lunch. In the afternoon, they worked on gadgets and trained. At night, they slipped away to patrol the city at least 3 times a week, searching for danger. They didn't fight their customers, not yet. They were young, and they were itching to help, but they were smart. They might be villains, but they won't hurt us, Shinso pointed out as they worked on their own projects. I know, but it still feels wrong to let them go free just because they've bought a weapon from us. If we attack one, then none of them will trust us. For now, they're not going to lay a finger on us, but we have to do the same. The words hurt, but Izuku knew where Shinso was coming from. They were valued, and so they'd be allowed to take down thieves and lower villains, but the ones who were frequent buyers, they couldn't be touched. It's not like we're strong enough to take them down right now. Izuku relented, and his goal to get stronger only seemed bigger. Izuku knew that, being a vigilante, they were in a weird gray area in terms of their morals. To start, the two were sort of breaking the law and all, even if they weren't really. Well, Izuku was fine, because laws basically forgot quirkless people existed, so he was practically a free man if he got caught, potential fines not really worth thinking about. But still, he was breaking the laws of society in order to help others. That was a weird one. The gray area got hazier when they avoided confronting the villains they sold to, even being able to joke around with some of their more frequent buyers, as odd as the statement sounded. Sure, their reasons were just, but their actions. Izuku never liked some of his actions, and never would. One of the hardest things to come to terms with, though, was stealing. Izuku hated stealing. Shinso did, too, but just selling gadgets and weapons wasn't enough of an income source, not yet. Their income wasn't anything to scoff at, but profits weren't as high as they needed in order to get out of that orphanage and start living elsewhere, because as good as the trashdom of a beach was for a base, it wasn't good enough for a home. They had rules for stealing, though. It was only money, and only from the villains and bad guys they stopped. Only from their wallets, to be precise, because neither boy wanted to steal money from a bank or some innocent victim. No matter how much money someone had, the boys only took a third. Enough to help some, but not enough to feel too bad. Heroes get paid to help, Izuku said, although he wasn't sure if he was comforting his friend or himself. We're just paying ourselves for taking down the problems, Shinso added in that same tone, and that was the end of their discussions on the matter. Their routine never changed during that year, the boys constantly moving. Not many noticed their prolonged absences, only a few workers ever made comments. You boys do realize that potential families won't choose you if you're never around, right? Mrs. Hata asked, aged beyond her years from stress yet still trying to help the boys, even after 6 years of seeing them. Hata-san, Izuku started softly, trying to ease her guilt. We know. Nobody made comments after, leaving the boys to their own devices. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when his life was ruined. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when he met his best friend and fellow vigilante, and turned his life around. Izuku Midoriya was 8 years old when he made his first gadget. Izuku Midoriya was 9 years old when he became a weapon and gadget seller to villains. Izuku Midoriya was 10 years old when he started his life of vigilantism. Izuku Midoriya is 11 years old when his story continues. Izuku Midoriya is 11 years old when his story continues, and when his story becomes even more interesting. Izuku Midoriya is 11 years old when the heroes first try to pursue them. It's after he's done with a low-level villain. Some guy with a color-changing quirk, with the ability to match the colors of his surroundings. Villain name: the Chameleon. Sorry, bud, Izuku says, voice distorted by his modifier. I guess blue wasn't your color. Hitoshi sighs beside him, helping his partner in vigilantism tie up the brainwashed villain. How many times do I have to say it, Vigil? He asks with a groan, his own voice deeper through his non-electronic speaker and modifier. Stop with the lousy jokes. But they're fun, Ante. Izuku. No, Vigil says. Ante just snorts in response, the sound rather unsettling once it comes through the modifier. Well, the time to play is over. A new voice shouts, and the duo looks up, at a man covered in a literal suit of armor, with engines in his arms. Ingenium, Vigil whispers to his partner. He has engines in his arms, allowing him to shoot forward at incredibly high speeds. Reports say that he can move faster than cars during a chase, and that he can reach his top speed in an instant. Okay, that's great, Ante mutters. So how do we get out of here? He has trouble braking, we're in a cramped alleyway. You do the math. In the corner of his eye, Vigil can see Ante's smile creeping up his face. Oh, this will be fun. I must say, Ingenium starts, leaping off of the rooftop. I am impressed with your efficiency. Teamwork is important nowadays. However, it's not wise to do all of this if you aren't an official hero. Although he can't see Ingenium's expression, Vigil has no doubt that the man feels somewhat remorseful. Sadly, I will have to take you in. I'm sorry, Vigil apologizes remorsefully, making his eyes tear up behind his green mask. I'm sure that they will let you off easy, Ingenium promises. So long as you cooperate. Reaching behind his back, Vigil grabs his staff. Beside him, Ante picks up his own weapon, a baseball bat. Sadly, we have places to be. Vigil reaches to his hip, grabbing a flash bomb. Maybe next time. The sudden light distracts Ingenium, and the duo takes their chance to start running. Hey, Ingenium shouts, and Vigil scowls at the sound of engines roaring. Come back here. Shit, Ante swears as they sprint out of the alleyway, darting into the deserted streets. We need to find a hiding spot, or lose him, or something. Just keep running, Vigil responds. If he hits you, just brainwash him. Ante scowls, but he nods. Ingenium catches up in the blink of an eye, knocking into Vigil first. You cannot run from your crimes, Ingenium says, grabbing Vigil by the arm. Vigil huffs, pulling against the hero's grip. When that doesn't work, he goes for a different approach. I wonder, Vigil muses, then smirks. Using the hero as a walkway, he plants his feet against Ingenium's chest and pushes against him, stretching Ingenium's arm as he tries to separate from the man. Clever, Ingenium says, actually chuckling, but that won't. Vigil kicks off the man's helmet, startling the hero into releasing him. Work, Ingenium blinks, then laughs. You sure are being a handful, huh? Well, not anymore he isn't, Ante mutters from behind the hero, causing Ingenium to whirl around and land a hit on him. Ante, Vigil cries out, even though this was the plan. Well shit, Ante mutters, rubbing at his jaw. Why would you do that? Ingenium stares at him with wide eyes, as if unsure of how to proceed. Well, Ante smirks. Go turn in the chameleon to the police, and leave us alone. Ante stands up, brushing the dust off of his clothes and pulling up his fallen hood. Oh, and don't forget your helmet, although you can forget what we look like. An extra precaution, just to be safer. Ingenium walks off without a word, and the vigilante duo escapes, heading back to base. A lot has changed in the past 7 years, Izuku would be blind to not know this. At 11 years old, Izuku and Hitoshi are already making a change in the world, stopping criminals and helping innocent people. They've grown up, matured beyond their years in a way that only fighting crime and doing business with villains can cause. Their base is a testament to their growth, filled with gadgets both for themselves and for clients, with secret stashes hidden all around the trashed beach. Izuku will always be amused by how no villain has ever found their stashes, or the makeshift rooms they've somehow dug out. His favorite room, of course, being their vigilante room. Izuku and Hitoshi wander into said room calmly, taking off their gear and tucking it away, keeping their stuff separate. And God, there's a lot of stuff. Without offensive quirks, or in Izuku's case a quirk at all, the boys use plenty of support gear and weapons to make themselves useful. Izuku favors his metal staff, one that can break apart and recombine in less than a second, but he has other pieces that help immensely. He carries flash bombs to temporarily blind his opponents, allowing Izuku and Hitoshi a chance to flee, a tactical pen for fights that get a little too close for comfort, and a small dagger in case he gets caught on something, or in something. Along with that, his costume is made to protect him as best as it can. His mask hides half of his face, leaving the bottom half exposed. But his voice modifier covers his mouth, so only a sliver of skin is actually shown. He wears a green jumpsuit, made out of a loose material that's also fire-resistant, black gloves designed to improve his grip, and covers his hair with a black beanie. The beanie itself isn't special, but Izuku likes it nonetheless. Finally, he has black shoes that are designed to reduce noise, but also have sturdy soles to help him absorb the impact from large jumps or falls. Hitoshi, on the other hand, decided to go for a simpler approach. He wears a black hoodie and matching pants, both made of that same fire-resistant material, with a purple mask to cover his eyes. He has the same pair of gloves as Izuku, although his have a nearly purple undertone to them. His main pieces of support gear are his non-electronic speaker and modifier, or NESM, and his metal baseball bat. The bat isn't really gear, and is honestly just a weapon, but Izuku has given up on reminding Hitoshi about that. Finally, the boy carries a tactical knife in case he gets trapped, and wraps sturdy rope over his chest in case they need to tie someone up. With their gear and costumes, Izuku and Hitoshi are able to help people as the vigilante duo, Vigil and Ante respectively. Their work makes them proud, even if their names aren't the coolest. Ready to head back, Hitoshi? Izuku asks as he finishes changing, back in his normal, civilian, clothes. Whenever you are, Izuku, Hitoshi responds easily, and the boys sneak back to the orphanage. Later, they'll freak out over their first encounter with a hero. For now, the boys just slip in through the forever cracked open window, letting sleep encompass them and take away their worries. They can deal with their worries tomorrow. Naomasa Tsukauchi has dealt with a lot of weird things in his life. Finding out that he was a human lie detector. Okay, he could handle that. Arresting a major villain whose power was turning into a literal tree. Not bad, he just had to get help unearthing the guy's roots. Even finding out about All Might's transferable quirk and true form, Tsukauchi could deal with it easily. Something weird that he's not dealing with easily. The vigilante duo. They've been running around for nearly 2 years now. 2 years, and yet nobody has caught them yet. Admittedly, nobody even had a chance until the vigilantes already had a year under their belt of sneaking around, stopping criminals and minor villains before sending them over to the nearest police department, usually in Tsukauchi's area. Dozens of petty crimes, and even some that aren't so small, have been stopped by the duo. And yet despite their frequent outings, there's not much information on them. Tsukauchi sighs, staring at their file. Only one, because there's not enough to be worth separating the men. Tired black eyes skim over the papers once more, as if that will help him find more answers. The vigilante duo. Names: Vigil and Ante. Quirks: unknown. Reports mention that Vigil is agile, perhaps a minor speed or agility quirk. Ante doesn't fight much, so he likely has a defensive quirk. Perhaps he has an intelligence quirk, or a sight-reducing quirk. Information: Vigil and Ante have been on the streets, picking off minor criminals and small-time villains and subduing them before either one. Getting a witness to call the cops to pick up the apprehended people or two. Dropping the criminals off at the nearest police station or on a hero's patrol route *. Not much is known about these two, or their looks. The only thing that seems to be confirmed about the duo is that Vigil wears nearly all green, Ante wears mostly black and purple, and that they take a small sum of money from criminals if it is in the criminal's wallet. Their first near capture was due to Ingenium finding them on his patrol. No notable injuries remained, although he could not remember what the men looked like except for hints of green, black, and purple. This implies that the duo may have support gear that messes with their witnesses, or one of them has a sight-reducing quirk as mentioned previously. Not much more is known on these two, except for what criminals and villains they have apprehended, and if that is even accurate is unclear. We are unsure as to how Vigil and Ante know the exact patrol routes of heroes, as the heroes have promised that they vary their routes at random. This, too, might be quirk-related. Tsukauchi rubs at his eyes, flipping to the next paper despite already knowing its contents. After the first page, it's nothing but lists of names, either those who have been arrested for their acts thanks to the duo, or those who have been saved by the two men. Occasionally, there's a comment underneath, a brief description of what had happened, and any insight the person tried to give. None of it is useful, not really. Not when the vigilantes don't keep a pattern, when they go to different cities at random to throw the cops and heroes off of their tracks, when they're elusive and nobody can even tell what they look like. It's like they're toying with everyone, staying one step ahead at all times. They've managed to keep in the lead for almost 2 years now, and Tsukauchi wonders if they'll make it to the imaginary finish line without stumbling. He wonders if the vigilantes have a finish line in mind, or if they'll continue their actions until they're too old to go on. He doesn't even know how long that would take. It's not like anyone can remember an age, either. Tsukauchi glares at the file, then shoves it to the edge of his desk. He can focus on it later. A knock on the door. Tsukauchi straightens up, making sure he's still presentable. He is. "Come in," Tsukauchi says, and the door opens. A familiar head of blonde hair pokes through, followed by long limbs comprised of sharp angles. "Good evening, Naomasa," his old friend greets. "Mind if I join you for a bit?" Tsukauchi smiles at the hero. "I don't mind at all, Toshinori. Come in, sit down. How are you feeling?" As perfect as one can be, when their entire left side is nothing but a scar, Toshinori tries to joke, but it falls flat. The skinny man sinks into one of the spare chairs opposite Tsukauchi's own spot, his smile more like a grimace. "It feels like that fight was just yesterday," Tsukauchi admits, hands wrapping around his coffee mug. "But it's been 2 years, hasn't it?" "Just about," Toshinori agrees, "and yet it still causes me trouble every day." "As it would, considering you no longer have a stomach," Tsukauchi points out, and the hero laughs for a moment. The joyful sound is cut off by the man coughing out blood. Tsukauchi hands over his box of tissues, allowing his friend to clean himself up. "Sorry," Toshinori apologizes needlessly. "It's not something to apologize over," Tsukauchi responds without hesitation. "Now, as much as I enjoy your company, I do have to ask, is there something you needed? You never visit just for pleasure, you're always trying to help even though you're supposed to take it easy now." Toshinori has the sense to look guilty. Chuckling nervously, he says, "Hey, who says I'm not just here to check on my good old friend?" Tsukauchi raises an eyebrow, black eyes locked on blue ones. "Are you saying that you're only here for a friendly chat?" "Yes." "False. Lie detector quirk, Toshinori." Tsukauchi sighs, watching the man's hesitant smile drop into a frown. "What is it?" Toshinori sighs. "It's about the vigilante duo." Tsukauchi feels more alert as his eyes dart back to the file at the edge of his desk. Pulling it closer, he asks, "What about them? Do you have new information?" "I was actually wondering if you did," Toshinori admits. "Nothing but more villains being added to the list," Tsukauchi says, excitement disappearing as quickly as it came. "Sorry, Toshinori." No, it's fine. They're not the first to be so elusive." Toshinori frowns, although something about them feels off. "Off? That's an odd way of wording it." "How so?" "We've had problems with vigilantes before, as you know far too well," Toshinori starts, eyes locked on the closed file that Tsukauchi's hands linger on. "I've personally been evaded by a few that were just a bit too good at hiding in the shadows, even some that took over a decade to be found. Some, of course, disappeared from the public before they could ever be caught, but these two don't seem exactly like that." "What do you mean?" I'm not quite sure myself. It's more of a hunch." "Do you think it's their morals?" Tsukauchi asks, trying to help his friend. No, they seem to be helping." They're focusing on the crime that most heroes would miss when focusing on the bigger issues. It's really rather admirable, even if it's technically criminal to do so without a license. I've seen my fair share of vigilantes who were only acting because they felt it was their moral duty. Okay, so if not their morals, what about their quirks? Toshinori frowns deeper, but he doesn't deny it. That could be it. Most vigilantes use their quirks more obviously, but maybe Vigil and Ante don't have obvious quirks. Perhaps that's what led them to vigilantism, Tsukauchi theorizes. Their quirks may not be showy enough to become popular heroes, so they decided to go for a different approach. Toshinori hums in agreement. That might be it. Are you going to note that down? Tsukauchi snorts, but opens the file nonetheless. Quickly, he starts a new section, possible motivations and theories. Jotting down the idea, he says, it doesn't hurt to write it down. The two men sit in peaceful silence for a moment, taking a second to relax. When it seems that Toshinori has no plans on leaving soon, he asks, would you like something to drink? The blonde smiles gratefully. That would be nice, thank why. The sound of a crash cuts him off. Tsukauchi is out of his seat right away, his friend moving as well. Tsukauchi looks towards the source of the noise, blinking as another crash comes right outside his window. He opens it quickly, peering his head out. A villain. Of course, what else could he expect? What is it? Toshinori asks, and Tsukauchi frowns. A villain. He seems to have a ground-related quirk. He's tearing up the street with every stomp of his foot. Tsukauchi watches as the man rampages, sending the giant chunks of concrete in random directions, hitting cars and buildings without discrimination. Haven't seen him before. Outside of his door, he can hear the police racing down to meet their enemy as a woman frantically calls for a nearby hero, someone more capable of dealing with such a powerful foe. They'll just get hurt fighting him, Toshinori says as the policemen pile out of the doorway. I can help. How long did you stay in your muscle form today? Tsukauchi asks, turning his eyes onto his friend. I have time. False. You used all of your hours, you're not going out there. You can't strain yourself over every single thing. But nobody else is here yet. People will get hurt, Naomasa. I can't just. Another crash, but then something else. Yelling. Hey, tough guy. A voice shouts through the air, and it doesn't sound quite human. Tsukauchi looks back to the scene, and blinks in surprise. The policemen are gone, all of them having ran once they'd nearly been hit. Tsukauchi can't see any hint of them. They must be cowering somewhere, or are buried under nearby rubble. Now a lone figure stands opposite the villain, gloved hands gripping a silver staff, the person covered in green with hints of black. Vigil. Why don't you pick on someone your own level, huh? Vigil taunts loudly, taking another step. The ground can't exactly fight back, why not try toying with someone who can? The villain laughs. Fight back. Why don't you try to fight back with this? The villain stomps, then throws the new piece of concrete with ease. Vigil simply sidesteps the attack. From the way his shoulders seem to shake, Tsukauchi thinks the man is laughing. That's all you've got. What a shame. Vigil shouts, then jumps over another chunk of the street that flies his way. Can't even land a single hit. Why is he taunting him so much? Toshinori mutters. The villain is only becoming more hostile, and his attacks are becoming bigger. He won't be able to dodge every, as if on cue, Vigil gets knocked in the shoulder by a piece, hit. The shaking grows, and Tsukauchi can hear the broken-up laughter, deep and almost demonic. He must be wearing a voice modifier. Tsukauchi realizes, and races to write that down, clutching the paper and pencil tightly as he continues to watch the scene. And then Vigil darts forward, dodging with ease as he comes closer and closer to the villain. That's when Tsukauchi gets it. He wanted to get hit, Tsukauchi says. What? Why would he? It's self-defense. It makes sense, it makes so much sense. He wanted to get hit by the villain, because then attacking back is legal. And look, Tsukauchi redirects Toshinori's attention back to where the vigilante fights the villain, knocking the latter onto the ground with his staff. He's not using his quirk. But that puts him at a disadvantage, Toshinori argues. Against a villain, yes. But if he gets caught, which he won't, A new voice joins in from behind the two onlookers, and Tsukauchi tenses. Both look behind them, surprised when they come face to face with a figure covered in black, a purple mask and odd black object hiding most of his face. Do you really think he can get caught? Ante asks them, as he stands in Tsukauchi's room like it's nothing unusual, like he didn't have to pass multiple floors worth of cops and other workers. How did you? The world goes blank. The last thing Tsukauchi remembering is Toshinori trying to grab at Ante. When the world comes back, Tsukauchi can't remember much. All he knows is that Vigil appeared, he took down the villain, and then he was gone. No sign of Ante, no idea what happened during the fight, and no clue what either male looked like. But, for some reason, his notes say that Vigil wears a voice modifier. Something feels weird about these two, and Tsukauchi will find out what it is. It's on Hitoshi's 13th birthday when the boys finally leave the orphanage for good. Izuku had been planning the surprise for months, tracking their earnings closely and making sure that there'd be enough. There was plenty, considering the boys didn't have to buy food. Every meal at the orphanage was money saved to get out, and they needed to spend wisely in order to have enough. But finally, Izuku knows they have enough. They can cover half a year's rent and groceries, and still have some extra. It's not like they're hurting for cash, not really. For two kids, one of them barely a teen and the other just around the corner, they're doing really well. Hitoshi, Izuku whispers to the sleeping teen. He's a teen now, Izuku thinks as he nudges the boy's shoulder. We've been here for almost 9 years. Almost a decade. Single quote. The thought makes Izuku frown, but his surprise for Hitoshi brings his smile right back. What is it? Hitoshi asks, voice quiet as he looks around. None of the other kids are up, it's just Izuku and Hitoshi. Just like always. Happy birthday, Hitoshi, Izuku whispers, and Hitoshi snorts. Thanks. Can I sleep now? It's way too early for this. Don't you want to see your surprise? Izuku asks, nudging his soul friend once more. Can't it wait? Hitoshi rolls over, trying to cover himself with the lousy excuse of a blanket that he has. I mean, I thought you'd want to finally get out of here, but if you like the orphanage so much. Wait, Hitoshi sits up quickly, sleep fading from his eyes. Do you mean? Happy birthday, we're getting out. He makes it sound more like a prison than an orphanage, but it makes Hitoshi grin. Finally, he cheers, causing the kid beside him to grumble and roll away, facing away from the duo as he falls back asleep. Hitoshi doesn't bother apologizing, knowing the kid won't hear him. Instead, he pulls himself out of the bed. What do I need to do, Izuku? We need to gather our stuff, but that'll be easy, Izuku starts, and the two reach under their beds. They don't have much at the orphanage, none of the kids do. It's hard to maintain the place as it is. There's no room in the budget for more than what they need. The boys knew better than to buy themselves much, or the other kids might have gotten curious, or worse, suspicious. As a result, it only takes a few minutes for the boys to gather everything. Everything means a few pairs of clothes, their school supplies, and a few random things such as a hairbrush and a picture of the two standing together, smiling brightly despite all that's happened to them. Izuku can't quite remember who took the photo, but he thinks it was a nice lady who wanted them to have a keepsake. They were only 7 back then, still young, still unnoticed by anyone at all. It's Izuku's most prized possession, other than his gear. He's pretty sure Hitoshi feels the same. All of their stuff is packed away efficiently into their backpacks, which the boys hoist onto their shoulders. Hitoshi looks to Izuku for guidance, his violet eyes more vibrant than usual as he follows the brunette to the front desk. Mrs. Hata is there. She blinks as she spots them walking up to her, then smiles. Good morning, boys. You two are up early. Good morning, Hata-san, Izuku replies easily, smiling brightly. We're just eager to get to class. Isn't it a Saturday? Mrs. Hata laughs. You two should be out playing. We don't have the time for that, Hitoshi says, and Mrs. Hata frowns. I do wish you boys wouldn't be so hard on yourselves. You have so much time to do everything, and that includes taking a break. Izuku nudges Hitoshi, who looks at him with questioning eyes. Izuku itches at his chin, then taps at his lips subtly. Hitoshi's eyes light up, understanding. I suppose you're right, Hitoshi agrees, and it's almost upsetting to see how Mrs. Hata perks up at the statement. What do you think we should do, then? Well, you could always go to the par. Her voice cuts off abruptly, eyes going blank, as Hitoshi uses his quirk. Tell her to give us our adoption papers, and then to forget about us completely, Izuku instructs, and Hitoshi relays the command. Mrs. Hata wanders over to a filing cabinet, and after a few moments hands over a couple of files. Hitoshi takes them, careful not to nudge the brainwashed woman as he stores the papers in his bag. It's only when Hitoshi has his backpack on once again that Izuku reaches out and taps the woman's arm. She snaps out of her trance in confusion, then looks at them with a sweet smile. Oh, hello, are you two new here? Mrs. Hata asks, knowing nothing about them. Izuku shakes his head, grin growing. No, I was just wondering where the grocery store is from here. My friend and I got a bit lost, and we think we took a wrong turn. Mrs. Hata relays the directions easily, then goes back to work. Hitoshi follows Izuku out of the orphanage, and they begin to walk away. Just like that, we're out, Hitoshi says, a smile ghosting on his face. I can't believe it. Well, you better, because we're going to have a new home soon. Izuku says, we just need to get the money, and then we're all good. The trip to the base goes without incident. Well, there's a moment of panic where Dabi sees them without their masks, but Hitoshi brainwashes him to forget. They sell Dabi some smoke bombs, unsure of why a guy with a fire quirk would need the things but unwilling to ask. Then Dabi goes on his way, and the boys go on theirs. They both have an extra bag now, a duffel bag each. A few more sets of clothes are shoved in, covering their vigilante gear and most of their cash. Now we don't have to worry about villains finding our most important stuff, Izuku thinks happily, the day getting even better. Getting the apartment isn't too hard, Hitoshi using his quirk to convince the owner that yes, their father already came in and explained that the boys would sign the lease in his name and pay. Yes, sir, it's legal. Now forget that the boys signed the lease, because the father already did that. What's the matter, sir? You seem a little dazed. Why don't you go rest? We can find the apartment ourselves. Maybe it's a little cruel, but Izuku and Hitoshi are far from being held back due to a lack of parents. The apartment is what most could consider small, if they'd lived in anything other than an orphanage for the majority of their life. There's a few rooms. By entering through the front door, the first thing to be seen is the tiny kitchen, with a small living room-esque area beside it. Cooking appliances, a couch, and a chair are all visible, and Izuku smiles, glad that he chose a pre-furnished apartment. There's two closed doors on the one wall of the living area. The first shows a small bathroom, the other holds a bedroom with a queen-sized bed, dresser, and closet. A window rests above their bed, large enough to get in and out with ease. They're on the top floor, a detail that Izuku had made sure they asked for all the better for sneaking out at night for vigilante purposes. The rest of the apartment is empty, leaving room for the boys to drop their bags. They drop onto the bed, letting the mattress sink slightly under their sudden weight. We have a home, Hitoshi says, staring up at the ceiling, and Izuku chuckles. We really do, don't we? He responds. Hey, Izuku. Yeah, thanks. It's your birthday. You don't have to thank me. Besides, you did half of the work for the money. Not just for the apartment, idiot. Hitoshi snorts at Izuku's fake gasp of mock offense. Thank you for being there. For always being there, even with my quirk, even though I'm not as smart or brave as you. Hitoshi. Izuku cuts him off, silencing the boy. I'm happy to be here. You're my best friend. You don't have to be anything else than who you are. Your quirk makes you you. He smiles at Hitoshi, who gives a teary smile back. And besides, you're plenty smart. And brave. Thank you, Hitoshi whispers again, and then he's pulling Izuku into a hug. It's my pleasure, Izuku whispers back as his own arms wrap around Hitoshi, meaning every single word. It's Hitoshi's 13th birthday when the boys move out of the orphanage and find a home. And home is with each other. Life carries on in the vigilante household, although it holds new things in store for the young boys. We need to go grocery shopping, Hitoshi realizes around lunchtime. We have literally no food in here. Right. They usually just went back to the orphanage to eat. It's no wonder that Izuku forgot that they'd need to go out right away. Well, let's go. He empties his backpack, and Hitoshi does the same. After making sure that he's carrying enough money, the boys exit the apartment and head for the nearest shop. Shopping ends up being more interesting than the boys expected. Well, the shopping itself wasn't really fun, it was more just something to be done, but the people in the stores. That was a different story. Hitoshi laughs as Izuku stares, wide-eyed, at the plethora of heroes just wandering through the store, trying to find food for themselves. Izuku, Hitoshi mutters as he grabs stuff off of the shelves, they're just people. Izuku is barely able to rip his eyes away from whoever he's watching, pouting at Hitoshi. They're heroes, Hitoshi, heroes. Yeah, and one day we'll be official heroes too, Hitoshi states. But right now we're just people, and they're just people. Leaning in, Hitoshi lowers his voice. And technically, we're heroes, too. Illegal heroes, but heroes nonetheless. So on duty or off, we're just as good as them. Izuku's face turns crimson at the statement, and he sputters. But they're pro-heroes, Hitoshi. You can't just compare us to them like that. But I just did. Izuku sputters more, before his eyes narrow. Do you even know who I saw? You're going to tell me anyways, aren't you? Hitoshi asks with a smirk, and Izuku huffs. It was Smentos. Izuku is practically vibrating in place, ignoring Hitoshi's amusement. He can control anything with cement so long as he has contact with it. Like that concrete villain from a few weeks ago. Hitoshi asks, and Izuku nods. Yeah, but without a stick up his. Excuse me, a voice interrupts, and Izuku whirls around as he moves out of the way. He recognizes the man right away, and is caught between his own excitement and fear. Sorry, sir, Izuku gets out, and Tensai Iida, pro-hero Ingenium, walks by, a boy their age right by his side. As they pass, Izuku spots the engines coming out of the older one's elbows, and matching ones in the younger's calves. Yep, their Iida's all right. A glance at Hitoshi confirms that the boy is paler than usual. Eyes locking, they don't dare to move until the two are gone. Only then do they sigh in relief. That's the first time I've seen him out of costume, Izuku mutters. God, that was terrifying. You're telling me, Hitoshi scoffs. I was sure he'd try to ask why two middle school boys are all alone. That's not as suspicious as it used to be, Izuku says in response as they search for the last of their needs. Remember when Present Mike spotted us wandering the city that one time? That was back when we were 10, yeah. I was terrified, Hitoshi laughs. He just hopped out of the sky and was all, hey little listeners, it's real late right now. Why are you two just roaming the streets? Single quote quote. Izuku snorts at his monotone imitation of the loud blonde hero. I can't believe you claimed we had lost our cat. He bought it, Hitoshi defends. I didn't know what to do. What was I supposed to say? The truth. Sorry, Mr. Present Mike sir. We were out patrolling the city to memorize hero routes so we know what areas need protection at night. We'll just head on home now. Oh wait, we didn't have one. Back to the orphanage, Izuku laughs, Hitoshi joining in quickly. I would have paid to see the reaction to that response, though. But no, instead, we had to pretend we were distraught little kids who lost their precious little kitten. For 2 hours. I'm so glad we found that stray in the end, Hitoshi says. It just beats that we had to let it go when Present Mike left. I'm surprised he left us like that, Izuku admits. I was afraid he'd trail us all the way back. I think he got a call in for a villain fight, Hitoshi says after a moment. Ah, heroes. As the boys check out at the register, they cease their talk of private matters and discuss something more, normal, heroes. Specifically, Izuku's ever-present adoration for them. I'm just saying, Hitoshi says as Izuku pays, your obsession seems to grow every year. I'm surprised you don't ever buy any merchandise. It's not an obsession, Izuku hisses, packing some of their purchases into his bag. Hitoshi copies his movements. I just admire them. They're all really cool, and strong, and I've heard the hero rant before, Hitoshi reminds him, and Izuku lets out a small noise that reminds him of a puppy's whine. There's nothing wrong with thinking heroes are cool. Izuku protests, ignoring how the cashier chuckles at their conversation. Huffing, he picks up half of the remaining bags, Hitoshi grabbing the rest. Says the guy who has multiple analysis notebooks. Hitoshi teases the greenette, and Izuku pouts. It gives me inspiration. I like knowing how their quirks work, how they fight. It'll help in the future. It's already helped. Knowing the heroes and how they tick, the boys have been able to evade their more energetic pursuers, and use their quirks against them. Like Ingenium. And his analysis helps him come up with ideas for gadgets and weapons. Like his shoes that he's working on, which are inspired by Present Mike's voice quirk. By installing small sound burst machines into some sturdy black shoes that he's bought, Izuku should be able to propel himself into the air, or use the shoes to get quick bursts of speed when necessary. Hitoshi knows this. Izuku knows Hitoshi knows this. And yet Hitoshi still likes to tease Izuku, because there's only so many things the boys can tease each other about. Well, two can play at the game. Yeah, well, for a guy who makes fun of my fanboy tendencies, you actually own hero merch. Izuku counters, and Hitoshi blushes. Because you bought me it. How could I not? Seriously, how couldn't he? It was an Eraserhead hoodie, aka the only merch I've ever found for your favorite hero. It had been a good birthday present for the boy on his 12th birthday. It's not my fault that the coolest hero is an underground one that barely anyone recognizes, Hitoshi huffs. You have it easy, considering your favorites are All Might and Present Mike. They're good sources of inspiration. And I like Eraserhead, too. He practically fights Quirkless. The conversation shifts from there, the boys going from teasing each other to appear normal to talking about their favorite heroes and their different styles. It's perfect, the two boys just being boys. No worries about training, or creating, or trying to handle their odd role in their world of heroes and villains. No, it's just two friends, two best friends, talking about their idols and enjoying themselves as they go home with their groceries. And that's enough for the time being. At 28 years old, Shota Aizawa has seen a lot of things in his life, and has done quite a fair amount of things, too. As a hero, he's used to taking on a lot of cases, used to hunting down villains and getting criminals locked away. As an underground hero, he's used to doing all of this, and still being unrecognizable to most of the world. He doesn't shine in the spotlight, and he doesn't really want to. He just wants to help people, to catch the villains and vigilantes and other criminals and put them away so no one is hurt. He's not in it for the fame, he's just doing what a hero should, he supposes. He doesn't, therefore, expect the two vigilantes he's currently chasing down to recognize him, nor does he expect them to be excited about his appearance. But here he is. It started normally. Shota was patrolling Musudafu, traversing by rooftop as he checked for any signs of danger. It was actually a fairly peaceful night, all things considered. He stopped a robbery attempt, helped a kid find their house, simple stuff. The simple stuff mattered, of course, it all mattered. But it was easy and soon Shota was just hopping from building to building, with nothing but the stars in the sky for company and the wind in his ears for music. And then he heard a crash. And shouting. The sound of fear and rage mixing together. Shota raced to the source. He got there just in time to see a figure in green landing a hit on a woman with claws for hands, knocking her out immediately. Ante, a distorted voice rang out, and a second figure came out of the shadows. Rope. Shota saw the sharp nod that the second one, Ante it appears, gives, and then Ante was wrapping rope around the woman, carefully tying her claws up so she couldn't cut herself out. As Ante did this, the first spoke again. "Are you okay, miss?" That distorted voice seemed to echo, and Shota's eyes searched the scene until he spotted a young woman cowering by a trash bin. I am. Thank you," the woman responded, standing slowly. "Do you mind calling the cops?" The voice seemed softer, somehow, as if the speaker was trying to calm her. "Maybe he is. Tell them the location, and what happened." "Of course," she promised. "Do you two need anything?" "As thanks, I mean." "Well, there is one thing," the distorted voice said, and Shota narrowed his eyes at the green figure. Of course, she repeated. What is it? Don't tell the police what we look like. I see. She seemed confused, but nodded anyways. Thanks. Ante, you ready? The second nodded, stepping away. All right. Stay safe, miss. Shota watched as the two turned around, not towards the entrance but racing to the dead end of the alley. Without hesitating, they both leapt up at the wall, jumping quickly so that they bounced upwards between the two buildings, up and up until they landed on the building. The one right next to Shota, to be specific. Shota could see them much more clearly at this range. The green figure's face was obscured by a mask that covered his eyes and a device over his chin and mouth, and a black beanie covered his head. Shota thinks they're male, at least. They both seem to be, although their features aren't quite as sharp as most males are, and the green one seems a fair amount shorter. Semantics. Ante had hints of purple in his primarily black outfit, mainly in the mask that covered his upper face. He was wearing a device over his own mouth and chin as well, but it's not the same as the one covering the green figure's face. Wait, Ante. Shota's eyes snapped open as he realized who they were. Vigil and Ante, the vigilante duo, who have been running around for 3 years without being caught. Well, Shota thought, there's a first time for everything. Single quote. And indeed there is, because this is when things changed. Holy shit, Vigil mutters, the words demonic sounding. It's Eraserhead. Shota blinks in surprise, and then he blinks again. In the split second, not even, that it took to blink the first time, the vigilantes started running away. Shota gives chase, and quickly realizes a few things. To start, they're fast. With how lean the males seem to be, it appears that they both went for speed over pure strength to get them through fights. He can't judge them for that decision, because it's exactly what he does, but goddamn does it make everything that much more difficult. The next thing he notices is that they're enjoying themselves. Vigil makes jokes as he leaps through the sky, and he laughs when Shota nearly catches him with his scarf-like weapon. Despite not being able to see their faces, Shota can tell they're smiling. It pisses him off, and he speeds up. When he finally manages to catch Vigil in his capture weapon, he finds out the third and fourth thing. Eraserhead caught me, the distorted voice whispers, the words crackling. A voice modifier. Hate those things. The Eraserhead. Ante snorts, although he seems on guard. He's stopped running, but he's not giving up. We can freak out over that later. Ante's voice slips out, and though his voice doesn't sound right, it doesn't have the crackling effects of Vigil's. Third, they're hero fans. Shota pulls the scarf closer, watching as Vigil's joy slips away, the vigilante tensing up. Shota activates his quirk, making sure the other can't escape. You two have been causing a lot of trouble around here, Shota says as Vigil ends up by his side, still squirming in the weapon. Vigil scoffs. Causing. We've been stopping trouble. Illegally. Semantics, Vigil says, and Shota glares at him, feeling his eyes strain against the extra effort. Shit, his eyes are drying out. Then he asks, hey, if I let you take me in, can I get your autograph? The sentence is enough to make Shota blink in surprise, and then he hears a ripping sound. Quickly, he activates his quirk once more, locking his eyes on Vigil. But he must be too late, because Vigil is free, a piece of the weapon clutched in his grasp as he jumps backwards, Ante following him. A flash of light fills the air, and then it's gone, but so are they. Fourth, they're really good at disappearing. Shota glares at the spot the vigilantes stood mere seconds ago, and then he turns away. He has a detective to speak to. Naomasa Tsukauchi walks into work the next morning, wanting nothing more than to sit down and drink the coffee in his hand. Just 10 minutes of silence, Tsukauchi thinks to himself. 10 minutes, and then I'll get right to work. I just need to wake up. Single quote. He sits down in his chair, letting himself sink into the minor amount of cushioning that the rolling chair provides. He lets out a sigh, not one of exhaustion but simply of acceptance and empty air, and then takes a sip of his coffee. All is calm at this moment, allowing Tsukauchi a chance to slip into alertness. There's a knock at the door, and Tsukauchi lets out another sigh, one of resignation. It looks like he won't get those 10 minutes, no matter how much he needs them. Come in, Tsukauchi says, and the door opens. Tired black eyes meet. Well, another set of tired black eyes, but the second pair is bloodshot and belongs to a rather unknown underground hero. Unknown, but not to Tsukauchi. Shota Aizawa, barely known as Eraserhead except by his colleagues, stands at the door with a coffee of his own, and lips twitching with something to say. "Hello, Aizawa," Tsukauchi greets as the hero walks into the room. "Come and take a seat." "Thanks," Aizawa says, and his voice is even more tired than Tsukauchi feels. "I thought you were a teacher," Tsukauchi says first. "Don't you have to be teaching right now?" "They're on break," Aizawa says. "Have been for a few days." "True." Tsukauchi nods politely, then asks, "I'm assuming you've kept busy on the streets, then." "And under them," Aizawa says, and it sounds like a joke but his tone is flat either way. "I ran into some vigilantes last night." "Oh." Tsukauchi sets down his coffee, Aizawa does the same. "Which ones?" "There's a few running through the streets. Some are new, some have been making their rounds for ages." But Tsukauchi knows that a certain duo shines out among the rest, despite their lack of non-heroic actions, for lack of a better term. Or maybe it's because the duo stays so close to the line, that it's just barely crossed at all except when necessary. Aizawa says the names Tsukauchi expected to hear. Vigil and Ante. Were they behind the arrest made last night? The lady with the claws? Aizawa asks in confirmation, and Tsukauchi nods. "Yeah, I found them just as Vigil was knocking her out. Ante tied her up, and they got a witness, probably a near victim, to call it in." "True." Tsukauchi nods again, pulling out their file. He says, "At least we can confirm that this was their doing." "Thanks, Eraserhead. Is that all?" "No." "True." That surprises Tsukauchi. He blinks, looking at Aizawa once more. "What else did you see?" Aizawa rubs at his eyes, takes a drink of his coffee. He stares at Tsukauchi for a moment, then asks a question in response. "Vigil and Ante, aren't they the duo that no one can remember properly?" Tsukauchi nods, flipping to their description sheet. "That is correct. The most people can recall is that Vigil wears mostly green, while Ante wears mostly black with purple. We're pretty sure that one of them, likely Ante, has a sight-reducing quirk." "And what about Vigil?" Aizawa asks, and his gaze holds something. Tsukauchi doesn't know what that something is, but it's focused. "We believe that he may have a minor speed quirk, or perhaps an agility quirk." "I don't think that's it," Aizawa says, and then his eyes lock with Tsukauchi's. "Because Vigil got out of my capture weapon, and I remember more than colors." "True." Tsukauchi feels as if he just drank a pot of coffee, and he's wide awake with that admission. He grabs a pen without looking, then pulls out a fresh sheet of paper. "Eraserhead, tell me everything you remember." And he does. A bigger picture forms in Tsukauchi's head, details get scribbled down onto the paper before him. Black beanie and a green jumpsuit. Shorter than average, rounder features. Probably a male, but might be female. Lean frame but quick and powerful. Voice modifier. Seems to like heroes, despite being a vigilante. Able to get out of Eraserhead's capture weapon in a single second, tore straight through it. Likely has a strength quirk, then. Suddenly, Vigil is more than just his green jumpsuit, and his partner is just as notable. Purple mask with black clothing. Taller than Vigil, but still smaller than average and also had rounded cheeks like Vigil. Lean as well. Voice modifier, but better than Vigil's. Seems to like heroes, but is more amused by Vigil's actions. Will wait for Vigil if caught, and then they escape together. Quirk may not be sight-reducing, but rather just sight-related. Seems to have been able to cause a flash of light, unless that was just a flash bomb or other gadget. Single quote. It isn't all of the answers in the world. It doesn't even confirm the duo's quirks, or who they are. Age is still a mystery, and now gender maybe as well. But everything Aizawa says is true, and it does let Tsukauchi know one thing: the vigilante duo can be remembered. He just doesn't know why Aizawa remembers, when nobody else does. Because one thing Aizawa doesn't remember doing. Aizawa never recalled erasing Ante's quirk. He only mentioned Vigil's, noting the split moment it took for the vigilante to escape once Aizawa blinked. So what stopped Ante from affecting him? Tsukauchi doesn't know, but he knows one more thing. Shota Aizawa, underground hero Eraserhead, promised one last thing when he left the office. "I'll do what I can to catch them," Aizawa said, and it's all Tsukauchi needs in order to know that answers will be found, and maybe the vigilantes will be, too. Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso are both 13 years old when they meet one of their favorite heroes of all time, Eraserhead. A few days later, they're still bouncing with excitement over the whole ordeal, because despite a certain setback, "I'm sorry, he was only speaking to you, I couldn't erase his memory." "It's okay, Hitoshi, we'll be fine." It's not like he saw anything incriminating. The duo still came out on top in the end. Because Izuku Midoriya stole a piece of Eraserhead's capture weapon. "I can frame this," Izuku first said, when he showed his best and only friend the cloth-like material. "I can mimic this," Izuku said next, in the middle of the night, waking up Hitoshi in his excitement. "I can recreate this," Izuku finally said, as they stood in the lab the very next day, Hitoshi working on a taser-like dagger as Izuku tested the capturing weapon. "It's made from carbon fibers and a metal alloy that we have access to here. It seems to have. I think it's his DNA in here." "What?" Hitoshi asked, nearly dropping a circuit. Carefully, the violet-haired boy set it down before looking to his partner. "Why would Eraserhead's DNA be in the scarf?" "Capture weapon," Izuku corrected, but he didn't really seem to care. No, he had that look on his face, "I'm solving the puzzle with my weird logic leaps and I will figure this out, one." "Oh, it's how he controls it." "I'm sorry. His weapon seems to react to Eraserhead's erasure quirk. It's probably activated by his quirk because his DNA is in here. Or, at the very least, it's activated by something in his DNA." Izuku laughed, hands twitching to write notes. Hitoshi sighed and shoved one of the boy's notebooks to him with a pencil, and Izuku's muttering continued as he scratched out words. "So if I get a sample of our DNA and embed it into the cloth, we should be able to make proper copies of Eraserhead's weapon. I'm sure that the DNA isn't necessary, per se, and we could still make a capture weapon without it and just make sure we can wield it right, but the body activation could help make everything more precise, almost like controlling it with our minds." Hitoshi didn't really understand what was going through Izuku's head that day, but by the time they left the lab they had a plan. And now, a few days later, they're making their own capture weapons. All in all, it doesn't take too long for them to complete the weapons, all things considered. Izuku can't wait for Eraserhead to see their new additions. He's sure the underground hero will just love what they've done. Somewhere in the distance, Shota Aizawa feels a headache coming on. He doesn't even question its sudden arrival, he just sighs and goes back to his nap. The day that the boys complete their weapons, they decide to celebrate their accomplishment by eating a cake. That, of course, means that they have to go and buy the cake, so the duo heads out to the grocery store, eager and proud of themselves. They practically run the entire way, bursting with energy after sitting in a lab for hours on end. It's inside the store that Izuku and Hitoshi run into a hero. Only this time, it's not because they're out stopping crime, or resulting in an awkward shuffle to the side as a hero tries to grab a box off the shelf, although it is with the one hero that Izuku can recall both options occurring with at least once. No, this time Izuku has the pleasure of turning to move into an aisle, only for Tensai Iida to knock into him from the other way, effectively knocking him to the ground. Which is more than Tensai Iida can claim to have done to Vigil, in all honesty. There he simply lifted the boy, rather than sending him straight to the floor. The off-duty hero is moving in an instant, which is to be expected, frankly. "I'm sorry, kid," he apologizes, holding out a hand. Izuku takes it cautiously, afraid to be too afraid in case the man questions why he would be nervous. It's no problem," Izuku promises, taking a careful step back. "I didn't see you there, so it's my fault for bumping into you." "No, I shouldn't have been moving so fast," Iida says, still trying to take the blame instead of giving up and letting Izuku go on his way. "You're both a little at fault," Hitoshi says, easily joining the conversation. "And you both feel bad. You're both fine." Iida blinks at Hitoshi's statement, and then he lets out a laugh. The noise seems to come easily from the man, and he's beaming when he stops. You know what? I like you too, Tenya. You need more friends, yeah. These two seem like good ones. Izuku's eyes shift over, looking at the younger Iida that stands stiffly beside his brother. He seems almost like a carbon copy, if not for the glasses and the misplaced engines. The resemblance is still uncanny, even if he noticed the last time. It seems that the mini Iida, Tenya, remembers the last time as well. Oh, you two were here a few weeks ago. Tenya recalls for some reason. Tensai wanted to pass you, I remember that. How do you remember that so well? Izuku asks, feeling tenser by the second. Are they that memorable, or are Iidas just really good at remembering people? If that's the case, how long will it take Tensai Iida to remember that he's the same build and height as Vigil, and that Hitoshi is the same as Ante? Oh god, what if he knows? You, let out a rather interesting squeal when you finally noticed this, Tenya Iida explains, looking embarrassed. Oh, he's embarrassed for Izuku. Well, kill him now, he guesses. Izuku squeaks. He's a hero fan, Hitoshi supplies easily. We both are, but Izuku's a bigger one. That brings another laugh out of Tensai Iida, causing Izuku to blush and look away. I remember that day now, Tensai proclaims, and then he's smiling even wider than before, if that's even possible at this point. Do you two live here? It's the only time I've ever seen you two around. It's a big city, Izuku says easily, despite knowing fully well that Tensai has seen them before. And it's not like you have a similar life to them, brother, Tenya chides his older sibling. You're a hero, they're students. Right, Tensai agrees easily. You're a student, too, Tenya. Here, I'll go finish the shopping, why don't you boys chat? And he's gone as quick as one would expect pro-hero Ingenium to be. Izuku blinks, looking to Hitoshi for an explanation. Hitoshi shrugs, just as confused. Tenya Iida just stands stiffly, as if unsure what to do. Izuku lets out a small chuckle. Your brother really wants you to make friends, huh? Tenya sighs, shoulders dropping ever so slightly. Yes, he does. I'm rather focused on my studies right now, and I've been working on improving my control of my quirk, so I don't really have the time for friendships, and my peers are rather, he grabs at the air, as if trying to find the words. Stuck up, Hitoshi supplies, and Tenya nods stiffly, as if ashamed to agree. That is one way to say it. I go to a private school, and many of my peers let their wealth determine their actions. It's quite unbefitting, especially when many boast of how they plan to go on to become heroes. I think they're focusing more on the paychecks and fame than the actual duty behind the title, sadly. Izuku frowns. Your class sounds kind of awful, to be honest. Tenya barks out a laugh. It doesn't sound forced, but it's not natural. It's like it jumped out, and not even Tenya expected it. They truly are. Clearing his throat, he continues. And that's why I'm not really worried about my friends or lack thereof. Despite my constant busyness, it doesn't really affect me. Because your options have always been shit, Hitoshi finishes calmly. Tenya's face twitches at the word choice, but he nods either way. Thank you for your time. I suppose airing out my concerns has been good, but I've been distracting you. I should go find my brother. You can stick with us for a bit, if you want, Izuku offers before he thinks, because he sees the slight sadness in Tenya's eyes and he knows how it feels to have bad classmates, and Hitoshi does too. And while they don't have to deal with those kids, they haven't had to for years, both still remember the unsavory kids they used to know once upon a time. Tenya still deals with them, even if it's a different sort of upsetting. Pardon, Tenya asks, and Izuku smiles. We're just grabbing a cake, but you can help us choose if you want. Your brother would probably be happy if you're with us a while longer, knowing you're making friends. And Tenya smiles, and he joins them. By the time Izuku and Hitoshi leave the grocery store, they have a chocolate cake and a new friend, who they'll hopefully see in the future. It's another normal day in Musudafu City. The sun is out, the birds are singing, and Vigil and Ante are running away from Eraserhead. They hadn't planned on being out in the afternoon. Truly, The boys had wanted to wait until evening to go on patrol, but then they saw the news report. Villain rampages through the city, threatening to destroy local apartment. In the background, Izuku and Hitoshi could see terrified faces peering through the windows. The apartment had hostages, and the villain looked ready to tear the place down, which probably wouldn't have been hard, since the man seemed to have some weird mutation quirk that gave the poor man tools for fingers. Really, they hadn't had much of a choice. It took less than 2 minutes for the boys to toss their outfits on over their normal clothes before diving out of their window. They were on the scene in an instant. And the fight itself wasn't even bad, really. A few pro heroes were there, trying to talk the villain down and perhaps even compromise with him. As the heroes kept the villain's attention, Vigil and Ante snuck closer and closer to the apartment to sneak people out. The villain spotted them just as they opened the door. He lunged at them, causing the vigilantes to dive away, lest they run into the apartment they were trying to protect. "Not cool, man, so not cool," Vigil muttered as he leapt over the villain, kicking the man in the face as he flew overhead. Everything blurred from there, Vigil distracting the villain as the heroes tried to contain the fight. Ante stuck to the apartment complex, helping those who wanted to leave get out. And then, just as Vigil nearly got nailed in the face, literally, a familiar white cloth wrapped around the villain, and the tools reverted to normal fingertips. Sparing a glance up, Vigil could see one very pissed-off-looking Eraserhead, glaring down at the villain. "Nice," Vigil whispered, and then he tensed. Because if the fight was over, that meant the next target to apprehend would be. "Thanks for the help, little listeners," one hero said, and, "Oh shit, it's Present Mike," because the other ones were busy dealing with the apprehended villain. "But we sort of have orders to take you in." "Ah, yeah, about that," Ante started, slipping to Vigil's side. "Can I just say something before you do that?" Present Mike, for whatever reason, obliged. "Sure, why not?" Vigil could see the exact moment the hero's eyes went blank, and he held back a laugh. Ante smiled. "Don't follow us, and forget what we look like." Ante took a step back, and Vigil did as well. "Actually, while you're at it, forget everything you know about us, too." Then they ran, leaving the fight behind. Sadly, Eraserhead gave chase. As it turned out, Eraserhead was already done handing off the villain to the other pro heroes, and had turned his sights onto the vigilantes. Which leads to now. "Shit, shit, shit," Vigil mutters, the swear coming out crackling and deep, rather than the high-pitched noise that is most likely escaping from his throat. "You can say that again," Ante responds. "Go left." They dart around the street, Eraserhead hot on their tails. "Got the shoes on?" Ante asks. "Boy, I always wear the shoes for these things." "Then use them. Don't need to tell me twice," Vigil says as he yanks Ante closer to him. In one smooth leap, Ante pulls himself onto Vigil's back, and Vigil slams his feet onto the ground. In a split second, they're airborne, the speakers in Vigil's shoes launching them to the rooftops. It only takes Eraserhead a few seconds to be up there as well. "New trick?" Eraserhead asks as he activates his capture weapon. "Don't you know it?" Vigil taunts, leaping out of the way. "We've always got something up our sleeves," Ante adds, tugging his own capture weapon off and activating it. Eraserhead opens his mouth, and Vigil leaps into his view just as the hero asks, "Is that so?" In the blink of an eye, Vigil is trapped within Eraserhead's weapon. In the next moment, Eraserhead's quirk stops as his eyes glaze over. A few seconds later, Vigil and Ante are leaping away, landing in an alleyway a few streets over, as Eraserhead stands blankly on a roof. The moment that he knows the coast is clear, Vigil rips off his mask and pulls off his jumpsuit, revealing a casual shirt and jeans underneath. Beside him, Ante does the same, ripping off his mask and hoodie, but leaving his black pants alone. A dark blue shirt remains on his chest, complementing his excited violet eyes. The two look at each other, and start to laugh. "That was close," Izuku mutters, leaning up against the wall. "He nearly got us that time." He lets out a soft sigh, adrenaline fading and leaving behind nothing but fatigue. Hitoshi, on the other hand, is more energetic than usual. "He's so cool," Hitoshi whispers. Yeah, Hitoshi. Fanboy over Eraserhead after we hide the clothes." Right, Hitoshi frowns. We really need to start carrying a bag or something to hide our stuff in. I doubt this'll be the last time we have to take cover and blend in before we can get home. But then they might start to recognize the bag we use. Izuku points out, then hums. Unless, we could make a reversible bag, and then we could store gadgets in there to bring to our clients, or extra weapons we want to test out, or just our gear in case we wander into an area that needs help immediately. Izuku smiles at Hitoshi, energy returning as quickly as it left him. That could work. Hitoshi, you're a genius. I know, Hitoshi huffs, then shoves his mask and hoodie into Izuku's hands. I'll go get us a bag. A few minutes later, Hitoshi returns from the nearest convenience store with some paper bags. I had to buy some snacks to get the bags, Hitoshi explains. We can bury the clothes underneath, at least. Good idea, Izuku says, and they quickly fold their clothes and cover them with the new treats, then start to walk back to their apartment. God, why does the apartment have to be so far away? Hitoshi complains, shifting his bag from one arm to the other. Izuku, we should make jetpacks. Jetpacks, so we can just fly back when we're done. Hitoshi, yeah, I love you, you're my best friend, and you're one of the smartest people I know, but you're an absolute idiot sometimes. Hitoshi pouts, causing Izuku to laugh. Jetpacks would be cool, but imagine how easy it'd be to track someone flying in the air. Hitoshi's frown only deepens. I guess you're right. Yeah, sorry, maybe when we're heroes, Izuku tries, and that's enough to bring a small smirk to Hitoshi's face. Fair enough. When we're heroes, we'll use jetpacks. Absolutely. They smile at each other, both boys giggling lightly at the idea. But their amusement doesn't last long. Suddenly, Hitoshi jolts as a blonde boy bumps into him, knocking the violet boy back as he passes in front of the duo. Hitoshi stumbles, hands tightening over his bag. The boy doesn't even seem to notice what he's done, and as such doesn't even apologize. Izuku finds himself huffing with annoyance as he grabs Hitoshi by the shoulder, making sure his friend is steady as he says, "Some people have no manners." The blonde stops in front of them, then turns to face the pair. His red eyes glare down on them as he steps closer. "What did you say?" he asks, voice low and rough. He sounds like he's trying to intimidate Izuku, like he's better than Hitoshi and is the one being treated poorly. Hard to scare me when I take down murderers in my free time, Izuku thinks, and the brunette stands firm in his spot as he responds with, "I said, some people have no manners. You knocked into my friend and didn't even try to apologize." "It's fine, Izuku," Hitoshi says softly, drawing Izuku's eyes away from the blonde to meet his best friend's gaze instead. Because of this, he misses the shock that reaches the blonde boy's eyes. He probably just didn't notice. "It's no big deal. Let's just head back." Izuku sighs. "Fine, let's go." Without sparing a glance to the blonde, he takes Hitoshi's free hand and continues on his way. He only gets a few feet away before a tight grip catches onto his shirt, tugging the boy back. Izuku startles, hand slipping from Hitoshi's and quickly forming into a fist. He barely stops himself from trying to punch the boy, forcing his instincts to freeze even as he whirls around, eyes narrowing. "What do you want?" Izuku asks, the words nearly a snarl as they exit his mouth. But the blonde doesn't answer at first, just staring at him in confusion. "Well, you're Izuku?" he asks, and Izuku blinks slowly. Yeah, what of it? Nothing could have prepared him for the next word, or made him expect to ever hear it again. "Deku." Izuku stiffens, staring at the blonde boy. The red eyes suddenly seem familiar, the explosive temper unforgettable even 9 years later. "Bakugo." Izuku grinds out the word, and Bakugo's mouth drops. "Bakugo?" he asks. "What happened to that? Kachan, shit." He shakes his head, his spiky hair becoming even messier with the motion. "Forget about that. What happened to you? One day you were following me around, pissing me off, and the next you're just gone. Where the hell did you disappear to?" In another world, maybe the questions would have made Izuku feel better. In another world, he'd see how his friend had missed him. In another world, He'd realize how concerned Bakugo has been, how even underneath his anger he cared for his childhood friend. But in this world, Izuku is 13 years old. Izuku is 13 years old, and he hasn't seen Bakugo since he was 4, and all he sees is the anger on top. He can't see anything but the anger on top. He can't even pretend to imagine that Bakugo might care about him, might be concerned. He only sees the glaring eyes and snarling lips, and the anger that surges through the blonde boy he once knew. And Bakugo's anger only fuels his own. What happened to me? Izuku asks, words falling out of his mouth, cold and bitter. My mother died, you insensitive prick. Izuku spits out the words, and Bakugo recoils. That's why I disappeared. My mom was gone, my father's been gone, where the hell do you think I'd go? You're an orphan. Bakugo doesn't even seem to believe it as he says it. What's it to you? Izuku bluntly returns, his anger only growing. In another world, Izuku would see how the words seem to land a blow on the blonde, how he recoils further and his glare softens, eyes almost shining with tears long unshed. He'd see how Bakugo's mouth opens, not to shout but to say something. But Izuku turns around instead, saying, I have to go. He doesn't say goodbye, he doesn't feel the need to, instead just leaving the blonde behind like the blonde used to do so many years before, pulling Hitoshi along with him. Wiping away the quickly forming tears, Izuku can only hope that he never has to see Katsuki Bakugo again. He doesn't know what he'd do, what he'd say, and the thought scares him more than it should. So he pushes it away, pushes Bakugo away, and goes back home with Hitoshi Shinso, the boy who means the world to him. Katsuki Bakugo was 4 years old when he got his quirk. It came in not with a bang, but rather a soft hissing, a whisper of power to come. Smoke rose from the young blonde's hands, and his red eyes could only watch on in wonder as his sweat began to steam. And then it started to pop pop pop. They were like tiny fireworks, lighting up in celebration. Celebration for Katsuki, the first of his class to get his quirk. Oh, wow, Izuku cried out, eyes wide. Your quirk is so cool. It's like mini explosions. Katsuki grinned at that. Explosions, huh, he liked the sound of that. He's going to make for a fine hero, the daycare lady said as the class watched on, and that's when Katsuki knew he was destined for greatness. Now you just have to get your quirk, right, Izu? Katsuki asked. I mean, it'll never be as great as mine, but you can't be my sidekick without one. I'll get mine soon, Kachan. Izuku promised. He was wrong. He was quirkless. Izuku was quirkless. He lied to Katsuki. He broke his promise. How could they be a hero duo if Izuku couldn't do anything in a battle? He'd be a sitting duck, just useless. Just a useless Deku. Katsuki couldn't stand him, couldn't stand Deku. A liar. Deku was nothing but a worthless, useless liar who could never be a hero. But Deku never got it. Deku thought everything was the same as usual. No, he thought he was better than ever. He still promised to be a hero, still lied to Katsuki every single day. It pissed Katsuki off, because no one could be a hero if they didn't have a quirk. It didn't work like that. Who did Deku think he was, to think he could be a hero when no one like him could? Did he think he was better, that he could defy the rules of life? He thought he was better. He thought he was better than everyone. He thought he could be a hero, be a better hero than Katsuki. The green-haired idiot followed Katsuki everywhere, always talking about how great Katsuki's quirk was. It was like the freak was saying, look at you, you need a quirk to be great. It riled the blonde up. Think my quirk is so great. Katsuki would think, eye twitching. I'll show him how great my quirk is. It was almost calming, landing a hit on Deku with his quirk. That'd show him. But it didn't. Deku kept following him around, the quirkless, prideful brat constantly taunting him, trying to be the top dog, the leader. I came up with a cool super move that you could do. Deku said, shoving his nose where it didn't belong. Katsuki hated it. He hated how Deku tried to control him, tried to boss him around over his own quirk. God, Katsuki couldn't do anything without the stupid brat trying to show how he was superior. Do you need help? Deku would mock him. hand held out to pull him up like he was too weak to help himself. That was a large fall, it looked painful. Katsuki wished Deku would disappear sometimes. But then he did. It didn't make sense. One day, Deku was everywhere. At daycare, at the park, in the forest. He couldn't have a minute of his own without the brat behind him. And then the next day, Deku was nowhere. He didn't ask, not at first. He refused to admit that he was unsettled, that the lack of egotistical Deku bothered him. He lasted a week, and then he asked, "Where's Deku?" Katsuki asked his mom, and she froze. "What do you mean?" the old hag asked, and Katsuki growled. "I mean," he climbed onto the chair, forcing his mom to lock eyes with him, "where did Deku go? He's been gone all week." He didn't expect his mom to cry. She never cried. It just wasn't like her, wasn't like either of them, to cry. Maybe that's why Katsuki started crying, too. Years passed, and there was nothing. No sign of the greenette, no proof that he'd ever existed. Even the apartment Deku used to live in had disappeared. At first, Katsuki wondered if it was an imaginary friend situation. He wondered if Deku was just that something his mind had created before his quirk. That would explain why it was so clearly adamant on controlling him, why it seemed to want to hold him back. It didn't want to disappear. But then, finally, he sees Deku again. He is 13 years old. Just going on his way. He's out on a walk, pissed off over who even knows what. Probably some shitty extra that he'd seen from school, but at this point he's just vaguely annoyed with the world and ready to trade blows with whoever he sees next for the sake of blowing off some steam. His anger only increases when some stupid extra gets in his way. Huffing, Katsuki shoves his way past the purple-haired idiot, knocking into him as he passes. His rage only grows further when he hears the idiot's friend beginning to mutter. "Some people have no manners," the friend says, and Katsuki freezes in his tracks. "Guess I found my new punching bag," Katsuki thinks as he turns around, glaring at the pair. The purple one just blinks at him, as if unfazed by his glare, or maybe just too tired to realize what's happening. The other one, the greenette, openly glares right back at him. "What did you say?" Katsuki asks through clenched teeth, and the boy has the nerve to smile. "I said, some people have no manners. You knocked into my friend and didn't even try to apologize." Katsuki feels his hands clench, feels ready to light up the sweat on his palms and teach the shitty extra before him a lesson. But then the purple one speaks. "It's fine, Izuku," he says calmly, as if the words don't freeze Katsuki in his place. There's no way it's him, Katsuki tells himself. He probably just didn't notice, the purple one continues on, oblivious. The stupid brat has been gone for years. He couldn't have been so close this whole time. Single quote. "Let's just head back." Katsuki stares at the two as they start moving again, and then he's reaching after them, grabbing onto the green ones onto Izuku's shirt. Izuku doesn't fall. No, instead he merely whirls around, hands starting to clench into fists of his own. When did he change? When did he start responding like that? Katsuki thinks briefly, but he doesn't have time to ponder his questions. "What do you want?" Izuku all but spits the words out, and Katsuki can't help but stare. It takes a few tries for the words to come out. "You're Izuku?" he asks, and it's dumb but he has to be sure that it's him. Yeah, what of it? His green eyes spark, and there it is. This is him. This is really him. Deku. Finally believing it, Katsuki feels a second round of shock rushing through him. But nothing is more shocking than Deku's bitter response. "Bakugo." "What, Bakugo?" he asks, his own last name flying out of his mouth. "What happened to that? Kachan?" "Shit." He shakes his head, that doesn't matter. "Forget that. What happened to you? One day you're following me around, pissing me off, and the next you're just gone. Where the hell did you disappear to?" When Deku's fists clench further, and the boy's glare only seems to worsen, Katsuki feels his heart stop. "My mother died, you insensitive prick." Deku spits out the words, and Katsuki can feel himself recoiling, trying to avoid the acidic tone. "That's why I disappeared." My mom was gone, my father's been gone, where the hell do you think I'd go? But that means, you're an orphan. What's it to you? Deku snarls out, then turns around abruptly. I have to go. And just like that, Deku disappears as quickly as he did last time. And just like that, Katsuki had an answer for why Deku disappeared the first time. And just like that, Katsuki is racing home, because he needs answers. It takes a few days for anything to get done, but a few days feels like a lifetime for Katsuki. He's impatient, he knows it, but it doesn't matter right now. Right now, all Katsuki cares about is getting to the bottom of what happened, and maybe getting a shitty nerd back into his life. Are you ready or not? His mother calls out, the sound muffled through his door. I'm coming, you old hag. Katsuki shouts back, just give me a damn minute. Don't talk to me like that, you ungrateful brat. She shouts. F*** off. He responds, slamming the door open. Let's just go already. About time. She huffs back, and then the mother-son duo are making their way down the street. She's silent for once, and that allows Katsuki to fall back into his own thoughts. There's too damn many of them swirling around in his head as it is, the past few days a whirlwind of revelations. It all started the moment he got back from his sudden confrontation. Hey, anyone home? Katsuki had shouted the moment he stepped inside, and was greeted with a similar shout. I'm making dinner. His mother yelled. What took you so long? You said you'd be back earlier. I ran into someone. Katsuki kicked his shoes off, letting one hit the wall for good measure. Don't kick your shoes around. She chided, then asked, who'd you see? Katsuki waited until he was in the kitchen, face to face with his mom before stating, I ran into Deku. She froze. You what? It's uncanny, how quiet her voice became. For some reason, that only pissed Katsuki off, riling him up. I ran into Deku. You know, Izuku Midoriya. Mister. I disappeared when I was 4. That ring any bells? I didn't know he was still around, his mom said slowly, and Katsuki dropped into a seat with a huff. Neither did I. You guys never told me shit about what happened, remember? The words came out coated in bitterness, but Katsuki was bitter. We didn't want to upset you. Her words shook, and so did she. You were so young. Truthfully, we thought he might have. Katsuki scowled. He didn't. He's still kicking, even if Ante isn't. Don't say it like that. His mom shouted, glaring at him. You know better than to talk about the dead like that. Katsuki looked down at the table, unable to meet her eyes. The room went silent. And then he shattered the silence, unwilling to keep his mouth shut. So what do we do about Deku, huh? What do you mean, brat? She returned her attention to cooking, probably trying to hide her tears. Katsuki wouldn't cry about that. I mean, he's an orphan. He's been an orphan this whole time. Probably stuck in some shitty orphanage. His stupid friend probably is, too. But it's been nearly a decade, his mother said, aghast. They couldn't have been there for so long. Katsuki scowled. Hey, all I know is Deku told me bluntly, my mom was gone, my father's been gone, where the hell do you think I'd go? And didn't deny being an orphan. Stupid nerd is probably still there. Well, his mother started, voice cracking, maybe we can change that. It's been a few days since, and the decision is still mind-numbing. His mom, heck, both of his parents hopped onto the idea of adopting Deku, and his friend, too. We always did say having another kid wouldn't have been a bad idea, his father said, trying to joke. There's room for 2 more, and I doubt Izuku will want to be separated, if they're as close as you make them seem. He can't believe it. For 9 years, Katsuki thought Deku had gone and disappeared. Now he might become Katsuki's sibling. What the F***? He knows there's more to his parents' decision. They'd never jump to adopt any other kid, but maybe Deku wasn't just some other kid. He was Inko's kid. He wouldn't be surprised if they'd promised Inko to take care of Izuku, should anything happen to her. He wouldn't be surprised if they feel guilty for not doing more, for not searching for him. And he has no doubt that they never searched, because finding him is so damn easy. It took his mother 1 phone call. There's only one orphanage nearby, his father stated the next day. It's located right here in Musudafu, and it's not too far of a walk from here. Maybe we should call their number, see if the boys are still there. And apparently they were. Hi, his mother spoke hesitantly, and yet from the way she clutched the phone Katsuki could see her determined resolve. Is this Musudafu's home for lonely children? A pause. It is. Great. More silence. You see, I was looking to adopt. No, I have 2 kids in mind already. Names. I only know one of their names, the other is a friend of theirs, though. The one is Izuku Midoriya, and the other has blue hair. Purple hair, Katsuki hissed, and his mother quickly corrected herself. Sorry, it's purple hair. Do you know if they're still available for adoption? His mother asked, and then she started pacing around the kitchen, waiting for a response. And then she stilled. Really? That's great. Do you mind if I schedule a visit? 2 days from now works. Yes, okay, thank you. Goodbye. She hung up the phone. So, Katsuki asked, and his mother smiled, lips wavering in the motion but still there nonetheless. There. We're gonna give them a home. Katsuki wasn't sure how to feel. He still doesn't, he supposes. But it's fine. It'll all work out. They'll get there. Deku'll probably cry when he realizes that he's going home, and then it'll all work out. It won't be normal, but it hasn't really been normal without Deku by his side, either. He steps into the orphanage without hesitating, eyes scanning the area. It's nothing to be impressed with, that's for damn sure. He barely even has to glance at the lady at the front desk to know that she's exhausted from overwork. There's kids running around like maniacs, which, fine, whatever, but the worker doesn't even seem to notice, too busy trying to stay awake. And why are there so many kids? Katsuki hasn't even seen a second worker yet, but he's already seen over a dozen kids and they're all young, and don't the younger kids get adopted faster? He doesn't want to know how many kids live here, or how few workers are employed in this overcrowded building. But that's none of his concern, and it never was. No, Katsuki is here for one thing. Oi, Katsuki says, marching up to the front counter. We called a few days ago, asking about some people who live here. The lady blinks in surprise, then stands up straight. A joyful smile breaks out on her face as she asks, you two must be the Bakugos, then. His mother nods, stepping closer. Yes, my husband would have come, but he was busy with work. Oh, that's no problem. Let's see, I know I have a note around here, aha. Brandishing a note, the woman says, I'll go grab them. Would you like to meet them out here, or should we move to a quieter room? It doesn't matter, Katsuki snaps as his mother says, either option is fine. The lady blinks, then giggles. All right, I'll just bring them here. Then she disappears, leaving Katsuki and his mother alone. I can't believe he's been so close this whole time, his mom says after a moment. I should have tried looking. The poor kid, he's been all alone for so long. Katsuki huffs, glaring at a blank wall. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You're doing something now, so he better be damn grateful. Besides, Katsuki thinks, he sure wasn't alone with that purple extra by his side. They sure seemed close. Single quote. His thoughts don't progress from there as he hears 3 pairs of footsteps approaching. Unconsciously he stiffens, even as he tries to appear nonchalant. After all, this isn't really something special, right? It's just Deku. Just returning an old nuisance back into his life after a long time without him. Yeah. Katsuki steels himself, turning his head to lock eyes with Deku as the employee says, here they are. But he doesn't find Deku's eyes. He doesn't find Deku at all. No, instead he looks down, eyes settling on a boy with purple hair who can't be any older than 8, and the other. The other is a green-haired, 5-year-old girl. The hell? Katsuki asks before he can stop himself, and the kids blink up at him with confusion. Who are you? The boy asks. Hata-san said that you wanted to see us. I'm sorry, his mother starts, trying to stay polite. Who are these two? This is Soma Hirano, the lady, Mrs. Hata or whatever, points to the boy. And her name is Izumi Miyazaki. No, I'm sorry, his mother repeats, and the children take that as a sign to run off. I had asked for Izuku Midoriya. You see, he's my son's old friend. And I just found out he's an orphan, which means he's living here because I saw him in the city yesterday and there's nowhere else nearby, Katsuki growls out, impatient. And if he's not here, he must be in foster care, correct? Which would only be possible if you've seen him here first, his mother cuts back in. But Mrs. Hata frowns, confused. I don't recall any. Izuku Midoriya, she admits. The name seems familiar, but I don't think we've had them here, and we haven't had any foster parents come by in so long, and they always ask for young kids when they do come by. Katsuki opens his mouth, ready to shout something, anything, because what does she mean she doesn't remember Deku? Luckily for Mrs. Hata, he doesn't get the chance. Hold on, did you guys say Izuku? A new voice cuts in, and Katsuki whirls around. It's a second worker, and God, he looks even more exhausted than Mrs. Hata. Yes, his mother says, eyes brightening. We're looking for Izuku Midoriya and his friend. The friend has purple hair, and both should be around Katsuki's age. Teenagers. The man frowns, humming. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, the man snaps. I know. You do. Mrs. Hata asks, are you sure? I try to keep track of every kid, I swear I'd remember them if we ever had them. They were here for a while, I think, the man admits. I've only worked here for like a year, but they were there. Stuck to themselves, they were usually gone most of the day. Well, where are they right now? Katsuki asks, eye twitching. Here, let me check the files. The man does so, moving to a filing cabinet and flipping through a giant stack of papers before humming. Oh, that's odd. What is it? His mother asks. Their files aren't in here. Then, does that mean they've been adopted? His mom tries, and the man just shrugs. Guess so. But then he frowns. Wait, just a second. He turns around, moving to a different cabinet. The sound of shuffling papers fills the air for a moment before the man pauses. Or not. What do you mean, or not? Katsuki asks, leaning over the counter and into the man's face. He can feel his palms itching, ready to explode. Well, here in our building we always keep copies of the adoption forms. It's a precaution, in case we need records if something goes wrong. There's no file on Izuku Midoriya. What does that mean? His mother asks, her left eye beginning to twitch. It means they're just gone. Or they never were here after all. Katsuki growls, slamming his hands on the counter. Izuku Midoriya, he had stupid curly hair, bright green eyes, pretty plain looking. He hung around some insomniac-looking purple hair kid his age. Was he here or not? From the man's frown, he knows that Deku was. He was, the man sighs. But now he isn't. Hasn't been for a while, maybe. I'm not sure. He sighs again, looking up to them with eyes that seem more tired than before. Like I've said, I've worked here maybe a year by now. I see dozens, no, hundreds of kids every single day. They all keep routines, I think, even if there's some variance. Those two, their routine left them gone most of the day. I only ever saw them when they were eating a meal. After that, nothing. I guess it was only a matter of time before they slipped away for good. What? Mrs. Hata is the one to ask that, looking confused by all of the changes going around her. So you think we had two kids here that just disappeared? Took their files and ran off? The man nods slowly. It wouldn't be the first time kids have run off, admittedly. He shakes his head, shoulders slumping. Although we usually notice. How can you not notice two teenage boys running off? His mother asks, and Mrs. Hata flinches. Good. Well, usually another kid brings up the disappearance. And there's only a few exits here. One by the kitchen, but that's locked up at night so kids can't sneak around and waste food. There's an emergency exit, but that triggers an alarm. And the last way out is our entrance right here. He gestures to the door behind them, adding, but we always keep a worker at the front desk, so nobody can take the files. So you mean someone was right here? His mom stresses the words. So they couldn't just take the files and go. Someone had to give them the files. But none of our workers would do that. Mrs. Hata proclaims. None of the children are allowed to take their files, and every worker knows that they can't hand out the information so carelessly. Well then explain how this happened. Katsuki shouts. Don't you have a goddamn camera to show what happened or something? The male perks up. You're right, we do have a camera, but it doesn't have sound. Here, let's check it out. The man rushes off, returning quickly with a crappy-looking laptop. He boots it up, typing in a password before opening up the footage. It's crowded, 4 people standing around the tiny device, but Katsuki holds his tongue as he watches the grainy footage rewind quickly, going back in time as days pass, and then weeks, until... Stop, Katsuki growls out as the screen reads, July 1st, in the top right corner. A familiar head of messy green hair pops into view, wandering up to the desk. The stupid purple-haired one follows. Even with the shockingly poor quality of the video, Katsuki can tell that it's Deku who walks up to the counter, up to Mrs. Hata, who watches the screen in growing confusion, and then he seems to speak. The three converse for a moment, and everything seems normal. And then Mrs. Hata hands over their files. And they disappear. The footage stops, and 3 pairs of eyes turn to glare at Mrs. Hata. You gave them their papers, the male says, voice cold, but Mrs. Hata just shakes her head slowly, eyes wide. I don't even remember that, how could I? It's right on the camera, how can you not remember this? Katsuki shouts, but Mrs. Hata just keeps shaking her head, mumbling, I don't remember, over and over. The other employee looks to them with a somber smile as he says, it seems we have our answer. We'll take this to the police to report it, but I don't know what they'll do. Shouldn't this be a missing child case? His mom asks, tone sharp. They're gone, after all. We don't have the audio to know what was said. The boys may have been adopted and were just picking up their papers for their new parents. We don't know, he doesn't even seem to believe the words as he says them. And you've seen them, they're clearly not missing. They're just not here. Nevertheless, we'll see what we can do. I'm sorry that your time was wasted. Don't apologize for my time, apologize for letting this happen in the first place, his mother growls out, and then she's marching off, leaving Katsuki to follow blindly. He was here, Katsuki thinks as he walks away from the orphanage. A month ago, he was right here. Single quote. He was adopted, Katsuki tries telling himself. Like the guy said, he was adopted, and he just needed his files. Single quote. But then why wouldn't that dumb lady remember? Why would she be so confused by her own lack of memories? It doesn't add up, and that pisses Katsuki off. And maybe, just maybe, it also scares the blonde, too. Deku, where the hell did you go? Single quote. He doesn't know if he'll ever get that answer. Months pass for Izuku and Hitoshi in the blink of an eye. The boys carry on as they always do, going through their routine with practiced ease. Get up, go to class, train, make gadgets, sell to clients, patrol the city, avoid getting captured in time to get home and go to sleep. Wake up and do it all over again. Yeah, routine. Life is good. Well, no, it's not really good, because how can it be when the boys are dancing around laws and trying not to go to jail and selling to villains? The guilt never ends, not really, but neither does the urge to protect, to help others, so the guilt is shoved down as Izuku and Hitoshi throw themselves into danger time and time again, hoping to chip away at the endless fountain of guilt that they've created. Shoving their guilt aside, the boys are fine. Great, even if they really ignore the fact that they're only doing so well because they aid villains. Business is booming. Now 14 years old, the boys are practically self-sufficient. They earn enough that they can save up for the future, and their vigilante gear is greater than ever before. Izuku has finally, convinced Hitoshi to use something other than a metal baseball bat. Now the boy carries a retractable staff that can send out a pulse of electricity. Don't worry, Toshi, Izuku promised his friend as he handed over the weapon. It's only enough to stun your opponent, maybe cause them to pass out for a bit. It won't hurt more than that. Right, Hitoshi agreed, pressing the small button that retracted the staff, condensing it until it was only 4 inches long. All right, I guess this is better for carrying. Told you so, Toshi. Izuku laughed, and the Violet Boy joined in. For his own gear, Izuku has improved upon his own staff. He couldn't make his own retractable, of course, because he still likes being able to separate it into two pieces. However, he's reinforced it, making it more durable. That's the third staff this month, Hitoshi said, eyeing the bent metal in exasperation. How do you even manage to do this? I told you villains can be thick-headed, Izuku grumbled. I'm getting a different material, this stuff is too malleable. It's literally one of the strongest metals we have access to, Hitoshi deadpanned, but Izuku just shrugged. Still too weak, he declared. Maybe if I get something stronger, I won't have to keep using the blowtorch to weld new stuff together. You'd just make different things to weld, Hitoshi shouted, and Izuku didn't protest. Other than their weapons being upgraded, not much has changed in the past year. Sure, maybe their outfits gained a bit more padding, but Vigil and Ante were practically the same at 14 years old as they were at 13. They're just two boys, trying to help people out and ignore the means they have to use in order to be heroes. In their eyes, at least. The actual law-abiding side of heroism sees them as a challenge, or maybe a threat. Izuku and Hitoshi aren't 100% sure about that, but they've definitely been feeling the heat. Literally, Endeavor is on our case now. Vigil yelped, voice crumbling as he leapt out of the way of the fiery attack that rushed at him. We're going to burn to a crisp, Ante muttered dejectedly, voice soft and feminine due to their most recent fight. Ante didn't even get the chance to switch back to his default voice before Endeavor had rushed them. He can't burn us if he can't catch us, Vigil countered. And he can't catch us if he can't see us. That was the only hint Vigil gave before slamming a smoke bomb onto the ground before grabbing Ante's arm and bolting down the streets. A roar of anger followed, the number 2 hero sending a burst of flames their way, nearly hitting the duo as they fled the scene. Endeavor became a constant foe after that. If he saw them, which wasn't often, because the man was primarily a daytime hero, he would immediately attack the two boys. Even when the boys were helping him subdue the villain, or getting civilian victims and hostages out of danger. Let it be known that Izuku and Hitoshi don't hate the heroes for trying to capture them at any given moment. They know that they're doing things that they really shouldn't be doing. They know that, even if their vigilantism itself isn't really a crime, their stealing definitely is. They know the heroes are just doing their jobs. But let it also be known that Izuku and Hitoshi do not like Endeavor. I'm so glad our clothes are fire-resistant, Hitoshi said as he ripped off his hoodie. Izuku nodded, yanking off his mask and dropping it on their bed. Endeavor is going to kill someone if he keeps acting so recklessly. Hell, I think he has the most civilian casualties of all the pro-heroes, so he probably has killed someone. Don't remind me, Hitoshi groaned. Or I might break a law by attacking a hero. We already break laws, I'll break another one. F******** Endeavor. Hitoshi dropped onto the bed, and Izuku laughed. Yeah. F******* Endeavor. Pettiness against Endeavor aside, the boys still hold heroes in high regard. Even the others who have, at this point, made it very obvious that they're assigned to some case that seems to have only one goal in mind, capturing the vigilantes. It'd be funny, honestly, if it wasn't making it harder for the boys to help out. Ingenium, 5 o'clock, Ante whispered, and Vigil groaned. I miss the days when he was primarily a daytime hero, Vigil commented, then shouted, hey, Ingenium. Make sure this guy gets taken in, okay? Sure, Ingenium agreed easily, stepping closer. Mind if I take you two in as well? Yeah, we do mind, Ante said honestly. Soar, take the tied-up man and leave us alone. Forget that you saw us. The boys watched as Ingenium did as they asked, picking up the unconscious man and walking off. Thank God, Vigil muttered. Not all of them respond, I'm glad Ingenium always does. Yeah, we still going for a few more hours, or should we head in early? Vigil's response was cut off by a scream. That was enough to decide for them. They ran into Eraserhead on the way there. Vigil, Ante, Eraserhead started, but Vigil shook his head. Can this wait, like, 10 minutes? Vigil asked. Someone is screaming bloody murder. That's more important, don't you think? Eraserhead glared, red eyes flashing, but he didn't reach for his capture gear, and that was enough for the boys. The person was, in fact, about to be murdered. Vigil lunged in the way of the attacker, getting hit with a sharp fin for good measure. Something fishy seems to be going on here, Vigil quipped, and got another hit in the head for that. The fight was over in less than a minute, the attacker subdued when Eraserhead caught him with his capture gear. The boys took that as their cue to sneak off and head home early for the night. They had to evade a third hero on the way back, because of course they did. Life carried on, of course. Sure, every successful night seemed to lead to more problems, as heroes increased night patrols with the sole purpose of catching the boys off guard, but Izuku and Hitoshi always knew how to adapt. They started branching out, slipping away to neighboring cities when Musudafu was safely covered by heroes. Sometimes they patrolled in the daylight, throwing the heroes off guard. For the most part, Izuku just made sure to stock up on smoke bombs whenever they went out to patrol. Overall, life is fine. Izuku and Hitoshi are happy as can be. They have each other. They have a home to call their own. They have a source of income, and they can help others. Life is fine, and one day, when Izuku and Hitoshi are old enough to get hero licenses, life will be great. They'll just have to wait a few more years, and then everything will work out. They'll be able to slip away from vigilantism and selling to criminals, and they can atone for all of the mistakes they've had to make. After all, there's no way they can slip any deeper into this mess, right? Wrong. Dabi saunters down the street, the city feeling empty as people hide away in their homes for the night. For his part, Dabi heads back to base, swinging a bag lightly with every step as he tries to whistle out a tune. He looks every part of a normal civilian, if one could ignore and look past the burns that cover his body and the staples that hold his skin together. Ah well, it's not like anyone is around to see him. And those that do either don't care or are dealt with. Not killed, though. Dabi is a lot of things, a lot of awful things, but he isn't a murderer. That doesn't mean he won't injure an opponent, though. He's a villain, what else is to be expected? Dabi glances around, looking for any wandering eyes, then enters the main base. The old Camino bar, home sweet home. Dabi, Toga cries out the moment he enters. Welcome back. Did you have fun? Dabi snorts, dropping his bag on the bar, careful to avoid the shot glasses that Kurogiri must have just finished cleaning. Oh yeah, an absolute blast. Where'd you even go? Toga asks, eyes locked onto the bag. Had to get some shopping done, Dabi says, slipping onto one of the stools. It creaks ever so slightly, but Dabi knows it'll hold his weight. Smoke bombs. A gun. Toga goes through his purchases, voice rising with every new object that she comes across. Dabi, this stuff looks handmade. Where'd you even get this stuff? From that supplier he keeps going off to. No doubt, Shigaraki cuts in from his spot a few seats away. They're a valuable merchant, from what I've heard. Just a simple little NPC for us to use. Dabi rolls his eyes, leaning against the counter. It's a duo, actually. Two guys who create everything from scratch. Quality improves more and more with every passing year. I've heard that they only sell to villains, Kurogiri adds, setting down a clean glass before grabbing another to wipe down. They've got clients from all over Japan who come on down to see them in Musudafu. So what? Shigaraki asks. So they sell weapons, what do I care? Weapons come in handy when quirks fail, Dabi says casually. It's why I buy from them, especially the smoke bombs. Sure, I can use my quirk to make some smoke, but that's a waste when I can use a tool instead. And guns still shoot bullets, even when I can't use my fire. Think about it, Shigaraki, Kurogiri starts, setting down his cloth and glass. No quirk on its own is effective in every scenario. Perhaps we could strike up a deal with these sellers, in order to get the weapons without much of a cost. Shigaraki scratches at his neck, silent as he thinks for once. Then he nods. I suppose that makes sense. I'm sure Sensei would be interested in the idea. Speak of the villain, and so he shall appear, Dabi thinks as the TV screen flickers to life as if on cue. Sensei, Shigaraki says, perking up like some overgrown child. Dabi almost wants to laugh at how easily the teenager's emotions flip. Almost. Laughter echoes through the TV, cold and fake. Dabi suppresses his urge to wince at the tone, keeping a blank, almost bored expression on his features as All for One speaks. I heard some of your conversation about the vendors, he starts, voice smooth and words carefully chosen. Tamura, what are your thoughts on the matter? Shigaraki idly scratches at his throat as he responds. I think having the merchants on our side will put us at an advantage. They're already on the villain side, but if we can get them to work specifically with us, they'd be a great upgrade to our team. Yes, I think that assumption is correct. However, in order to create an alliance, we need to have something that they desire. Tell me, Tamura, what is it that the sellers desire? Money, most likely, Shigaraki says immediately. Maybe protection. We could convince them to join us, or else they might have to face some unpleasant consequences. Blackmail will not work against people like them, All for One says, as if his word is law. If their other buyers find out that their provider is being threatened, they may turn against us in response. And money is not something we can use carelessly, so that is not an option. Dabi knows when to accept that the boss has a point, and Shigaraki is the same, slumping in his seat. Then what do they want, Sensei? Shigaraki asks, voice edging into a whine, and All for One chuckles. I do not yet know, but I think I will keep an eye on them in these upcoming months. They must have a desire, and I will find it. Thank you, Sensei, Shigaraki says gratefully, and All for One lets out a hum in response. Of course, Dabi. Yes, Dabi asks, surprised that the boss is referring to him. Try to find out what you can the next time you see those two. If you learn anything important, report it to Shigaraki or Kurogiri as soon as possible. Understood. Understood. Dabi agrees, and the TV turns black once more. Glancing at his purchases, strewn out along the counter, Dabi wonders what the hell he just pulled those boys into. Tenya Iida was 12 years old when he first met Midoriya and Shinso. He was 12 years old when he walked into the grocery store with his brother, and walked out with the knowledge that he had made 2 friends. Tenya Iida was 12 years old when he realized that he had no way to contact said friends. You didn't remember to ask for their numbers. Tensai had asked, and Tenya sputtered, arms waving in sharp, precise motions. It slipped my mind, Tenya responded, not at all whining. I was caught off guard. And it had slipped his mind, really. Tenya had never truly had friends, not really. Acquaintances. He had plenty of acquaintances. But Some, for all its greatness in academics, was not great at creating character in its students. Tenya wasn't naive, he knew that his peers weren't acting in the ways of a hero. Frankly, most of his peers didn't even act like good people, but Tenya knew better than to say such a thing out loud. Comments like those weren't meant to be said by an Iida, after all. Due to the unfortunate nature of his classmates, Tenya never really learned how to make friends. He had his studies to focus on, his quirk to improve on, and his brother for company when he needed it. So it only made sense that, when he met Midoriya and Shinso, he wouldn't know how to befriend them. He was lucky that the two even wanted to be his friends, honestly. Midoriya made the first move, asking Tenya to join them. We're just grabbing a cake, but you can help us choose if you want. Midoriya offered the idea so naturally, so easily, that Tenya couldn't help but wonder how the Greenette did it. He must have a lot of friends, being so easygoing, Tenya thought to himself. Your brother would probably be happy if you're with us a while longer, knowing you're making friends, Midoriya continued, and then he smiled brightly. And Tenya didn't know how Midoriya did it so easily, how Midoriya could be so friendly without issue, how he knew exactly what to say. He didn't know how many friends Midoriya had, and he must have had plenty already, because who would say no to such a kind smile, but he wanted to be one of Midoriya's friends. So he smiled and joined them. Tenya enjoyed spending time with them. Midoriya was all sunshine and smiles, and Shinso was calm but interesting. The boys seemed close, but they didn't exclude Tenya despite his newness. By the time they parted ways, Tenya was glad that Midoriya had accidentally ran into his brother. But he forgot to get their numbers. I'll get them next time, Tenya thought to himself that very night. I'm sure we will see each other again. Because how could they not? They've run into each other twice at the grocery store, surely they'll see each other again. And they did, a few times. But he never succeeded. The first time was a mistake. Tenya got distracted by the sight of them, he forgot his goal. The three talked for a bit as Tenya left his brother to help the boys find their items. They caught up, with Tenya telling them about his school and his friends admitting that they were doing online learning. We're not big fans of people, Shinso admitted with a shrug. Midoriya laughed, but it was off. Yeah, we started going online right away. Daycare wasn't the greatest. Tenya wondered, for a brief instant, just how many friends they actually had. He had assumed that they had dozens, due to their kind and easygoing natures, but perhaps he was wrong. He didn't think it was his place to ask, however. And then they departed, and Tenya realized he never asked for their numbers. The second time, they barely had time to speak. Midoriya-kun, Shinso-kun, Tenya greeted, feeling himself smile as he walked closer. Midoriya smiled, but he didn't pause in his actions. Hi, Iida-kun. How are you two doing? Tenya asked, as one should. We're great, Midoriya said quickly. We're running a little behind schedule, Shinso said, his lips set in a slight frown. Ah, I see. Do you need help finding anything else? Tenya offered to help, because these were his friends. Nope, this is the last thing we needed. Bye, Iida-kun. And then they were gone. And he still didn't have their numbers. Months passed before their third meeting. Tenya didn't even notice them at first. No, Tensai was the one to do that. Hey, Tensai said, cutting Tenya's sentence off. Isn't that your friends over there? Tenya looked over, seeing Midoriya and Shinso talking animatedly, only halfway down the aisle. It is, Tenya said. Do you mind if I go? Tensai was already waving him off. Go talk to them, and don't forget to ask for their numbers. Right, Tenya walked over, and his footsteps seemed to alert the boys to his presence. They looked up. They smiled. Iida-kun. Midoriya cheered, overpowering Shinso's soft, hey. Midoriya-kun, Shinso-kun, Tenya nodded to both in greeting. I must say, I've never seen you two anywhere but this store. We live here, Shinso said, face blank, and Tenya had blinked in surprise. You do, Tenya asked. I didn't know anyone could live here. Why are you laughing? Midoriya was laughing loudly, his shoulders shaking with the force of his joy. Iida-kun, it was a joke. Oh, that made more sense. Conversation continued, the boys talking with one another for a few minutes. Just as the two moved to leave, Tenya stopped them. Wait, Tenya called, and they did. We should exchange phone numbers, so that we can keep in touch. Midoriya looked sheepish, then, as he rubbed his neck with his free hand. That's a great idea, Iida-kun. But we don't have phones. They were gone before Tenya realized he could have asked for an email as well. Tenya hadn't seen them since, and he still hasn't. Tenya Iida is 14 years old, his birthday having just passed a few days before. In roughly a year, it'll be time for him to take the entrance exam for UA. His fighting abilities have only improved with time, but it won't do him any good to start slacking off. It's for the best that he focuses on his academics and athleticism, lest he start to risk falling behind. And yet Tenya wishes that he could spend time with Midoriya and Shinso. He wishes that he could just relax and hang out with them for a day. But he has no way of doing so. I wonder how they are, Tenya thinks to himself, not for the first time. He's knocked out of his thoughts by Tensai's arrival. His older brother lets out a groan as he shuts the front door, and Tenya goes to check on his sibling. Tensai, Tenya calls out, are you all right? Tensai looks exhausted, but he smiles at Tenya anyway. Yeah, I'm good, just a little tired. He sets his helmet on the kitchen table, already moving to the fridge, likely going to grab some grape juice for his engines. What happened today? Tenya asks, and Tensai shrugs, his armor moving with the motion seamlessly. Got called in for a villain attack. Some guy was trying to make a building collapse, and people were still inside. Tenya frowns. Did the building go down? Was everyone rescued in time? He asks, and Tensai nods. We got them all out. Well, kind of. We got most of them out. Then the building was becoming unstable, and some heroes were getting cautious. He scowls, and Tenya mimics the motion. That's quite unbefitting of a hero. If people were in danger, why weren't the heroes saving them? Most of them were afraid that their weight would bring down the building before they could get those who needed help, Tensai admits. I was still going, but those with more mass turned their focus on subduing the villain. So did most of the victims get out, or all of them? Tenya asks, voice rising slightly in frustration. All of them. We got some extra help. Firefighters. Tenya asks, but Tensai shakes his head. Vigilantes. Tenya blinks. As in, yep, the vigilante duo struck again. Tensai laughs. Honestly, I wish I didn't have to go after the guys. Tensai. Tenya shouts. They're breaking the laws with their every move. You can't be in support of such an obvious violation to the rules of society. Tensai smiles sadly. I know, Tenya, but, Tenya, they were slipping in and out of that building so fast, I wouldn't be surprised if they were secretly Idas themselves. They got all of the remaining people that we couldn't, right before everything went down. Actually, Vigil was mid-leap out with a kid when the thing finally collapsed. That was cool looking, honestly. Tensai. I know, and that's why, when the danger was over, Tensai groans, dropping his head to the counter, arms covering his face. I pursued them. Tenya blinks. You did. I did. Because even though they're helping, even though they've done nothing but help people for like 4 years now, we're supposed to capture them and lock them away because they don't have the proper licensing. The others were focused on the villain and comforting the people who just lost their homes, so I offered to give chase. I'm guessing they got away, Tenya assumes, looking at his brother's slumped form. Yeah, did you mean for them to? No, I can't let my own opinions overrule the law so much. Did you want them to get away, though? Silence. Then Tensai nods, ever so slightly. I see. Tensai lifts his head up, his eyes locking with Tenya's. Something doesn't feel right, and it isn't just they're illegally doing all of this, trust me. Something is different with those two, but I can't figure out what. They're not like any vigilante I've dealt with, though. Tenya nods, then pats his brother on the shoulder. I'm sure you'll figure it all out in the end. When you catch them. If I catch them. When you catch them, because they may be fast but you are ingenium, you'll be able to figure out what's different with them. Tensai doesn't seem to like the idea of catching them, so Tenya begrudgingly adds, and I'm sure that you'll be able to get them a lighter sentence, considering they haven't harmed civilians. That puts a smile on Tensai's face, and he nods. You're right, who knows, maybe we can get them to get licenses and become proper heroes. I know I'd want them in my agency, with how good they are. Focus on catching them, first, Tenya advises, and Tensai nods. Thanks, little bro, Tensai says happily. You know exactly what to say. That puts a smile on Tenya's face as well, and he watches his brother walk away with joy. Alone once more, Tenya's thoughts slip back to his friends. Wherever they are, I hope they're not getting into this much trouble, Tenya thinks. For some reason, the thought seems almost ironic. Tenya doesn't know why, though, so he shrugs it off and continues on his day. Sometimes, Izuku and Hitoshi remember to take the time to breathe. It's not very often that they have a spare moment to relax, but villain activity decreases in the winter, and as such so does their vigilantism. They wouldn't be very useful if they got sick from the cold, after all. Pneumonia was not a good thing to have during a fight, no thank you. No, Izuku and Hitoshi find themselves inside more often than not, when the air is cold and sharp in their lungs and no amount of running can heat them up quite enough. Instead they stay indoors, away from the biting winds and the falling snow, allowing themselves a chance to rest when they would usually be roaming the streets. Winter isn't a completely idle time, of course. The boys still focus on their schoolwork, and they make and sell their gear as usual, and it's not like they stop fighting crime completely, they'll still run into the fray the moment something seems wrong, they're just not actively searching for trouble. But the boys do get some more time to just B. It's on one of these calm, January days that Izuku and Hitoshi meet an interesting boy. They're heading back to the apartment after some grocery shopping. The boys had put off the trip, not wanting to go outside any more than necessary, but now they're left juggling bags as they make their way home. I'm ready to buy a wagon at this point, Hitoshi admits. Why do we always do this? Why do we pretend that we can fit everything in our bags? We underestimate how much we've eaten until it's all gone, Izuku responds automatically, this song and dance familiar and routine, much like the rest of their days. We're growing boys, Toshi. My arms haven't grown long enough to carry all of this, Hitoshi returns just as easily, and then adds, we just had to wait until the weather got even colder, didn't we? Of course, Izuku says. What else would we do? Be sensible and check the weather. They're so caught up in their pointless conversation, they don't notice the blonde that approaches them until he asks, do you two need any help? Izuku looks up, green eyes meeting blue as the tall boy smiles down at them. No, Izuku answers. Are you sure? You two have a lot of bags, and I heard your friend complaining about them. Oh, Toshi's just like that, Izuku says, smiling politely. We're fine, really, but thank you, Mirio Tagata. He holds out a hand for them to shake, then blinks. Oh, right, silly me. Izuku Midoriya, Izuku says. Hitoshi Shinso. Nice to meet you. Mind if I join you too? We're just heading home, Izuku says, voice raising in his confusion. Tagata, for his part, just nods, smiling brightly. Yes, may I join you guys? Izuku and Hitoshi share a look, one that likely screams, I don't know if this guy is just like this or if he's got something up his sleeve, then shrug. Sure, if you want. Great. He positions himself to Izuku's left, Hitoshi being on his right. Are you guys enjoying the break? Break, Izuku asks. Oh, right, winter break is right now, isn't it? Tagata blinks in surprise, then nods cheerily. Yeah, did you two not know that? Online learning, Hitoshi drawls. We just move at our own pace. Independence, I can respect that. You two must be in middle school still, correct? Yeah, we are, Izuku affirms, then asks, what about you, Tagata-san? Where do you go? I'm a student at UA, actually, Tagata exclaims, and Izuku feels his eyes widen at the admission. Wow, I'm a first year right now. It's tough work, but every day is worth it. I'm sure it is, Izuku agrees, feeling energy spike through him at the mention of the prestigious hero school. He wishes that he could attend such a school, but life seems to have other plans for him, doesn't it? What makes you think that you can't attend UA? Tagata asks, startling Izuku out of his apparent mumbling. Oh, well, I just don't think I'll be able to pass the test. Izuku tries, then runs with the excuse. I mean, UA has a really low acceptance rate, which it has to, because it's really prestigious and is known for being the school for a lot of the best pro heroes that there are today, including All Might himself. But if it's so low, that must mean the entrance exam is really difficult, too, and it probably focuses a lot on quirks and I don't really have one. So, Izuku lets himself trail off, moving to rub his neck before remembering that his hands are currently filled. He settles for a sheepish laugh instead. It's been a while since anyone other than Toshi heard one of my muttering spiels, Izuku thinks to himself as he looks up to see Tagata's blank face. I forget how creepy others can find my tangents to be. Hitoshi snickers at the silence, not even trying to hide it. Traitor. Single quote. After a few more seconds of stilted silence, Tagata's face snaps back into what must be his signature smile. Well, Tagata exclaims, putting his hands on his hips. You can't get in with that kind of attitude. I mean, yeah, the test beeps. I barely passed myself, but that's because I didn't really have a good handle on my quirk. But you seem like a hard-working kid. Both of you do. If you two really tried, I bet you'd be able to get into the hero course. He blinks, then asks, you were talking about the hero exam, right? Yeah, Izuku nods, and Tagata sighs in relief. Good, because I have no idea what the other courses do for their tests. Tagata admits cheerfully, and Izuku finds himself laughing. But no matter. You guys have. How long is it until the entrance exam? What grade are you guys going into next year? It'll be our final year of middle school, Hitoshi answers, and Tagata nods sharply. Great. You have over a year to prepare. You'll do great. Just keep your pants on tight and everything will be smooth sailing from there. Pants on tight, Izuku murmurs, then looks up at Tagata sharply. Wait, I saw you on TV. The duo had been on their way to the beach when they'd passed a news station, with TVs that proudly displayed the sports festival. You're the guy who lost his pants. Well, would you look at the time? Tagata exclaims, looking at his watchless wrist. This is my stop. We're in the middle of the street, Hitoshi points out, but Tagata ignores him blatantly. It was nice meeting you guys. Midoriya, Shinso, I better see you in UA when I'm a third year. See you around. Go beyond, plus ultra style. And then the blonde is speed walking away, leaving Izuku and Hitoshi behind. Huh, Izuku lets out, then continues to walk back towards their apartment. He was nice. And you were halfway to a hero rant, Hitoshi says calmly. I'm surprised he didn't race off sooner. I think he would have followed us all the way home if I didn't recognize him, Izuku admits, and Hitoshi laughs. Yeah, probably. They say nothing more about him, or his wish for them to join him in UA's halls. Instead they just head back to their home, where they slip under blankets and relax, away from the cold. They take a moment to breathe, and everything feels right for a moment. Sometimes, that's all Izuku can hope for. The day starts normally. Izuku wakes up slowly, Hitoshi already out of bed and making breakfast for them. The violet boy smiles at Izuku when he exits their bedroom. Morning, Izuku, Hitoshi greets. Happy 15th birthday. Good morning, Hitoshi, Izuku returns, moving to grab their silverware. Did you even sleep last night? Yeah, got like 6 hours. Hitoshi shrugs, looking somewhat proud of his response. Izuku doesn't say anything, knowing that Hitoshi usually gets 4 to 5 hours. Must have been a good night. I swear, one of these days you're going to drop into a coma to catch up on all of your missed sleep, Izuku jokes, and Hitoshi laughs dryly. Maybe so. Sounds refreshing. Izuku snorts. Breakfast is calm. The boys don't usually speak much as they eat their meal, just waking up and preparing themselves for the day. And then the day flies by. They spend the morning in the library like usual, then eat the lunches they packed. After that, the boys go to the beach to work out for a few hours, and then they sit down and work on gadgets. It's simple, going through their routine that never really changes. It's busy, but it's also calming, knowing what will happen. But then it changes. Dabi walks up, hands tucked in his pockets. The boys already wear their masks and voice modifiers, because why wouldn't they, when villains tend to appear the moment they're not expecting anyone? It's easier to run from a civilian or hide from a hero than it is to deal with the worry of, what if they remember, even if Hitoshi's quirk has never failed them before. The burnt man smiles. Hey, boys, how are you doing today? Izuku shrugs, holding up a half-finished smoke bomb. We're doing, he responds, as if the answer makes sense, the words crackling and odd. Dabi accepts it anyway. Good, good. Hey, listen. You guys know how I'm not a solo man, yeah. You've mentioned working with a group, Izuku says calmly. You have a boss, I presume. Yeah, Dabi shrugs, leaning against a mound of trash, staying just inside Izuku's line of sight. Good. Big boss wants to meet ya. Izuku does not still, although he can't hide the way his fingers begin to shake. Oh. Yeah, Dabi says like a broken record, although the inflection changes each time. Right now, if you two aren't busy. Izuku looks to Hitoshi, who's been quiet the entire time. Their eyes lock. It's not smart to deny a villain anything, Izuku thinks, and Hitoshi's light nod proves that the boy feels the same. Give us a moment to put this stuff away, Hitoshi speaks up. Got it. I'll just. Dabi turns around, looking away as the boys slip into the mounds to hide their work. In 30 seconds, they're right by his side. Where are we heading? Izuku asks. Should we bring our gear? He's not interested in your normal products, Dabi says vaguely, then looks up. Our ride is here. That's the only warning Izuku and Hitoshi get before a purple portal opens up underneath their feet, and the boys fall through. They land with a thump. Izuku rises first, looking around, analyzing what he can. There isn't much of anything to analyze. A blank room, with black walls that make everything seem so much darker. Dabi, a few feet away from Izuku and Hitoshi. A man of shadows, or maybe mist, standing beside a wheelchair. A man in a suit, his face covered by machinery, sitting in the wheelchair. A powerful aura coming from the man, one that screams of villainy and horror. Izuku takes a deep breath, and then he rises. By his side, Hitoshi regains his own footing. Vigil, Ante, the wheelchair-bound man speaks, voice echoing in the empty room. A pleasure to meet you at long last. Izuku nods his head, his friend and partner moving in sync. Neither return the sentiment, but it's unwise to say that. I hope you didn't mind the abrupt mode of transportation, the man continues easily, voice sounding nearly apologetic. Kurogiri's quirk is a useful thing, although it can be rather disconcerting if one doesn't expect it. The mist man says nothing, but bows his head to the boys. It's no problem, Izuku finally says. Dabi said you wanted to meet with us. His voice tries to rise, but the modifier makes his voice crackle instead. Were you interested in buying something from us? I suppose that is one way to put it, the man agrees, then turns his head. Kurogiri, Dabi, your presence is no longer needed. Thank you for your time. The men leave, the misty one giving away nothing, Dabi looking to them in hesitation before disappearing as well. The room is empty, sans for three. I know who you are, the man starts calmly, ignoring the way Izuku and Hitoshi stiffen. I did some research on the two of you, and found myself intrigued. You two are rather interesting. Wouldn't you say the same, Midoriya, Shinso? He adds their names with a careless tone, but Izuku knows that this man knows how much power he holds with their mere identities. How? Hitoshi starts, eyes narrowed, but the man waves his hand, brushing the worry aside. A man with curiosity cannot be satiated until he has his answers. It was difficult, I'll admit. You two have hid yourself rather well. Disappearing so easily, erasing the memories of those who would remember you the best, you two did remarkably well, indeed. A noise, something of a laugh, comes from the man. But it's hard to disappear when the world still knows of your existence. Who? Someone remembered you. A missing person search almost came up when the orphanage couldn't find your records, nor any proof that you'd been adopted. If you hadn't been gone for a month, or been seen in the city a few days before they realized you had disappeared, they likely would have hunted you down. But the paperwork was started, and it was enough to link together some other clues I'd gathered. Someone remembered them. From the orphanage. Izuku doesn't know how to feel. The man doesn't give him a chance to process his rambles, continuing without hesitation. You two have accomplished quite a lot, considering how young you are. Raising yourselves, creating expertly crafted weapons, becoming vigilantes, and yet you're only 15 right now. You two have done more than most would, and you did it all at once. It's commendable, truly, and yet, the longer I look at the picture you two have created, the more the colors start to fade. I don't know what you mean, sir, Izuku says, and the man leans back in his wheelchair, seemingly relaxing. Your drive, it's one that rivals most. It's what allows you to surge ahead of the rest, it's what enables your endless energy and motivation. But it's one born out of desperation, the man notes with a wistful tone. You want to protect others from a feeling that you, yourself, have known far too well for someone so young. What are you talking about? Izuku asks, ignoring the way his throat closes and his eyes begin to burn. Ignoring that he knows what this man is talking about, because he doesn't know what the man wants to say next. You two have been hurting for so long. You've been left behind, left without a family to call your own. What if I said I can change that? We don't want parents, Hitoshi says. We're fine without them. We don't need anyone new in our lives. No, of course not, the man agrees easily. But what if they're not new? What? His voice trembles, his body trembles, but Izuku can't help but ask the word. I have a quirk, the man starts calmly, that allows me to bring a person's soul back to their body, good as new. Izuku feels his breath hitch, stopping completely. I heard about your poor mother, Midoriya. Ripped away from the world far too soon, leaving behind her son when she never wanted to. I can bring her back for you. You too can have a loving mother, who will protect you like a mother should. Something rises in Izuku's heart, a feeling that he hasn't felt in so long. Hope. He tries to crush it, whispering, but her body, it's gone. Burned into ashes over 10 years ago. You can make one. You're a creator, similar to me. You create where others cannot, you create to fill the void others leave behind. Create her a body, and I will bring her soul back. It sounds too good to be true. But this man isn't lying. Izuku can tell that he isn't lying. Izuku looks to Hitoshi, looks to his one partner and friend who's been by his side since the very beginning. He looks for an answer on what to do, on what to say. For once, Izuku steps back, allowing Hitoshi to take the lead. What's in it for you? Hitoshi asks, and the man straightens. All that I ask for is this. Izuku and Hitoshi were 4 years old when their lives were torn apart. They were 4 years old when they met one another at the orphanage. They were 4 years old when they decided to dedicate themselves to helping others. Izuku and Hitoshi were 10 years old when they realized that life is more than black and white. There's so many shades of gray in the world, and the two have edged through the shades with caution. They've been forced into fights with heroes in order to escape for another day. They've sold to villains in order to save more people. They've created alliances with those that they should be apprehending. They've done so much, so many things that weigh on their consciences, in order to protect others who would otherwise go unsaved. Izuku and Hitoshi were 15 years old when they went a step further, promising a wheelchair-bound man with machinery on his face and evil in his heart that they'd help him more than they'd ever helped any villains before, and they were 15 years old when they did it out of selfishness. Izuku and Hitoshi are 15 years old as they lay on their bed, staring at the ceiling. Months have passed since they agreed to help the man, since they chose to plunge themselves deeper into their guilt, since they started collecting materials to build a body. The world outside is cold, the February air forcing most to stay inside, especially now that the sun is set. It's bitter and silent outside, a perfect mood for the conversation the boys are having. Is it worth it? Izuku asks, not for the first time. He keeps his green eyes locked on the ceiling, always afraid to see what Hitoshi's expression is whenever he asks. Hitoshi starts, just as he always does. It's your mother. It's been over a decade. Izuku protests, oh so weakly. I should move on. I shouldn't be like this. She's your mother. It's not surprising that you want her back, Hitoshi says, and Izuku feels a hand reach out and touch his shoulder. She loves you, Izu, and you love her. I do, Izuku agrees, reaching up and rubbing away a stray tear. He's always been a crier, just like his mother. You're sure you want to do this with me? We do everything as a team, Hitoshi says. Why would this be any different? This isn't the same. This isn't to help others. This is me being selfish. This is you bringing a woman back when she never should have left. But what we're doing in return. Izu, Hitoshi says, cutting him off just like he always does when Izuku starts to fall too deep into his worries. Listen to me, we're not villains. We're not killing anyone. We're just selling a good. We're going to help them kill, Izuku protests. We've always done that, Hitoshi whispers. But we'll take them all down, yeah, Izuku promises. We know all of the problems with our products, we can deal with our clients when we're stronger. Exactly. This guy isn't any different. We'll do as he asks, but we don't have to give him everything. And we don't have to hurt anyone. We'll do enough to keep him happy. We'll bring back your mom, and then we'll be fine. She'll be back, and we can stop helping him right away. Do you really think it'll be that simple? Izuku asks, turning his head to meet his friend's eyes. Hitoshi shrugs. I'm sure there will be some setbacks, he admits, but then he smiles softly. But we've always been good at overcoming those, yeah, Izuku agrees, and then again, yeah. Izuku manages a small smile in return, a burst of hope bursting in his chest, pushing away some of the guilt so that he can breathe and sit up. Come on, then, Izuku says, brushing away the last of his tears. Let's get going, Toshi. They don their vigilante gear, careful to make sure everything is in place and secure. Then Vigil and Ante leap out of their window, knowing that it'll be the last time that they ever will. And the story continues. Shota Aizawa stands on a rooftop, letting his breath form tiny clouds in the cold winter air, as he regrets every decision he's made that led to him having to do night patrols in the freezing weather. He doesn't truly regret it, he thinks, but he's coming closer to that feeling every time that he has to go on patrol, only for nothing to happen. It's winter, Shota mutters to himself as he rubs his hands together, then sticks them in his pockets instead. No one in their right minds would cause problems right now. They're too busy trying not to freeze half to death. So, of course, his ranting is cut off by the two vigilantes who don't seem to ever be in their right minds. Vigil and Ante, who are currently darting along the rooftops. Of course. Well, Shota mumbles, activating his capture gear and shifting his stance, at least I'll warm up some. He takes off after them, racing to match their momentum and surpass it. He can't tell if the duo notices his pursuit or not, as they continue to talk like nothing is amiss. Hey, Ante, Vigil calls out, the ever-present crackling grating on Shota's ears as the vigilante increases his voice to be heard as the males leap to separate rooftops. Think I can do a flip? I know you can do a flip, Vigil, Ante says. No, over the gap. Why the hell? Shota forces his thoughts to stop, pushing himself to speed up even more. I'm sure you could, Ante says, in a voice that almost sounds placating, but why do you want to do it? To show off for our fan, of course. And then, as he leaps over the roof, Vigil does a flip, waving to Shota when he's upside down. Hey, Eraserhead. Shota scowls, sending his capture weapon reeling out at the man. Vigil dodges, which isn't surprising but still annoying either way. Now, that's not very nice. His voice fizzles, and Shota huffs out a breath. Wasn't trying to be, Shota responds. Hey, that's not very nice either. Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Vigil asks, and Shota lets out a swear as Vigil pulls on his own capture weapon, using it to swing out of the way. You know, you seem like a really cool guy when you're not trying to catch us and all. Well, how about this? Shota starts, swinging the weapon and smirking as he catches Ante by the ankle. I take you two in, and then we can sit down and have a nice, long chat. He can't see their face, but Shota feels like Vigil is smiling when he asks, now, really? Could we get an autograph while we're at it? Sure, I'll sign your mask and everything, Shota drawls, but Vigil shakes his head. No, sign Ante's. He's the bigger fan, really, he asks, unsure if it's to the revelation or the fact that Ante has managed to sneak out of his hold, but the vigilantes just shrug and continue to flee. The duo gets a few rooftops away before Shota manages to land another hold on Vigil, snagging the vigilante by the arm. Hey wait, that's not cool, Vigil complains, tugging his arm. But, to answer your question, yeah, really. You're really cool, Eraserhead, I'm not saying otherwise. Like, you essentially fight Quirkless half the time, which is really inspiring and one of the most amazing things ever, and your fighting style was really hard to copy. You copied my fighting style, Shota interrupts. Well, yeah, took us a while to figure out how to use these things. I think we have a hang on them now. As if proving his point, Vigil lashes out with his capture weapon, sending it flying at Shota. He dodges, but that causes his own gear to slacken. Vigil rips his arm free, then jumps over Shota's next attempt. But anyways, you're cool, but have you seen? Oh, great, here it comes, Ante cuts off, and Shota twitches an eye when he realizes the second vigilante is just resting against a chimney, calm as can be. Present Mike, Vigil finishes, throwing his arms into the air. That man is an icon. But you've met him by now, haven't you? Vigil tilts his head, then leaps backward as Shota advances. Yeah, I know you guys have been in battles together. Isn't he cool? Is this really the time to be asking this? Shota asks. I mean, when else do I get the chance? Vigil returns cheekily, then pauses. Wait, have you met All Might? Shota blinks at the still figure. And then he sends his capture gear flying in frustration. It wraps around Vigil's upper torso, the man not even noticing as he asks, have you fought with him? He's really cool. Oh wait, have you fought with Present Mike and All Might? That'd be the best. Vigil, Ante says, standing up. You're stuck. Vigil pauses as Shota comes closer, then begins to squirm. With every step that Shota takes, the struggling gets worse and worse. Ah, Ante. Vigil starts, the crackling failing to hide his worry. He's worried. Did you remember your knife? I think I left mine behind. A knife. That's how he got out. You forgot your knife, Ante says slowly, then pats at his own outfit. Ah, shit. F******. Vigil responds, then looks up to Shota. Now only a few feet away, Shota can see the pleading look in his eyes. Hey, Eraser, buddy, mind giving us a get-out-of-jail-free card? Shota says nothing, tying up the loose ends of his capture weapon before pulling out another reel. Silently, he turns to Ante and activates the weapon. Ante doesn't even move when Shota moves to subdue him, the cloth binding him and rendering him immobile. Maybe he's in shock, Shota thinks, but he doesn't really feel like waiting around for their shock to pass. That might be enough time for them to find a way out of their binds. No, instead Shota pulls out his phone, quickly hitting the detective's number. On the second ring, Tsukauchi picks up. Hey, are you in right now? He asks, still not quite believing his eyes as he stares at the tied-up vigilantes. Yeah, Tsukauchi affirms through a muffled yawn. Then, I was about to leave for the night, but what do you need? Stay at the station, Shota advises. I finally caught them, and I don't think they can get out this time. Tsukauchi says nothing, the line going dead, and Shota figures the man is surprised. Hell, he is, too. But hey, it's not like he'll have to deal with them much longer, yeah. Shota Aizawa has dealt with a lot of bullshit from the world in his life, has gone through a bunch of stuff that left him wishing death would just take him already, because life was torture and endless suffering and yada yada yada. God, he needed a nap. Or a 6-month coma. Or coffee. Coffee would do. Because staring at the vigilantes he's been hunting down for years, the last thing he could have expected was for them to be teenagers. What? Shota sighs, rubbing at his eyes as he stares into the interrogation room, watching through the one-way window. Vigil and Ante, the vigilante duo, as they've taken to calling themselves, sit side by side in the room, mirror images of each other with perfect posture and hands resting on the table, as if this is some conference or something. Their faces are neutral, Shota can't even find a hint of worry in their eyes behind their masks. This is his life, he supposes. At least the crappy names make sense. Ready to get this over with, Shota heaves out one last sigh before opening the room. Tsukauchi follows behind him, muttering something about others arriving soon. Great, more people, fun. Hello, boys, Tsukauchi starts. I am Detective Tsukauchi, and this is... Hey, Eraserhead. Vigil practically cheers, like a goddamn child. Oh, right, how did he not see this before? Shota leans against the wall, right beside the door, watching the boys, watching for any sudden movements. The only movement is that of Vigil nearly vibrating out of his seat, and if the smile and carefree tone are any indicators, he's excited. Why are you so antsy? Shota finds himself asking. The other half of the duo, Ante, snorts. You're a hero, Ante says, as if reminding him. Vigil's always been a hero nerd. That causes him to raise an eyebrow. Is that so? Vigil's vibrations seem to calm, and his smile becomes more bashful. Yeah, I always wanted to be a hero. Then why did you choose to break the law? Tsukauchi asks, voice free of emotion. Vigil stills. I didn't. He was just helping people. Ante defends his partner, although he doesn't seem to defend himself. Odd. Same with Ante. Vigil says, we were just helping people. Using your quirk illegally is against the law, the detective says slowly. I understand that you boys are young. 15 isn't young. Vigil interrupts, and there's a beat of silence. 15. Shit, he thought they were a bit older. How long have they been vigilantes anyways? Hasn't it been about 5 years? You two should be students right now, Shota says. Well, technically it's way too late right now, Ante supplies, not helpful in the least. Schools aren't usually open at 2 in the morning, you know. Shota feels his eye twitch, and Tsukauchi takes back over. Either way, I know you two are minors, Tsukauchi stresses, but you should know that you can't use your quirk to get in a fight. But we didn't, Vigil says calmly. 5 years, Tsukauchi starts, pulling out a file from who knows where. For 5 years, reports have been coming in. Thieves, kidnappers, murderers, villains, all taken down by the vigilante duo. Hundreds of reports of fights, and you want to claim that you didn't use your quirk. Not to get in a fight, Ante says. Only in self-defense. Shota snorts. Dozens of your opponents state that Vigil lands a blow on them before they can even attack. Oh, Vigil lets out, and then says, but I never used a quirk. And how can you prove that? Shota asks. Because I don't have one. The words are snapped out, and Shota pauses. I'm sorry, Tsukauchi asks in disbelief. You don't have a quirk. Vigil laughs. He doubles over, gasping for air. But then he stops, and his eyes are cold, mouth set in a deep scowl. You're Naomasa Tsukauchi. Your alias is True Man. Your quirk is called Lie Detector. You can tell when people are telling you the truth, can you not? Then why are you asking me to repeat myself? There's silence. Vigil and Ante have lost their polite postures, both openly glaring at the men before them. Ante angles his body so that it's slightly in front of Vigil's, almost as if he's protecting the boy. My apologies, you're right, Tsukauchi says with a bow of his head. I know I am, Vigil snaps, then lets out a snort. I think I'd know if I was secretly not quirkless after all of these years, detective. Everything is silent for a moment, and Shota feels lost. This whole day has been a roller coaster. Catching the elusive vigilante duo after years of pursuit, finding out that they're teenagers, one is quirkless, the other protected by self-defense laws. Are there any other surprises in store for him? Well, I can't say I expected this outcome, a familiar voice squeaks, and Shota looks to the doorway. Without waiting for an invitation, Nedzu walks up to the table, hopping into one of the chairs. Vigil and Ante stare at the newcomer, and Shota tracks their reactions. They don't give any. Gone is Vigil's anger and Ante's defensiveness. Instead, they stare passively at Nedzu. Nedzu just chuckles. My, you two are quite a pair. 15 years old, and you're already taking the world by storm. What do you plan to do in the future? Silence. Vigil's eyes seem to flicker around, analyzing the room. He's trying to understand what's going on. Honestly, so is Shota at this point. I heard you mention your lack of quirk, Vigil, Nedzu starts calmly, and their Vigil tenses his shoulders slightly, Ante leans a little more forwards. And we all know Ante waits until he's been hit to use his quirk. Technically, you two can't be charged for vigilantism. Shota locks eyes with Tsukauchi, both unsure of what to do. Nedzu, Tsukauchi tries, but Nedzu waves his paw at the man. But there's always the stealing to talk about. Both boys tense at that, before slumping in their seats ever so slightly. Right, Vigil mutters. Right indeed. Many of your catches have reported missing money. Our lovely detective here likely has a list of all of your thefts. While it may not be much that you take, not even half, it's still enough that the criminals have noticed their money disappearing. It's quite obvious where that money is going, yes. Nedzu smiles politely at the boys, but his eyes are gleaming. Shota almost feels sorry for the kids. Heroes get paid, Vigil says, voice as calm as possible. Heroes are licensed, and paid by the government, Tsukauchi stresses. We know that, Ante shrugs, but we couldn't help anyone if we didn't have money to eat. Shota blinks at the comment, something twisting in his stomach. They did this to eat. Nedzu hums. That is a shame. I feel rather bad for you boys. You just wanted to help, but you drew a bad lot in life and took matters into your own hands far too soon. This is a pity, truly. You two could have been great heroes in the future, if you didn't have to deal with such charges such as petty thievery. Why are you focusing so much on that? Vigil asks, and Shota feels like his eyebrow is quirked behind the mask. You say that like there's an alternate route. Ah, you sure are smart. Nedzu chuckles, clasping his paws together. Indeed there is. There is. You two are minors, and haven't purposely attacked a single hero. Your only crime is stealing from villains and other criminals in order to survive, and it shouldn't be a crime to want to live. As such, UA has offered a solution. You two can either go to prison for your crimes, or you can join UA and become heroes, leaving behind your lives of vigilantism. The room falls silent once more. You're joking, Ante states calmly. I am not. We can't afford the tuition, Vigil says. It'd be completely covered, including free lunches. What's the catch? Shota isn't even sure which one asked, perhaps they both did. I wouldn't call it a catch, per se, but there are a few rules. Which are, no more vigilantism. Vigil and Ante cannot keep acting on the streets, they need to leave the jobs to the heroes. I suppose that could work, Vigil mutters. But I'd advise better patrols in certain areas. Of course, we can discuss that soon. There is one other thing, too. Which is, you two are orphans, correct? Nedzu asks bluntly, and the boys stiffen. Shota didn't realize this. How did you guess? Ante asks. Simple. You two said you needed the money to eat. And no 10-year-old becomes a vigilante just for the sake of it, not when they can stay at home with their parents. Vigil frowns. Fine, you figured it out. What about it? I'd like to assign someone from UA as your new legal guardian. I beg your pardon. Vigil sputters, and even Shota is a little thrown by the statement. It only makes sense. You need a guardian, or else you'll be tossed back to an orphanage. With this, you and your friend will be safe, have a place where your needs are met, and you can keep an eye on our activities, Ante finishes up. Yes, Shota wonders if the boys will protest. He wouldn't be surprised, honestly. The boys have been independent for years, would they be willing to accept this? Vigil and Ante stare at each other, a silent conversation passing between them. Then they nod in tandem, looking back to Nedzu. We accept, Vigil declares. Great. First things first, how about letting us know your names? Nedzu leans closer, smile widening. Of course, Vigil says smoothly. Where are my manners? In sync, both boys pull off their masks, reminding Shota just how young they are. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Vigil introduces. And I'm Hitoshi Shinso, Ante finishes. And Shota feels like the incoming year is going to be nothing but trouble. When Hitoshi told Shota he wanted to have kids one day, this isn't quite what he meant. It wasn't a wish that needed to be fulfilled only a month after their conversation. Both of them had decided that they could wait a few years, see where life took them before taking in a child. They were busy, both of them working multiple jobs as both heroes and teachers, and Hitoshi even had his radio station to work on, too. That's why they decided to wait, because it wasn't fair to a kid to pull them into such a busy time. Admittedly, Hitoshi wasn't sure when their life would be any less busy, but he held hope that the future would be at least a little bit less cramped. So, when Principal Nedzu called for a random meeting after school on what seemed to be a normal Wednesday, Hitoshi didn't expect to be told that he might be raising 2 kids from there on out. I'm sure you're all wondering why I called for this meeting, Nedzu started, hands clasped politely on the table. A few of Hitoshi's coworkers nodded, and he found himself doing the same. Excellent. Well, I have no doubts that you've all heard of the Vigilante duo by now. Am I correct in this assumption? The Vigilante duo, Nimori asked. What about them? Ooh, has someone gotten us a lead? Even better, Nedzu cheered. Just last night, Aizawa managed to capture them and bring them into custody. Hitoshi's head snapped over as he whipped around to look at his husband, who looked even more exhausted than usual. Sho, Hitoshi cried out, you didn't even tell me. This is big, congrats. I've been stuck in interrogations and meetings this whole time, Shota complained, slumping further into himself. It's a mess. If the duo is caught, then why are we discussing them? 13 asks, her voice filled with confusion. I'm so glad you asked, 13. Nedzu replied, then pulled out a folder. You see, we found something out when Aizawa brought them in. Quickly, the dog-bear-mouse creature pulled out 2 photos and held them up. This is what they look like right now. Nedzu explained. They're both 15 years old. What? Yagi spluttered, coughing out blood. But that would mean. Yep, 5 years of vigilantism are under these boys' belts. They started when they were 10 years old. Hizashi could have choked on the silence, for once not able to break it. Shota sighed, arms resting on the table. The boys admitted that they became vigilantes out of a desire to help others. They were just too impatient to wait until they could get the proper licensing. Because of this, and the fact that the only real crime that they committed was minor acts of theft against those that they apprehended, Nedzu has offered them an alternate option to prison time. We're going to turn those boys into some of the best heroes UA has to offer. Nedzu finished. It'll be like a reformation program of sorts. The young men, Midoriya and Shinso, will be put into the hero course as first years when the semester begins. Along with that, however, they'll be in need of a guardian from the school. Wait, what? Snipe asked, head cocked to the side. Why in tarnation do they need a guardian? They live on their own, Shota muttered. Have been for a couple years, they said. It's the whole reason they stole in the first place. Those poor boys, Nimori said with a frown. So, who's going to become their guardian? I was assuming that Aizawa and Yamada would be up to the task, Nedzu admitted, then turned to grin at Hizashi. I've heard that you two wanted kids, do you not? Well, yeah, but. Perfect. Then you won't mind becoming their legal guardians, right? Hey, wait, give us a moment to talk about this, Nedzu, Shota said, already standing and pulling Hizashi out of the room before he could process the sudden movements. The door shut behind them, leaving the men alone in the empty halls. Shota let out a groan, slumping against the walls. I need at least 3 coffees by now, his husband grumbled, and Hizashi laughed. You always need 3 coffees, Sho, Hizashi said, and Shota just huffed. Fine, make it 6. Got it. The halls went silent again, but this time Hizashi broke it. So, kids. Yeah, they're Hizashi. They're teenagers. They should be focused on dating and having fun, not risking their lives and running from the law. I know, Hizashi agreed, joining his husband who had sunk to the floor. I've run into them a few times. They're good at what they do. They shouldn't be good at it already. Vigil is quirkless, Shota said, and Hizashi blinked. Vigil is doing all of this when he's a kid and he doesn't even have a quirk to rely on if things get bad. Ante has a brainwashing quirk, it's why he always waited until he was hit to jump into a fight. He had to get self-defense laws on his side. They're able to find loopholes around so many things. If it wasn't for the theft, I think they could have gotten away with it all scot-free. Shota rubbed at his face, a frown tugging on his lips. God, there's gotta be more that can be done for them. Well, that's exactly what we're doing, isn't it? Hizashi asked. I mean, they're coming here to learn how to be proper heroes, the charges are getting dropped. Hell, Nedzu is even making sure they get a family. He's making sure they get guardians, Shota cut him off, but Hizashi didn't feel upset. He wants them to be watched over. He doesn't care about family and all of that. Well, we do, Hizashi pointed out, and Shota looked up, locking eyes with him. We did say we wanted kids. I know we planned to wait, so that we'd have more time, but these kids would probably be happy with any time. And they'll be our students, so we'll see them more than we'd see a younger kid. And they need a family, Shota's lips quirked up, a soft smile growing on his face. I figured you'd say that, he admitted. You're a softie, Zashi. And you are too, Sho, Hizashi retorted. You just like to hide it. Yeah, you're sure about this? This isn't a decision we can back out on, Shota warned, and Hizashi just smiled. I'm sure. Come on, let's go become parents. And now, only 2 days later, Shota is bringing the kids their kids home. Hizashi looks around their home. It's small, cozy. There's only 2 bedrooms, one for Hizashi and Shota, one that used to be for guests, but Shota promised that the boys wouldn't mind sharing the room. They said that they've always slept in the same room, Shota reassured Hisashi, and that was enough for the blonde. Hisashi paces around the kitchen, finishing up lunch as he hums a tune to himself. Shota had just texted him a few minutes before, saying that they were nearly there. They took less time than Shota had expected, but apparently the boys didn't have much to pack. That saddened Hisashi, but he knows he can always change that in the future. The door opens just as Hisashi pulls out some plates. "We're home," Shota calls out, and Hisashi races out to meet his new sons. He's not sure how long it'll take for him to stop feeling giddy about that fact. The boys blink up at him curiously, eyes searching him. Midoriya shuffles in place, shifting his weight from one foot to the other as he holds a box close to his chest. Shinso just stares blankly at Hisashi, as if waiting for something. Maybe he's waiting for a greeting. Hisashi smiles at them, letting his hands clap together. "Welcome to our home, boys." He cheers, then beckons for them to follow. "I made some lunch, it's nothing exciting but I figured you'd all be hungry. You can either set down your stuff here and eat, or I can show you to your room so you can drop your stuff in there, and then we can come back for the food. What do you guys want to do?" Midoriya blinks, glancing to Shinso who glances back at the same time. They stare at each other for a second before Midoriya asks, "May we see our room first? I'd rather set this down in there, so it's not in the way." "Of course, little listener. Just follow me." Hisashi beckons for them to follow, and they do. He quickly leads them to their room, pushing the door open. "Sho said that you guys shared a room back at your place, so I figured you wouldn't mind doing the same here." "It's perfect," Midoriya says softly, and Hisashi smiles. "Glad to hear it. I'll give you boys a few moments to look around." Then he slips out, giving them a moment of peace. He hopes that they'll like it. Izuku watches as Present Mike retreats back down the stairs before turning to look at Hitoshi. "Eraserhead and Present Mike," Izuku murmurs, "who would have thought?" A tired one and a loud one, Hitoshi returns, setting his bag on the floor. "Sounds like our dynamic, don't you think?" "True, true," Izuku laughs, setting down his box. "Come on, Toshi, let's go grab the other bags before Eraser locks the car on us." "I said to call me Aizawa already," Eraser says as they walk out of the room, setting down a box by the door. "And you can call Hisashi Yamada, if you want." "Thanks," Izuku says, knowing that he probably won't be doing that. From Hitoshi's snort behind him, he knows his friend doesn't plan to do that either. Bringing up the last of their stuff doesn't take long, and soon their room has boxes and bags scattered around the floor. Izuku sighs, looking at their new room. It's about what he'd expect, after being told it was a guest room. The bed is the same size as their old one, which is nice, and there's a dresser on the opposite wall and a closet to hang clothes in. Other than that, there's a small desk in the one corner, with a window right beside it. "That's nice," Izuku guesses. "We'll probably want a table in here, or something," Hitoshi pipes up from his spot, sprawled out on the bed. "Unless we plan on doing homework and all down there." Izuku grimaces. Sure, Eraser and Present Mike may be two of his favorite heroes, and Eraser may be Hitoshi's favorite hero of all time, but that doesn't change the fact that, well, they're intruders that are probably not wanted here. It's probably for the best to stay out of the heroes' ways, so that they're less of a problem. Luckily, the ex-vigilantes know a thing or two about remaining hidden. "We can make a table or buy one soon," Izuku promises right as Present Mike calls them down for lunch. "A chair, too." "Cool," Hitoshi says, and then they head back down to face their new guardians, and try not to fanboy, because while these are still some of the coolest heroes ever, awkward tension or not. Hisashi always knew that parenthood wouldn't be a walk in the park. He also knew that adopting a kid meant that forming a bond would be even more difficult. He definitely knew that adopting a teenager who had spent most of their life only trusting one other person would mean that there'd be some trouble earning their trust. Hisashi never thought that he'd adopt two wanted vigilantes, especially not ones that he's tried to capture before. But here he is, facing the hardest difficulty yet, trying to get these boys to open up. He's a teacher, He's good with teenagers. He has a grumpy husband who doesn't know how to communicate until he's had at least half a pot of coffee. He is the king of small talk. But Midoriya and Shinso are giving him a run for his money by saying practically nothing. He can probably count their responses on his fingers, dang it. Shota isn't really helping, and if Hisashi didn't know any better he'd assume Shota is amused. Of course he's amused. Shota is hiding a smile behind that coffee mug and Hisashi cannot be fooled. So, boys, Hisashi starts up again, when the silence feels too loud, and their eyes dart up to meet his own in sync. What do you like to do for fun? Midoriya looks at him oddly, raising an eyebrow. Present Mike-san, we were vigilantes. You tried to capture us at least half a dozen times. His green eyes seem to be concerned, the question, did you forget? Laying, unsaid, in his gaze. I know, Hisashi says with his go-getter smile. But that couldn't have been all you two did, yeah. We trained, Shinso says. Trained, Hisashi repeats, and now Shinso raises an eyebrow, matching Midoriya's expression easily. We worked out, Shinso tries. We couldn't have gone 5 years before being captured if we didn't. Did you think that we were just running around blind, present Mike-san? Midoriya asks, and Hisashi shakes his head frantically. No, you two were extraordinary, not that I'm condoning your actions, they were borderline illegal and all, but that's not what I meant. Taking a breath, Hisashi ignores the snort that comes from his husband. Okay, other than vigilante-related things, what did you two do? Oh, Midoriya lets out, and Hisashi lets out a sigh. That's simple, we did our schoolwork. Hisashi slumps. Schoolwork, yeah, if we weren't training or out on patrol, we did our classwork. That's it, Hisashi asks, and the boys nod in tandem. How much time do you think there is in a day, present Mike-san? Shinso drawls out, and Hisashi frowns. You two never had time for fun, did you? That's not right, we're going to find you two some hobbies if it's the last thing we do, got it? The boys share a look, but then shrug in one fluid movement. Together, they say, got it, present Mike-san. Good. Oh, and you guys know you can stop calling me by my hero name, yeah. They refuse to stop, Shota says, the first thing he's said since thanking Hisashi for lunch. Eraserhead is right, Shinso agrees, and Hisashi pouts. Fine, at least drop the honorific, then. Of course, present Mike, they agree, and with that they stand up and leave the room, heading back up to their new bedroom. Hisashi looks to Shota with pleading eyes, and his husband merely laughs. Traitor. The first feeling that Izuku processes upon waking up is confusion. This is because the walls have somehow changed from the soft beige color that Izuku has seen for over 2 years to a light blue, and then Izuku starts to notice all of the different furniture, and that the window has somehow shifted positions, and confusion turns to panic. But then Izuku bumps into Hitoshi in his panic to get up, and he feels better knowing that his friend is still beside him, even if he's not sure where they are. And then Izuku hears the faint sound of present Mike's indoor voice, and everything comes back. Right, Izuku thinks, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. Right, Eraserhead and present Mike are our guardians, now. We're not in the apartment anymore. Single quote. Everything is, well, not fine, Izuku supposes, but it's not panic-inducing anymore. It just is, all things considered. Hitoshi stirs beside him, waking up with a light groan. Izuku feels a little bad for bumping into him, knowing that the boy doesn't always get enough sleep, but Hitoshi slips out of bed before Izuku can even attempt to apologize. It's too cold, Hitoshi mutters the moment his feet hit the floor. He makes his way over to their closet, pulling out a hoodie and slipping it on, and Izuku holds back a laugh as he recognizes which one it is. It's worth letting his friend get a little embarrassed, Izuku decides, when he sees Eraserhead's shocked expression at the sight of Hitoshi wearing his merchandise. It's absolutely worth it. Breakfast starts out as silently as it can, when 3/4 of the table are only focused on eating, but the fourth is an overly energetic blonde with a voice quirk. Izuku supposes that this is something that he and Hitoshi will have to get used to. They've never been talkers during breakfast, so the additional noise is a little unsettling. It's when Izuku is almost done that Eraserhead speaks up, pulling out a piece of paper and reaching across the table to put it between the boys. "Here," Eraserhead says, and Izuku looks down at the string of numbers. "It's my phone number. School is still in session, so if we're not nearby and you need help, you can still reach me." "Thank you," Izuku says slowly, feeling a slight tinge of embarrassment creeping through him, "but that doesn't really help us." "Why not?" Present Mike asks, and Hitoshi snorts. "We don't exactly have phones," Hitoshi says, and Izuku almost laughs at the realization that flits across the heroes' faces. "Oh," Present Mike says, then stands up. "All right, boys, finish up and get ready, because we're going shopping." And that's how Izuku and Hitoshi find themselves heading to the mall with two pro heroes, off to buy who knows what. The trip is oddly domestic. Izuku and Hitoshi let their guardians take the lead, the males making their way through the crowd, completely unnoticed without their hero costumes on. It doesn't take long for Present Mike to announce their first stop, a phone store. He urges the two boys in, and a salesperson quickly approaches. Half an hour later, Izuku and Hitoshi walk out with their first phones. "He does know that we could have bought them, doesn't he?" Izuku thinks, eyeing Present Mike's back as the blonde leads the two, Eraserhead silently strolling beside him. "He knows we had the money to afford the apartment." Izuku supposes that he shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, although he's a little put off by the purchase. Hitoshi seems to be in a similar state of discomfort, purple eyes glancing warily at the small bag that he now carries. They lock eyes, and try not to grimace when Present Mike pulls them into a second store, this one a clothing shop. "Come on, listeners," Present Mike says, and it's almost amusing to see how nobody nearby bats an eye at his choice of words, considering that they don't recognize him as the pro hero that he is. "You two need some new clothes." "We have clothes," Izuku says, confused, but any further comments are cut off by Eraserhead's snort. "Kid, your clothes are too small for you. Your pants end above your ankles already," the underground hero points out, and Izuku blushes. "Don't worry about the costs, just pick out what you like." "Got it." "Of course, Eraserhead," Izuku says, and Eraserhead rolls his eyes. "Aizawa," Eraserhead reminds him, but he already knows that it's a losing battle when Izuku smiles innocently. "Of course, Eraserhead," the greenette repeats, and then he lets Hitoshi pull him away before the man can get angry. It takes a while longer to choose enough pieces to satisfy Present Mike, who immediately pays for everything without batting an eye. Izuku shifts on his feet, unsure if he feels grateful, guilty, or apprehensive. He decides on all three. At least Present Mike seems to be happy when they leave the shop, humming a tune to some pop song as he leads them to the food court for an early lunch. Izuku sighs as he takes a seat next to Hitoshi, setting down his bags before moving his chair even closer to the perplexed Eraserhead, seated across from them, watches as Hitoshi immediately leans against Izuku, chin resting right next to Izuku's ear. Voice barely a whisper, Hitoshi murmurs through slightly parted lips, "This feels like a fever dream." Izuku holds in his laughter, but his chest still shakes as he conceals the noise. He shifts his right shoulder slightly, a partial shrug to let Hitoshi know that he understands. Eraserhead's eyes dart between the two, as if trying to understand their conversation when he can't even read Hitoshi's lips. It only makes it harder to hold in his chuckling. "I mean, come on," Hitoshi continues, and Izuku can hear the smile that the boy is holding back. "Just a few days ago, we were running around, kicking ass. Now we're at the mall with Eraserhead. And his husband," Izuku mutters in response, tilting his head down ever so slightly so that the pro hero can't see his mouth. "I think that lands us solidly from fever dream to hallucination, though." Hitoshi snorts loudly, and Eraserhead raises an eyebrow at the sound. He opens his mouth, most likely to question them, but Present Mike saves the day by returning with food. Izuku and Hitoshi part, eating in silence as Present Mike rambles about whatever. A few times, Izuku feels the urge to respond, but he clamps his lips shut. Most people don't appreciate his mumbling habits, after all. Hitoshi is an exception, but Izuku isn't going to test his luck with his new guardians. And besides, it's not like present Mike really cares. Not really. Izuku isn't an idiot. He knows that he and Hitoshi are forcing Eraserhead and Present Mike to change their lifestyles, at least somewhat, to accommodate the two additions in their home. He knows that Principal Nedzu required a hero to take the duo in, as part of the agreement. He knows that, after so many years hunting them down, it's highly unlikely that Eraserhead would want to deal with the duo even more, but that very experience is why he was likely forced into agreeing. He knows that, for how welcoming and inviting the men seem to be, there's no way they truly want Izuku and Hitoshi around. And that makes sense. It fits into every single belief the boys have ever had, every truth they've ever known. It's why, as they return back to the house, trunk littered with bags containing new stuff for the boys, Izuku lets a bit of his guilt slip away at the thought of what he'll have to do in the future. Having a real family, it's worth committing a few more sins. For Hitoshi, for his mother, for himself, for once in his life. It'll all be worth it, Izuku decides, and so he doesn't feel quite so awkward as he traverses through a home that isn't his own, as he hides away in a room that doesn't feel quite right, as he sits down for dinner across from two heroes that don't want him to be there. It'll all be worth it in the end, Izuku knows, and he takes comfort in that fact as he falls asleep, Hitoshi by his side like always. And the story continues. Izuku wakes up to a knock on the bedroom door. Blinking tiredly, he looks to Hitoshi, who shrugs in response to the unasked question. Izuku slips out from under the covers, going over to the door and opening it. Present Mike stands outside of the room, smiling far too brightly for such an early morning. It's already 6, Izuku's mind supplies, but Izuku ignores the thought. It's still too early, even if it really isn't. Good morning, little listeners. Present Mike cheers. We have to head to UA soon, and we can't really leave you two alone while we're gone all day, so you guys get to come with us from now on. He pauses, then asks, you two did say that you're taking school online, right? The duo nod, and he beams. Perfect. Some of our coworkers have been dying to meet you too. Well, we're leaving in a little bit, so get dressed and get some food, okay? Izuku nods, and Present Mike's smile somehow grows. Great, I've got breakfast on the table whenever you two are ready. And then he's gone, back down the stairs. Izuku blinks, then turns back to Hitoshi. I guess we should get dressed, then. Izuku asks, and Hitoshi nods. An hour passes quickly, and Izuku and Hitoshi are sitting in the back seats of the car before they know it. More awake now, Izuku can't help but be excited, and he can tell Hitoshi feels the same way. It's UA, after all. Their dream hero school, and they get to attend it. And heroes want to meet them. Izuku pointedly ignores the sole reason they're able to come, the sole reason that they got caught. He can worry about that when the next school year actually starts, and their first years. When they reach UA, Izuku can't help but let out a gasp. It's gigantic, and while Izuku admittedly doesn't have much history with physical schools, he's pretty sure that they're not usually so large. That's plus ultra for you, Hitoshi mutters, but Izuku can hear the awe in his voice. It's even better when you're not just staring at it. Present Mike says as he pulls into a parking spot. Come on, listeners, let's get this show on the road. Izuku and Hitoshi follow without protest, watching their guardians grab their things before following them inside. Izuku lets out a small hum when he notices Eraserhead scanning a card before opening the door, then pulling out a visitor pass and scanning it twice. Does everyone need an ID card to get in? He asks, and Eraserhead nods. Most students just have to scan in on the first day. After that, the system will recognize you. During certain hours, however, you can only get in if a teacher scans in, and you have to scan in if you're bringing a visitor in. After a pause, Eraserhead adds, Nedzu will probably give you 2 higher access levels, so you can join us if you need to during breaks and after school hours. Izuku doesn't have anything to say to that, so he doesn't say anything. They all walk together until they reach a large door that has 1A painted on it, the large red markings completely unmissable. You two can go wander around, if you want, Eraserhead says. School doesn't start for over an hour, so I won't force you two to start on classes right away if you don't want to. When the day starts, though, you two can head to the teacher's lounge. We've got computers in there, just go to Hitoshi and my spots. Eraserhead pauses, as if trying to think of anything else to say, then shrugs. That's about it. Don't forget that you get free lunches, I guess. See you two after school. He gives them a little wave, then walks through the giant door, closing it behind him. I'll be in class 1C if you need me, Present Mike says, pointing down the hall. Have fun, listeners, and don't get into any trouble. The boys nod, and then they begin to roam the halls, wondering just who they'll meet. Nimari Kayama strolls through the hallway, making her way to her classroom at a casual pace. A smile slips onto her lips as she walks down the empty halls, ones that will soon be filled with students who are working their way to their futures. She can practically feel the energy that buzzes from the student body, full of excitement and hope and wonder. Ah, to be young and full of potential. Nimari remembers her time here as a student. Unfamiliar footsteps meet Nimari's ears, and she turns around to find the source. Two teenage boys stand side by side, staring back at her. Aren't you two a little early? Nimari asks, keeping her voice playful as she places a hand on her hips, eyeing the pair. From all the way down the hall, she can't see them perfectly. All she can identify is the wild purple hair on the taller one, and the curly green hair of the other. Our guardians are setting up for class right now, the taller one says. They told us to look around before the day starts. Nimari blinks, and then she realizes it. These must be the vigilante boys that Shota and Hitoshi adopted. She's down the hall before she knows it, and her smile grows as she looks at the boys from up close. They're really just kids, Nimari thinks to herself. They're so adorable, ah. Single quote. You two must be Midoriya and Shinso, right? Nimari asks, and they nod. Okay, which is which? I'm Midoriya, the little green one says, and Nimari almost wishes that she was the one who got to adopt them, because Midoriya has the sweetest little smile and her heart can't take it. I'm Shinso, the perplet says. You two are so cute, Nimari lets out, then laughs at their matching blushes. I'm Nimari Kayama, and I'll be your modern hero art history teacher next year. Aren't you the pro hero Midnight, Kayama-sensei? Midoriya asks, and Nimari blinks. I'm surprised that you recognized me out of costume, Nimari admits, looking down at herself. She's dressed rather casually, with jeans and a loose sweater. Her costume is in a bag in her classroom, the pro hero hadn't felt up to putting it on right away. It's nothing that really shows off her curves, so how did they immediately catch on? You have the same hair and eye color, Midoriya answers easily. And your voice is exactly the same. I see. Are you two fans? She asks, throwing in a wink, and while the boys blush, they don't panic. That's no fun. Single quote. You've tried to capture us, Shinso says nonchalantly, throwing in a shrug for good measure. It's hard to forget when someone tries to knock you out. Now Nimari is the one blushing, and she lets out a laugh to dispel some of her embarrassment. Sorry about that, boys. It's part of the job description. We understand, Midoriya says politely, and Nimari feels better until he adds, the worst part was when you kept trying to hit on us, to be quite honest, but we know that you thought we were adults. Oh, if she was red before, she must be by now. Smiling bashfully, Nimari says, I am so sorry. I assumed you were older. Everyone did, that was the point. No hard feelings, Shinso reassures her, and Nimari nods. Of course. Here, let me show you two around the school as an apology, she offers, and luckily the boys accept. Walking through the halls with two ex-vigilantes behind her, Nimari wonders what the future year will bring, when the boys are in her class. She looks forward to seeing what these two will do, because she just knows they'll cause trouble for their parents. Ah, youth. Higari Majima lets out a pleased sigh as he sets down his pen, the last of his paperwork done before the day even starts. Being a homeroom teacher for the support course students means having to fill out a lot of paperwork to account for the safety of every student, and that includes dozens of papers for upcoming students who haven't even stepped foot on campus since the exams. He's interested in seeing what the next year will bring, although he can already feel a headache coming his way as he recalls some of the more energetic applicants. But that's a problem to worry about next semester, not today. For now, Higuri just focuses on revising his lesson plans for the day and filing away some papers he knows from experience that they will get lost if he doesn't put them away soon enough. Higuri hums softly to himself as he works, a pleasant melody in his head as he enjoys the last few hours of silence before the bright young students of tomorrow arrive. He doesn't expect his door to be opened so abruptly, or to hear Kayama loudly announce, "And this is Class 1F. It's one of the support department classes, and they focus on creating the equipment that you'll need in your future." Higuri looks up, and is surprised to see two young teenagers looking around the room in awe. Blinking, he recognizes them from the pictures. These are the Vigilante boys. "Good morning," Higuri says, standing up and making his way across the room. "What can I do for you?" "I'm just showing these boys around the school," Kayama explains. "Shota and Hizashi brought them in, then just left them to wander around blindly, so I'm giving them a proper tour." "Oh, this is Midoriya and Shinso, by the way. Boys, this is Higuri Majima." "I see. Well, any questions for me?" Higuri looks to the boys, not expecting much. They're going to be in the heroics department, aren't they? They probably won't think much of this room. He doesn't hold the thought against them, it's just how things are. But the boys surprise him. "Your students get to work in a lab like this?" Midoriya asks. "That's incredible. What are the rules here? Is anyone allowed to come in here and work, or is it only for support students? Is a hero student allowed to create their own gear, or are they only allowed to offer suggestions?" Shinso adds on, looking around. "If they've already created gear, do they have to get it approved by the support department as well as the school?" "We've already gotten our tools school approved, but if we want to make improvements, do we come to you?" Higuri blinks in surprise, holding up his metal-tipped hands in an attempt to stop the rapid questioning. "Whoa, boys, hold on. Give me a second to answer all of that." "Right, of course," Midoriya says, face reddening. "Our apologies, Majima-sensei." Higuri chuckles as the boys bow in sync. "That's all right. Curiosity isn't a bad thing, it's how we learn to create new ideas after all. Okay, let's see. Yes, my students get to work in the lab. We've got a lot of rules, but they're mostly just the routine safety rules." The boys blink at him in confusion, and Higuri expands on that statement. "You know, stuff like wearing goggles and other protection, don't mess with dangerous chemicals without adult supervision." "That makes sense," Midoriya whispers, and Shinso nods, and Higuri feels himself thanking Nedzu internally for putting the boys in heroics. Continuing on, Higuri says, and he regains their attention instantly, "While we don't normally get non-support course students in here, we don't have any rules against other students trying their hands at creating gear. However, there are additional regulations for the rest of the student body, as we can't assume that they're as knowledgeable as a support student should be." The boys nod, eagerly taking in his words, and Higuri can't help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. Hero students are allowed to create their own gear, although most don't tend to do that. If your gear has already been approved, you don't need to get our approval, although you're correct in assuming that additional changes should be run through us if you're making the changes in our labs. If it's not done in school, however, you only need to run your changes by the school. Anything I missed? No, Majima-sensei. Thank you, Midoriya says, and Higuri nods. Of course. Now, I have a question for you boys. Hands on his hips, he asks, "What all have you two made?" Midoriya beams, causing Kayama to let out what sounds suspiciously like a squeal. "Oh, well, we've each got a staff, but they both have different purposes. Mine can separate into two smaller pieces, and Shinso's can emit electricity to stun opponents." "That's been approved?" Higuri asks, and Shinso nods. "It's only enough to shock, and it serves as a way to knock out an opponent without too much damage," Shinso explains easily, reminding Higuri that these two boys are, indeed, vigilantes. "Along with that, Izuku and I made capture weapons." "You mean like Shota's?" Kayama asks, and the boys nod. "Oh, that's the cutest thing. You three will match. How did you manage to make that?" Higuri asks, and the boys shrug. Stole a piece off of Eraserhead one time, Midoriya says. All I had to do was compare it with a few materials with similar strengths and malleabilities, figure out how he activated it, and then with a few substitutes we were able to create our own versions. That's very impressive, Higuri says honestly, and they both blush again. Must not be used to praise, Higuri realizes, and the thought makes him frown. Shaking his head, he asks, anything else? Were your shoes approved? Shinso asks Midoriya, who nods. Right, I've got shoes with built-in sound burst machines, which allow me to jump higher or move faster, depending on which ones I activate. We also got Hitoshi's voice modifier approved, because it helps him with his quirk. You built him a voice modifier? Higuri asks. We made it together, Midoriya says. See, we needed one that could project and modify his voice without rendering his quirk useless. His quirk is reliant on his vocal cords, so we had to make it without any type of electricity. The NESM is one of our best works, if I do say so. Well, Higuri starts, then smiles. I'm certainly impressed with all of that. If you two ever want to stop on by, I'll be happy to let you in. Thank you, Majima-sensei, Midoriya says, and the boys look around for a few more moments before Kayama leads them away to continue their tour. It's only once the door has closed that Higuri wonders, where'd they even get the materials to make all of that stuff, anyways. Single quote. After meeting Mr. Majima, Izuku and Hitoshi follow Ms. Kayama around for a while longer. They run into a few more staff members, including Principal Nedzu, who gives them their ID cards, but their tour is cut off when actual students begin to roam the halls. Oh, looks like school will be starting soon, Ms. Kayama says. I'm sorry to cut this tour off short, boys, but I have to go get into my costume before homeroom starts. It's no problem, Izuku assures her. Thank you for showing us around, Kayama-sensei. It was my pleasure, she says, adding a wink. You two can find the teacher's lounge by yourself. Izuku and Hitoshi nod, and she smiles. Perfect. Have a good day, boys, and here's my unofficial welcome to UA. She pulls them into a hug, then saunters off to her classroom before they can react. Izuku and Hitoshi look at each other, shrug, and head back to the lounge to start their classes. Hey, Izuku whispers as they walk back, ignoring the odd glance that an older girl sends their way. If we finish the last month of the school year this week, do you think Majima-sensei will let us use the labs? Maybe, Hitoshi mutters, but we also need to get access to some training grounds. 1 week of classwork, then spend the rest of our time in the labs and training grounds. Izuku asks, and Hitoshi smirks. Sounds perfect. I bet we can get it down to 4 days if we really try. We probably don't have to try too hard, Izuku admits, and Hitoshi agrees. Overall, Izuku is looking forward to his time at UA, guilty conscience be damned. UA Academy is a prestigious school of wonder and difficulties alike. Its students are well aware of the plus ultra nature of their school, from the demanding academics, rigorous departments focused on greatness, and the pro-hero teachers that give their all and expect the same from their classes. UA is the best of the best, after all, and as such is renowned for its greatness. But, lately, the students have become aware of an anomaly in the school. Something odd that caught the attention of one student, then another, and so on and so forth until dozens of students were left with confusion and questions. At first, nobody noticed. UA is a large school, after all, with hundreds of kids in a single year. With so many students roaming the halls, it only makes sense that, in the same way that some will become stars who shine brightly among the rest, there will also be those who fade into the background. After all, for there to be a number one, there must also be someone below. Those with quirks that do not compare to those that are greater, those who do not have the intellect to create great plans on the spot, or create wonderful things for the future. It's simply how life goes. Not everyone can stand out. But there is one thing that most do not understand: a student at UA is not forgotten. Even if they are in the background, there is always one other person who will see them, even if they do not recall said person's name, or even their quirk. No, it is impossible for a UA student to be unrecognized by every single student. And that is where things became abnormal, because nobody at UA recognized the two boys that seemed to appear at will. And kept appearing. Sightings are infrequent and not quite predictable. The first time was seemingly unimportant. Two boys walked into the cafeteria, bought food, and walked back out. Nobody really saw them, and if they did, they didn't bat an eye. And then, the very next day, it happened again. 5 minutes later, but one kid stopped and looked at them. And then that student asked, "Hey, who are they? They're not in uniform." Indeed they were not. They both wore jeans and plain tops, nothing like the school uniform that every other student wore. "Maybe they're visitors," a girl nearby asked. "I've never seen them around." "Maybe they're new," a boy suggested. "I mean, it's really late in the year, but it's not that odd." The few that noticed the boys said nothing more, assuming that the question would answer itself, or fade away into unimportance. The boys kept appearing, and then whispers started to rise, rumors began to spread. "I think they're first years," a second year stated. "I saw them in present Mike Sensei's room before school started." "They're not in my class," a general ed kid rebuked. "Mike Sensei is my homeroom teacher, and they weren't there." "Well, of course they weren't," another shouted, slamming their hands on the table. "Because I saw them in Power Loader Sensei's labs." "Well, they sure aren't a support student, because that's my department." Someone yelled back, "I saw them in Aizawa Sensei's room. They must be hero students." Please, the entire class was expelled. The only kids that are still there came from Gen Ed. "I think we'd notice if Aizawa Sensei brought 2 more in." "Okay, but can I point out that they were following Midnight Sensei around before school started on Monday? I saw them slip into the teacher's lounge on my way to class. I saw them sneak out of the lounge when I went to the bathroom." With every passing day, the students of UA find themselves more and more curious as to who the boys are, and just what they are doing in the school. No one can pinpoint anything about them. Their grade is unknown, their department isn't even set in stone, and the teachers say nothing when questioned. "Are we sure they actually exist?" a girl asks one day, shaking in her seat. "Maybe they're, like, ghosts haunting the school." The rumor picks up speed quickly, a possible explanation for the things that cannot be explained. The UA cryptids become more popular with every sighting, and more mysterious with every disappearance. Nobody speaks to the boys. Not out of a lack of trying, but rather because the boys appear when nobody expects them to, and vanish the moment a student tries to approach them. Some have tried following them on the way out of the cafeteria, but no matter how many corners they look behind, the boys are never there. Nobody is quite sure where they go off to, although there are reports of tools whirring when the labs are off limit, and the sound of footsteps racing through the blocked-off gyms when only normal classes are in session. Yes, the students of UA aren't sure of many things about the two boys, but they know that something is amiss. As the school year lets out and the short spring break begins, the remaining students hope that they will learn more about the cryptids when the new year begins. Down in a lab, 2 boys work, together but separate. Izuku sits at a work table, eyes focused on the pieces of metal that he's screwing together, careful not to bend the plate that connects them. Only a few yards away, Hitoshi pores over messy blueprints, studying every little note before turning around and connecting a few pieces together. They work without speaking, just like usual, the only sounds in the cluttered room coming from the scraping of metal on metal, or the occasional tap of a foot. And then a buzzing noise fills the air. It's gone as soon as it begins, but it's enough to disrupt Izuku. The green-haired boy looks up, careful not to drop the bits he's working on as he picks up his new phone. When he's silent for too long, Hitoshi speaks up. "What is it?" the violet boy asks, and Izuku sighs. "Eraser wants us back in an hour," Izuku explains, eyes glancing at the short text once again. "But we've only been out for, 3 hours at this point?" Hitoshi points out, and Izuku shrugs. "School nights, I guess," Izuku offers. "Break ends today, after all." "Don't remind me," Hitoshi mutters, and Izuku snorts. "Come on, it'll be fine," Izuku promises, but Hitoshi clearly doesn't believe him. He doesn't believe himself, either, but that's fine. "We haven't actually gone to school since daycare," Hitoshi points out. "And Izu, I don't think daycare really counts. It's fine. Izuku waves off, pocketing his phone after sending back a quick, okay. We have each other, so it's not like we'll be on our own again. Eraser said we're both in his class, after all. And wow, does that feel like a dream to acknowledge. Izuku and Hitoshi, being taught by a pro hero in the hero school. If only reality didn't make it feel like it'd quickly become a nightmare. Come on, Hitoshi murmurs, knocking Izuku back out of his head. Izuku feels like Hitoshi has to do that more and more with every passing day, not that it's always a bad thing. We've probably got 40 minutes before we need to start heading back. Think we can finish the endoskeleton by then? Ah, yes, the endoskeleton. Izuku glances down, looking at the metal rods and plates that are connected, forming a decent copy of a human skeletal system. It's the first step that needs to be completed, in order to proceed with the rest of the vessel. We just need to connect the upper and lower half, Izuku points out. I bet we can do it in 30. They manage it in 25, and get back to the house with 5 minutes until curfew. Izuku and Hitoshi slip up into their shared room, avoiding their guardians and falling asleep not long after. Izuku dreams of nothing that night. The alarm screams in Izuku's ears, forcing him awake. Izuku sighs, moving to turn off his phone, only stopping when the ringing ends. He stretches his arms out as he yawns, nearly hitting Hitoshi in the process. And then he freezes, realization hitting him. It's our first official day at UA. Single quote. Izuku jolts, turning and grabbing onto his friend's arm before shaking him away. Toshi, wake up, he says, and Hitoshi groans in response. The one time I can actually sleep, Hitoshi tries to be dramatic, but his tone is flat and his eyes are filled with an excitement that could rival Izuku's in this moment. Come on, we need to get our uniforms on, Izuku reminds him. Principal Nedzu won't let us get away with wearing normal clothes this year. Who knows, maybe he'd let us get away with it, Hitoshi says as he slips out from under the covers. Do you really want to risk it? Izuku asks, and Hitoshi shivers. No, the two fall back into their usual morning silence after that, slipping on their respective uniforms. The silence is only broken a few times. Once, when Izuku snorts as Hitoshi accidentally puts on Izuku's blazer, which is significantly smaller than Hitoshi's. Then Hitoshi laughs at Izuku's failed attempt to tie his tie, moving over to fix it. In less time than Izuku would expect, the two are downstairs, bags slung over their shoulders, gear safely tucked away, wearing identical uniforms that are perfectly put on. Ooh, look at you two. Present Mike cheers, smiling brightly. You're all ready for your first day of high school. Well, almost. Come and eat. The boys oblige easily, eating in silence as Present Mike prances around the room, making sure that everything is in order. Eventually, though, Present Mike seems to be satisfied, nodding his head before racing back to his bedroom. A moment later, Izuku and Hitoshi get the honor of seeing Present Mike dragging Eraserhead across the floor in a bright yellow sleeping bag that's become all too familiar to the boys in the past month. You have a class to teach. Present Mike scolds. You can't just sleep the first day away. I can and I just might do it, Eraserhead responds, but he stands up anyway, moving to the coffee pot and pouring himself a cup. I mean, it's just orientation today, right? Then who would be in charge of your class? Present Mike asks, then scowls. And you never go to orientation, anyway. I know you better than that. Simple. Boys, Izuku and Hitoshi turn their attention to Eraserhead, who sends them a lazy glance. Want to be in charge of your class today? You cannot do that. Present Mike shouts before the boys can answer. Boys, I will ground you if you agree. I'll ground them if they don't, Eraserhead says casually. Boys, if you listen to Hizashi, I'll start limiting your time outside. Izuku doesn't know if Eraserhead means it, but he stiffens nonetheless. Time outside is when Izuku and Hitoshi go to their jobs, so to speak, but Eraserhead doesn't know that. No, the man probably just thinks that they're out training, which they still do, but that's not the point. I'm the cooler one here, so I can override your decision, Present Mike continues, not noticing how the boys tense in their spots, nerves spiking through their hearts. I'm their homeroom teacher, I can give them detention. Shota, Izuku and Hitoshi look at each other, exasperated expressions mimicked. They let out a sigh. Then Izuku notices the time. Huh, they usually left 5 minutes ago, didn't they? Present Mike, Eraserhead. Izuku starts, interrupting the playful bickering before him. Please, Present Mike starts, just call me Yamada already. That's all I'm asking here, listener. Foregoing a name completely, Izuku says, I'm pretty sure that it's time for us to go. He'll admit it, he's a little amused when he watches the hero yelp in alarm at the time, then rush them into the car. The drive is nice enough, with Present Mike once again filling the silence by talking about how it's their first day, and isn't that exciting, boys? Izuku chuckles as Hitoshi reminds the blonde about the entire month that they've already spent at the school, and that's the end of that conversation. They reach the school and walk right through the doors. Izuku only spots a few people in the halls, all of them staff members who wave in greeting before continuing on their way. Izuku and Hitoshi stand outside the doors of Class 1A, their class, and watch their guardians stop in front of them. Present Mike wishing them good luck with their first day and Eraserhead giving them a little, see you in a bit, before turning and continuing on their way to the teacher's lounge. Izuku glances at the time on his phone. They still have a while before homeroom. Want to go to the support labs? Izuku asks. I want to see if my time has improved on speed building flash bombs. Sure, why not? Hitoshi responds, and off they go, eager to create. Walking into UA, Shota finds himself wondering, is the pay really worth dealing with 2 vigilantes in my class? The thought of having to somehow contain both Midoriya and Shinso in a single room. Shota is already exhausted and the day hasn't even started. And I can't even threaten them with expulsion, Shota thinks as he trudges down to the teacher's lounge, eager to get a few more minutes of sleep. They're being forced to go here. Expelling them would just cause me more trouble, and they'd probably be happy to get expelled. Single quote. He's not sure if his thoughts are correct, or if he's just bitter because he got woken up far too early and he has to be a responsible adult. Maybe both. Let's just hope this class has potential, Shota thinks as he sleeps into his signature yellow sleeping bag, and then he passes out on a spare couch in the lounge that he's become well acquainted with by now. The warning bell rings way too loudly 30 minutes later, forcing the underground hero awake. I'm going to break that bell, Shota says as he stands, still in his sleeping bag. Shota, Hizashi calls out, and Shota looks at him with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, are you going to head to your class like that? Yeah, Hizashi nods and looks away, heading off to 1C to see his own homeroom students. Shota shuffles through the hallways, too tired for the first day of school. When he gets to the classroom, he catches the sound that only shouting students can make. Great, Shota unzips his sleeping bag, dragging it behind him as he slams open the door. He immediately spots the source of the noise, Tenya Iida, Ingenium's younger brother. The boy is yelling at another one Katsuki Bakugo, if he recalls correctly, about putting his feet on the desk. Shota, for his part, sighs. Kids, settle down, everyone, Shota says, and the students race to sit in their spots. Their eyes are all trained on him, some excited, others just patiently waiting for him to speak. It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. Time is precious for heroes, a wasted second can be the difference between a victory or a disaster. Now. Wait, something doesn't seem right, Shota looks around the room, and feels his eye twitch as he notices the 2 remarkably empty seats. Slowly, he asks, did anyone leave the room? He hears a snort from the right side of the room Bakugo as the rest shake their heads. That doesn't make sense. They were in the car with us, uniforms ready and everything. Did they decide to ditch? I can't believe it. No, I absolutely can. It's just like the kids to toy with him, evading him just when he thinks that they're in reach. Those kids, Shota mutters to himself. Couple of problem children. Rubbing at his face, he decides to just continue on. And then he hears 2 very familiar sets of footsteps racing down the hallway. The door slams open, and Shota is greeted with the problem children. Without hesitation, Shota activates his capture weapon and catches the boys, pulling them into the room. Faintly, he hears some of his students gasp. "That's not important right now." "Why are you late?" Shota asks, and he wonders if he's awake enough to truly care. "Sorry," Shinso says, "we got lost, Aizawa-sensei." Midoriya shifts in the weapon's fabric, expression formed into the perfect picture of innocence as he adds, "Yeah, we never really got a map or anything." "You little shits," Shota thinks. "You've already seen the school. You've been here for a month." Single quote. Shota opens his mouth to respond, but the heated words die on his tongue as Shinso's words ring in his ears again. "We got lost, Aizawa-sensei." Single quote. Not Eraserhead. Aizawa-sensei. Words forgotten and lost forever. Shota lets the weapon droop, purposely ignoring the odd gleam that shines in both of the boys' eyes. Whatever. As the boys maneuver their way out of his capture weapon, he turns to the class and says, "Everyone, come get your PE uniform and head to Training Ground A. We've got stuff to do." He doesn't like how the gleam in Midoriya's eyes only grows, or how Shinso seems to be picking up the Midoriya grin more and more with every passing day. He can only pray to whatever god there is that this will end decently well. That's it. He's decided it. They're absolute maniacs. Shota just wanted to test his class's potential. He wanted to know if his students were ones he'd actually keep, or if he'd have to expel kids who were too reckless or apathetic, or the list goes on, but his point is made. He didn't want to deal with the problem children's bullshittery. But no, life is terrible and Shota isn't allowed to have a good first day of school where things go as planned. Hell. Why? Go ahead, use your quirks, Shota told the class. Go ahead, do what you need to, just stay in the lines. F*********ers. To think, he actually believed that they'd at least be good for the first day or two. He put too much hope into them, clearly. Midoriya was the first, because Midoriya is always the first to cause trouble. It's so ingrained in the boys, it even showed in their vigilantism. And their past vigilantism shows in their actions. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Midoriya, surprisingly, behaved himself long enough for that. Instead of trying to pull any tricks, the boy merely sprinted the moment he was given the A-OK to do so. The grip strength test, too, went by without issue. And then came the standing long jump. And that's when Midoriya pulled out the support gear. While technically allowed, the forms had been a nightmare to fill out, and he hadn't even had to do over half of the paperwork. Shota had expected the boy to wait for hero classes before pulling out his gear. This was just a test for baseline athleticism, but the boy was quirkless, so this was his only way to compete against his classmates. Fine, okay, sure. Shota wouldn't even question how the boy brought out his gear without Shota even noticing it on the field. He knew better than to get caught up on the little details when it came to the problem children. Midoriya shot himself straight over the sandbox, and right into Bakugo. "I'm so sorry," Midoriya claimed, but Shota could hear the grin in his voice, even if his expression was one of nothing but pure embarrassment. "I guess I underestimated my distance." As if. Bakugo glared at the problem child, muttering something Shota didn't hear, and Shota had to hold in a sigh. Why? After the long jump, the duo seemed to decide that it was officially time to be problematic. Repeated side steps. Shinso seemed suspiciously lighter on his feet as he went back and forth across the line, and a glance at Uraraka showed that her gaze was oddly blank. Ball throw. Midoriya reeled his arm back and threw the ball, at Bakugo. The explosive teen shot at it with his quirk reflexively, and the ball was shot high into the air. "You said we just had to stay in the circle," Midoriya said with a shrug when questioned, and Shota could only glare and move on. Not even the distance run was safe. Midoriya burst ahead with a mix of his staff and his odd sound burst shoes, while Shinso simply latched onto the boy's back, content to relax during the final test. But then Midoriya threw Shinso across the line, then turned around and raced back to another student, Jiro, who was struggling to run with Mineta attached to her back. "Need some weight taken off of your back?" Midoriya asked, and the next thing Shota knew, one of his students was sent flying in the air, all the way back to the start line. Midoriya practically skipped over the finish line, not even minding that he'd ruined his own score, and Shota just wanted a nap. The rest of the day flies from there, and before he knows it, Shota finds himself in the car with his loving husband and troublesome kids. "How was your first day, boys?" Hisashi asks, and Shota can see how the boys perk up in the backseat. "Good. I got 15th on the quirk test," Shinso says with a small smile, and Shota would be surprised at how easily the boy is talking if it wasn't for the smug look that's forming. "Izu got 14th, but I think he could have done better." "Oh, why is that?" Hisashi asks, and Shota huffs. "He threw his last test," Shota says. "And 2 students. You threw their test scores off?" Hisashi asks, and Midoriya shakes his head. "Nope, I threw Toshi over the finish line. You hit him with your staff," Shota says, and Midoriya blinks innocently. "I was inspired by Toshi's love for his baseball bat." Midoriya shrugs. "It was instinct, considering the balls on his head were the same size as baseballs." "You hit your classmate," Hisashi shouts. "Shota, please tell me you did something about this." "I did," Shota says, nodding calmly. "I expelled the kid." "What?" Quote, "Okay, so maybe Shota should have punished the problem child as well, but, it was kind of funny, if he's being honest." Katsuki Bakugo was 4 years old when Deku disappeared from his life. He was 13 years old when Deku reappeared in his life, and he was 13 years old when Deku faded from his life once again. A few years pass, and he's 15 years old when Deku comes back, and this time it seems to be more permanent. The day starts how Katsuki expects it to. He walks into UA, the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan. The only one from his shitty middle school, Katsuki just knows that he'll make an impression on the world and leave everyone shaking in awe. He'll be the greatest hero, even greater than All Might himself. But first, he reminds himself, he has to get through high school. It shouldn't be too hard, Katsuki figures. 3 years to prove his worth, that isn't too bad. Everything will be a piece of cake. With these thoughts in mind, Katsuki strolls into his classroom, Class 1A to be precise, only the best, and finds his desk. The blonde relaxes, resting his feet up on his desk. And then some prick decides to bug him. The blue-haired idiot starts yelling at him about putting his feet on the desk, shouting about how he was disrespecting past heroes or some shit like that. As if a pro hero cares about the state of his high school desk. Honestly, Katsuki can't wait for the guy to get the stick out of his ass, he's such a pain. The prick only stops lecturing when their teacher arrives. "Settle down, everyone," the man sighs, and wow, he looks half dead. Maybe half mummy, considering the dumbass-looking oversized scarf on his neck. Katsuki would snort, but the man keeps talking. "It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. He really took the time to time us. TCH. Time is precious for heroes, a wasted second can be the difference between a victory or a disaster. Now." The teacher freezes, eye twitching as he looks around. "Did anyone leave the room?" he asks slowly, and this time Katsuki snorts as the class shakes their heads in unison. What a bunch of extras, honestly. Katsuki keeps his eyes on the teacher, watching how the man sighs before rubbing at his face. "Those kids," Katsuki thinks he mumbles. "Couple of problem children." The next sound that Katsuki recognizes is that of running feet in the hallway. The door slams open abruptly, and suddenly the teacher's hair is floating as his stupid-looking scarf lashes out, wrapping around the incoming students and yanking them inside. "Why are you late?" the man grinds out, and Katsuki smirks. "This'll be good." "Sorry," the one says, and as that, "We got lost, Aizawa-sensei." That's the teacher's name, then. Whatever. Katsuki is more interested in why he recognizes the purple-haired idiot who is currently caught in their teacher's scarf. And then the second student shifts into view, and Katsuki nearly falls out of his seat. "Yeah, we never really got a map or anything," Deku says, and Katsuki glares at the boy. He just keeps reappearing. Katsuki thinks, teeth clenching. Who does he think he is, disappearing on me only to pop right back up? Single quote. Whatever. Aizawa sighs, and then the scarf drops, letting the boys free themselves. "Everyone, come get your PE uniform and head to training ground A." We've got stuff to do. The statement throws the class off, and suddenly the class is bursting with sound as the extras ask about orientations and opening ceremonies. Katsuki, however, blocks them out, locking his eyes on Deku. And when the boy spots him, he doesn't look away either. So that's how it's gonna be. Katsuki wonders if the Quirkless boy has any talents other than disappearing. If not, he might just disappear from UA right away. Katsuki doesn't know if he wants that to happen or not. 21 kids. There are 21 kids in Katsuki's class when he starts the day. By the end of it, there will only be 20. The first step to becoming a hero is to find your current limits, Aizawa explains, then looks to Katsuki. How far could you throw a ball? About 67 meters, Katsuki brags, and Aizawa nods, tossing him the ball. Do it with your quirk. He does. He passes 700 meters easily. Whoa, some electric F****** says. That looks like fun. One girl, he'll call her round face, cheers. Fun, Aizawa scoffs. Since you guys think this will be all fun and games, let's up the ante. Katsuki isn't sure why Deku and his friends start to chuckle, or why Aizawa sighs in, is that defeat. I'll be ranking you all on your scores. Lowest gets expelled. Katsuki smirks as the class falls silent. This'll be good, he thinks, pride welling up within him. Looking at Deku, he knows that the boy is long gone. For a second, he almost feels bad for him. The boy is not long gone. Somehow, he manages to scrape by to 14th place. Katsuki doesn't know how. Oh, who is he kidding? Of course he knows how. It's impossible to not know, considering how Deku played him like a fiddle during the tests, using the blonde to his advantage. Quirkless or not, Deku isn't an idiot. He knew what he was doing. And those stupid gadgets certainly didn't hurt to have. Some grape-haired gets last, and throws a tantrum about it. He complains about Deku's use of weapons, whining about how it's against the rules. If it was against the rules, the goddamn teacher would have stopped him, Katsuki thinks, but he doesn't say it out loud. It doesn't matter, anyway. Aizawa defends the idiot, then kicks the smaller idiot out of the class. The girls seem relieved, so Katsuki figures something must have been happening that he didn't see. Whatever. Good riddance, he guesses. The day ends soon after, and Katsuki doesn't bother sticking around once he grabs his syllabus. He sends Deku one last glare as he leaves, and that's it. For some reason, he feels like Deku will follow him. But he doesn't. Tenya Iida always held onto the belief that he'd run into his two friends once again. He just never expected their reunion to be like this. It's the first day of school. Tenya had arrived to class an hour early, eager to make a good first impression on his homeroom teacher. It'd be impolite to be late, and the last thing he wanted to do was upset his teachers by showing such blatant disrespect. Watching a blonde boy drop into his seat and immediately rest his feet upon a desk, however, makes Tenya realize that not everyone holds the same standards of respect. Tenya is not one to stand for such foolishness, of course, so he goes and tells the boy off. In his moment of passion, however, he misses the teacher's arrival until he begins to speak. Settle down, everyone, the man says, and Tenya quickly turns around to see the man. To be quite honest, the man looks exhausted, and completely unrecognizable. Tenya has recognized every other teacher so far, if not by name then at least recalling glimpses of their fights. Every other teacher is a pro-hero, so his homeroom teacher clearly must be the same, so why hasn't Tenya heard of him? He doesn't have a chance to ponder his question before his teacher speaks again. It took you all 8 seconds to settle down. Time is precious for heroes, a wasted second can be the difference between a victory or a disaster. Now. Tenya watches in confusion as the man cuts himself off, eye twitching as he scans the room. Tenya glances around as well, looking for the source of annoyance. No one seems to be acting out, though, so what is it? Did anyone leave the room? The teacher asks after a moment, and that makes sense. Tenya's eyes lock onto 2 empty desks across the room. Who would be late for their first day? Tenya thinks, shocked. How disrespectful. Single quote. Tenya snaps back out of his thoughts as his teacher begins to mumble. Those kids. Couple of problem children. So he already knows the students. Tenya wonders if that is why the two thought it'd be acceptable to be late. It's not a very good excuse, in Tenya's mind. Pounding footsteps suddenly reach Tenya's ears, and he feels himself frowning as the door is abruptly slammed open. A flash of purple is all Tenya sees before the scarf around his teacher's neck suddenly lashes out, grabbing the students and pulling them into the room. Why are you late? The teacher asks, eyes narrowed in suspicion and oddly red-looking. Sorry, a familiar voice says, and Tenya knows that head of purple hair. We got lost, Aizawa-sensei. And then the second voice speaks up, and Tenya nearly jumps out of his desk in surprise. Yeah, we never really got a map or anything. Tenya stares at Shinso and Midoriya in unconcealed shock, only shaking himself out of his stupor when their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, says, whatever. Everyone, come get your uniform and head to training ground A. We've got stuff to do. The announcement sends the class into chaos, one girl asking about orientations and another talking about the opening ceremony as the rest of his peers chatter excitedly amongst themselves. Tenya keeps his gaze locked onto his friend's forms, eyes searching for answers to questions he doesn't truly know how to form. How have you been? Where have you been? Do you still remember me, even though we haven't seen each other for years? Do you want to remember me? But the questions go unanswered for the moment, and Tenya watches in surprise as Midoriya stares back. Not back at Tenya, no. He stares at the back of the classroom at the blonde boy who'd disrespected everything since he'd first walked into the room. The blonde stares right back, eyes narrowing. Another question springs to mind. How do you two know each other? Somehow, Tenya doubts that they, too, met at a grocery store. Tenya doesn't talk to them right away, because they're currently competing for the chance to stay in the class and he refuses to disrupt their focus. He worries, too, because of something Mr. Aizawa said as they lined up on the field. Go ahead, use your quirks, Mr. Aizawa said. Go ahead, do what you need to, just stay in the lines. 8 tests. They'd be going through 8 tests, using their quirks in any way to help themselves, and the person who placed last would be expelled. Tenya takes a deep breath, focusing only on his own performance. He needs to worry about himself and only himself. After, he can talk to Midoriya and Shinso, and see how they've been in the past few years. He just has to believe that they'll do better than last, and then push them out of his head. He quickly comes to the conclusion that it is impossible to ignore Midoriya and Shinso. He doesn't realize that anything is unusual about his friends, not at first. The 50-meter dash is nothing special, both boys just, well, sprint for the finish line. The grip strength test, too, goes by without the boys doing anything astounding. They are strong, yes, but they aren't producing results that leave anyone in awe. Their quirks must not be useful for speed or strength, Tenya thinks to himself, but then he starts to wonder what their quirks are good for. I'm sure their quirks will shine in the later tests. Single quote. After all, they had to pass the entrance exam, didn't they? Tenya doesn't know the boys well, but he's sure their quirks would be more noticeable or applicable if they were recommendation students. But then the class moves on to the standing long jump, and Midoriya pulls out a metal rod. A staff. Hey, a classmate, Tenya believes the boy is named Kaminari, shouts. We aren't supposed to use anything but our quirk. Midoriya doesn't seem to hear a thing as he races forwards, sprinting to the jump line before slamming his staff on the ground and vaulting himself over the sandbox, and right into the blonde. Bakugo, his mind supplies, recalling that someone had shouted the blonde's name. I'm so sorry, Midoriya says, leaping off of Bakugo and taking his staff with him. I guess I underestimated my distance. Midoriya seems like a smart boy, so how would he manage to underestimate his distance, as he said, so poorly? It's odd. What's even more odd is that Mr. Aizawa doesn't say a word, instead looking to the remaining students and asking, all right, who's next? Nobody comments on the staff after that, but more oddities keep occurring. Like during the repeated side steps, where Shinso makes a point of talking to Uraraka before taking his attempt. He's light on his feet, lighter than he has been all day. When the test stops, he says something to Uraraka, and the girl seems confused. During the ball throw, Midoriya throws the ball at Bakugo, tricking the boy into hitting it with his explosion quirk, sending the ball high into the air. "What the hell, Deku?" Bakugo shouts, but Mr. Aizawa merely looks at Midoriya with a confused glance. "You said we just had to stay in the circle," Midoriya says with a shrug, and Mr. Aizawa accepts the answer. When the distance run is about to start, Tenya tries to focus on himself once again. It's a running test, which is perfect for his quirk. The distance will allow him time to increase his engine speed without overheating them, so everything is lining up for him. He doesn't expect Midoriya to shoot forward with a burst of speed and sound, Shinso latched onto his back. He doesn't expect to be neck and neck with his old friend, who pulls out his staff and launches ahead whenever Tenya increases his own speed. He doesn't expect Midoriya to suddenly stop and throw Shinso, before turning around and racing back to the others. As he crosses the finish line, he sees someone fly through the air, landing near the start. A moment later, Midoriya skips over the finish line. And for some reason, nobody questions Midoriya's actions. Not until the results are shown. The one who flew through the air, Mineta, is last. He questions Midoriya. Why isn't he last? Mineta shouts, eyes filling with tears. He used weapons. He broke the rules. He should be expelled, not me. Tenya glances up at the display once again. Mineta got 21st, but 20th went to Hagakure. Midoriya was 14th, with Shinso at 15th. Midoriya wasn't at risk of being expelled. Mr. Aizawa looks at Mineta with annoyance unhidden. Midoriya used weapons because he has been permitted to do so. Then why couldn't we? That's unfair, Mineta complains, and Mr. Aizawa sighs. If you had filled out the forms for support gear and gotten them approved, I would not have declined your ability to use them. Midoriya filled out the necessary forms. Besides, Shinso mutters, voice sharp even if barely heard, it's not like Izuku could use his quirk for any of this. There's a beat of silence. Then another. What do you mean? Kirishima asks. Why couldn't he use his quirk? Simple, Midoriya starts, straightening his shoulders as if preparing for war. I can't use my quirk if I don't have one. What? Quote. Tenya isn't sure who shouted that, but he feels a similar sentiment inside of himself. Midoriya is quirkless. Huh. The class hounds Midoriya with questions, asking how he's managed to get into the class, how much tougher life was, how he got his gear, and more. Enough. Mr. Aizawa shouts, and the class freezes. We get it. Midoriya is quirkless. That isn't an excuse to pry his life story out of him. Wait, is Shinso quirkless, too? Asui asks suddenly. I didn't see you using a quirk. Mine isn't an offensive one, Shinso supplies. It's why I carry my own gear, too. And he does, pulling out a few odd round objects, then shrugs. I usually just carry a bat, but I didn't think it'd be useful for this. A bat? Uraraka asks, tilting her head. Yeah, he doesn't supply any more context. Anyways, Mr. Aizawa says, turning off the display. We have stuff to do. Mineta, you're still expelled, get out. It's rather blunt, but the words do the trick. Just like that, the class disperses, heading back to the locker rooms to change. Tenya wants to talk to Midoriya and Shinso, to ask how they've been, but he doesn't get the chance when the other boys choose to talk to them. That's so manly, Kirishima says as he pulls on his uniform shirt. I'd never be able to make it this far without my quirk. You guys are, like, twice the man I'll ever be. Well, there are two of us, Shinso drawls. I suppose the math works out. Kirishima laughs. That's not what I meant, but thanks. Tenya watches his friend slip out of the room seconds later, already fully changed in less than 2 minutes. By the time Tenya gets back to the classroom, Midoriya and Shinso are already gone. So is Bakugo, Tenya notes, but for some reason he doubts that these things are related. It takes him longer to realize that Mr. Aizawa, too, is not in the room. Instead, a stack of syllabuses are all that remain, and a note on the board that says, take a syllabus and go home. Class is dismissed. Don't be late tomorrow. An odd way to end the day, Tenya supposes, but he does as the note demands. Walking home, Tenya hopes that he'll be able to talk to Midoriya and Shinso tomorrow. They have a lot to catch up on, if the boys want to catch up at all. He hopes that they will. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.